destroyed. If they don't win these pistol rounds or conversions, I'm a little worried. So I noticed a few examples of FUT who are one of the best teams, in fact the best, 6 out of 10 they've won so far on the second round wins after losing the pistol. And they're based around these smokes. So we saw one smoke coming in here. Here comes the second one now. And just when that smoke's about to die, that's when everyone activates. And it's a nice shot here from Jugs. Zyro gets deleted. I think he was asleep for this moment here, or whatever happened. 3 people are pushing at the same time. They get some good timings. They go down, and they kind of catch Vitality on a good timing when the smokes are kind of there, and they even kill Mezzi after time. So 6 out of 10 so far, and Maus have been really slow on these. And we see another example here. Double taking ramp together. They have a smoke grenade. They're going to leave Jugs towards the A ramp. And it's like a B stack, 3-man B stack coming in. They have a smoke, and even later on, we're going to see smoke goes down, and Cobain is going to drop him a second smoke. But the timing of the smokes is the most important thing, and they're buying so much time right now, waiting this first smoke out. A second one's going to come in to resmoke it, and if they do react towards B, it's favorable for them. So the smoke throws goes down, and just before the smoke's about to die, you can see on the radar, symmetry gets round, and yeah, of course here, they need some individual quality, but it feels like the nice little ideas, but more importantly, they feel comfortable and they feel confident on these rounds because they are winning them so often. 60% success rate they have so far, you should be normally aiming for around 15 to 20%, so this is incredible, and there's no bigger momentum killer than this, and this is where Maus have been struggling. So I think this is an interesting thing to see today because there's no worse thing than winning pistol and losing the second round.
Definitely something to look out for, but as you also saw in those clips, you know, I think that highlights exactly what FUT is all about, that raw individual quality that can come from every single player. That's kind of what we spoke about normally, with Longs being also great, that they don't really have a weak link, they don't have a player that is a liability, and some of those shots that you were showcasing, you know, the deagle shots, the scout shots, you need a bit of both. You need tactical approach to it, you need to force your opposition into an uncomfortable position, and then when you do that, you need to hold in, you need to punish them. When you have players like Sochi who are hitting shots like that with a scout, or Dukes coming in with a deagle like that, that's just a raw sign of that, you know, I guess raw quality that FUT possesses. You know, they're still unpolished, they're still a diamond in the rough, they're coming from NAVI Junior, but they have so much skill on the server that if you're not ready and if you're falling asleep like Cyber in this example, you'll just die.
Yeah, you will be punished for it, and that is Counter-Strike at the top level. It's almost the beauty of the game. These two non-stopping factors from hitting each other. Speaking of which, these are important games, obviously, for the details that we mentioned, that elimination is...
1 second. Reklamebit skauty się.
I think you're pretty spot on, you know, there's a great likelihood that we're going to see an Ancient picked out by FUT. That's been the stronghold for them. As for Maus, yeah, they can go nuke. Mirage as does too. Also in the mix, you know, and I think given the fact that they went nuke, it has to be either Dust 2 or Mirage, and I think both teams will be happy with that. Both teams are playing those maps, and it's also, again, it's open maps. It's maps where you get to express yourself, and especially if you're FUT, I feel like that's exactly what you want. You want your individuals to be able to express themselves, and if you're Maus, as word from Cyclone, they haven't had a lot of time to play, you know, strategic maps, you know, like Nuke, like Inferno, etc., etc. So to finish off on a more open playing base like Mirage that can be simplified to a high degree, I think that grounds for a good matchup.
Yeah, they've been very good at Mirage for a long time. I thought it's dangerous because they're kind of known as the Mirage team, but they've been struggling at it more. It's interesting to see Maus is still banning Dust 2. They hated it for a long part of the year, but it feels like so I'm kind of surprised to see them going for this, but it is going to be a Mirage. And this on paper looks like it could be a bit of a banger of a third map. So yeah, the Ancient pick is not the biggest punish pick. I think this one still is a close one. It's interesting to see Maus on that T side, on Nuke, always difficult, but this is a real punish pick because FUT have been struggling there.
Well, let's just imagine the world where FUT pushed them all the way to the very end, all the way over there at Mirage, and then Maus get to start on the CT side, depending on how the series is going. I mean, we've seen games become temperamental in that regard.
I would almost argue that it's the other way around. I'm curious to see if Maus can push FUT all the way to a third map. I honestly FUT as a little favorite in this game, just based on the fact that the Maus camp have been in this situation where it's JL in and out of the lineup, it's Brolan in and out of the lineup, it's Exertion calling now as well. As much as I believe that that's the right decision for Mouse for the future is not the right decision in this very moment. It wasn't the best preparation they could have had for the major. I think Foot have been a little bit slow here in stage 3 to warm up, and the game against Bait was not necessarily pretty, but I'll be honest, I have faith in these guys turning it around, and I think there's more skill right now and more cohesion in Foot, and I think that's more important at this stage when elimination is at line.
I just feel like I've seen a lot of the Foot games so far, and I haven't been impressed whatsoever in this stage. I think they've been struggling, they've been getting blown out. Lounce is just missing a lot, and Maus are just one of those teams that I feel like they go under the radar for just beating the aggressive style that kind of Foot have. They just do it. I don't know how it is so much, but they just find a way to do it consistently. I don't think Maus have been impressive either, and if they get off these bad starts, I have big question marks about them. But when they get going, there's not many better teams in the world with momentum than Mouseport, so I still have them as favourite. I do think that both teams here will struggle to make it to the next stage based on what they've shown. They need to level it up big time.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate or fortunate, I guess, depending on whichever team you find yourself finding an allegiance for, Jacob.
100%, you know, but that's why the game is going to be so much fun. That's why there's going to be so much nerve in it as well. We know Foot to be arguably the loudest team we have here in Stage 3 as well. That's going to be something they need to control. We often speak about emotions. In a sense that if you're very loud, sometimes those frustration comes out in a negative way. So I think there's a game within the sense that Mouse, it's a very experienced team, and it's a team that doesn't really show too much emotion, neither when it's going good or bad. They seem to be a little bit more stable in that sense, and that can also be positive for Mouse heading into a game where the pressure is at its absolute limit.
Yeah, and it's
Bolo.
For NAVI, Falcons. It's obviously a team that everybody was super favorited about, and then there were some changes in the lineup, and now we need to find out if they can beat Foot, if they even have it in them to beat Foot right here. Jacob, I would let you continue, but first I just want to say, good morning, Cologne. How are we feeling out there? There it is.
They've had the eggs and
bacon. Wide awake, it is.
Yeah, something like that, guys. Any chances right now in changing what you want to pick? You've got just 1 second to say it.
I see 3 maps in this one. I think Foot is going to make it, but I see 3 maps.
I'm going to say 2-0 Maus.
Okay.
The ancient pick. I think it's a little bit.
Well, let's leave it right there. Let's play the game. So let's get started on Ancient. It's Maus.
Damn right, Stunna. Time to play some games here in Cologne. And this game, an important one for Foot's season. I like that Ash is not mincing his words today. I think he's dead on with his assessment that this needs to be an uptick in both teams in terms of caliber if they're actually going to make that run into the Lanxess. That's something Maus want to get back to as quick as they can, right? We are talking about a regular appearance at top 8 and beyond. And Foot to now make this happen via best of 3 after best of 3. They've never been blown out 2-0 in any of the best of 3s they've lost this so far. So for Ash to say that it's going to be at the hands of Maus, this would really take a real fumble out of Foot in this elimination best of 3.
I'm with you. I think in a lot of regards, this is a perfect matchup for each other because today maybe is in a position to survive this stage, but there's no guarantees. It wouldn't be 1-2 if they were perfect.
Spinks is supported nicely here. 2 CTs behind him. And as they fight in front of that smoke, we've got Torsi with a headshot. The only kill to come through within that pack of players. Brolin whittled down to half health. 4 members up, 4 Foot. Stomping out though towards middle was Krabeni. And so he gives himself away. And by giving that away, the numbers skewed ever so slightly back into Maus's favor. And Foot decide to get active here. They're going to try to chase Brolin, get him to just tuck into the corner, but he's drawn on Zershin. They know that this push is occurring, and Zershin held by Demon as we get 3 players up by Foot, and they take that T-side pistol.
And they show us a little bit of that power up. Yesterday, they were kind of struggling to get started constantly. It was like, when are they going to start being aggressive and explosive together? And it felt like every time we had attack pause, Foot would get it together, start to ramp up again, play a bit more aggressive, and to trade like we see in these very forward positions. And I think that's all they need to show themselves today, to show us that they have a chance. They're going up against Maus, and I think in other circumstances where there was a little bit less pressure, I feel like we'd have more faith in Foot overall. But they did move in the right direction towards the end of the match yesterday.
That they did.
Trying
to replicate it again today. Exchanging damage, hanging onto the cave side, but he knows that his flank is open. Confirmed by Jukes, just trying to spam him out with the MAC-10. Zertian wants to get the hell out of there. Be better off for him to be able to trade. So he awaits Brolin. As the other three members of Mao stacked behind that back line. But it's also going to transition into an easy save. So it kind of has you contemplating whether you really want to get in on this.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit rough. You don't even get kills while this bomb gets planted. Going to the next round, try again. Decent guns to punish if you come up with a save. Going for retake kills with pistols is definitely not the most efficient thing you could do. And they even are gifted one here. In fact, because Steven goes towards middle, that's a gun that they can go ahead and pick up.
ანუ ეხა გაიჩნდებიან ესე იგი ფურია ზემოთ, სპირიტი ქვემოთ.
Excellent stage right
now. ან პირიქით ზემოთ ის ქვემოთ ეს.
I'd say overall.
წავლენ ესე და შეიძლება ფინალი გაიჩნდეს სპირიტი ფურია.
The most Zertian was incredible in their last event. Between Zelix and Spinks, like this isn't the Maus and the individuals on the team that have, that have shown us that they're the win cons for whether or not they're going to be very successful. Hold on, we got something really fast.
Yeah, that nade's well placed. All of a sudden, you get Jukes in with the MAC-10 headshot. Trying to stomach that grenade, and they just hit the pause button for a second.
Yeah, and here's recycling those guns into a stack. And again, an easier chance to get the kills, even a decent chance of winning the round.
Yeah, Vitality არ გამოიყურება მთლად ისეთ ფორმაში, რომ Major-ი მოიგონ, მაგრამ მაინც Vitality არა.
More damage and a smoke. Oh my goodness, they were really ready to start going. Moment where now it's time to re-expand, go and check flanks. Respect the fact that a lot of Maus players are here. And it always feels like you're introducing more risk by going back across the map, but it is the correct decision here from Foot. Even though it'll take some time, CTs are heavily leaned towards A.
Yeah, Zertian leaving that B site for a second.
That's some
B
play to just drop that smoke on ramp.
Oh, another smoke. Wow, he had two of them here.
Looks like they're still just going to try to pop through it, but they missed their own Molotov, so easy 5-7 headshot here for Zertian. Flash made that awkward for Lonks as well. 4v2, 4 Maus, as they stuff that original A main play. Molotov burns, keeps these three players out of it. Zertian just looking to draw you into the cave. Cemetery knows he can't leave his teammate, sticks around. Now it's going to be Lonks' problem. He steps up to bat, equalizes the numbers, but remember, damage done early. And so Lonks, 18 health, awaits that 5-7 wrap, back turned, Zertian, fast step, and Lonks gets into the short push, but still Torji able to find that. And obviously it's going to be eyes on cave from here on out. Cemetery wants to make sure that you're not on that defuse. Wide swings with the AK, and we've got Maus onto the bomb. A 10-second stick with time. They got stuffed at that temple, and then all the way back to the opposite side of the map. Still, Maus get the round.
Yeah, very close call. He had to call out a fake, but waited a good amount of time. Couldn't section out those fights in his favor. Really good stuff here from Maus. Great use of the utility, right call on the stack. That's the way to make small guns work for you. Every smoke plays a factor here for Maus because they re-smoke B early, they re-smoke B in time for the actual push. They smoked out A and forced Foot to actually move around the map. So the entire time they were playing their game. Flash comes out, works. That very delayed one puts him in a good spot. Demon really wants to try to get some space without taking a fight.
That was a whole lot of posturing, a whole lot of nades. And then just silence on the other side of it.
The ball really is in Maus's
court
now because they're a little bit limited on what they can see.
Falcons-ში მოგებული გადადის შემდეგ ეტაპზე და ისინი მეორე დღეს თამაშობენ. ან ხვალ თამაშობენ ეგეთი
მართლა. Time to go B.
Not at all. Smokes though for Foot to follow up on this. Curious to see how much Maus just want to lean back and let these crosses occur.
Nice.
But the same can be said from the 2-foot rebuttals.
They're leaving a lane open here, so there can be a push. Careful on the reload.
Demon would love to try to jump, but it's actually Cemetery who gets his line.
Once you've
got that one, feels like Demon's freed up to go for his
wide swing into Torji.
This is a moment where you can just see how hard they shoot sometimes.
It's something that went down yesterday in the game versus Bait. You can criticize all you want how close some of those games got, but from the very first round of that best of 3, both Bait and Foot put on that mechanical individual display. And you get it here in this post plant with those instant headshots. This is technically a 3v5.
And this is a map that's actually like an insane map pick for Foot because they get to give you a CT side and they actually have a better win rate on T side. So not only are you happy if you're Maus, you start on your stronger side. They're comfortable taking whatever they want. They're good on both halves of this map.
It was slick shooting, but the problem there for Maus is they got their kills and then it was so instant, both trade attempts, both separate 1v1s. We get Maus just getting it back, right? Just that confirmation that Maus's heads are out there on a silver platter. Foot won't waste a second to get it. Now it's just economic pressure right back onto Maus. Full buys in, Torji on the off. We had a lot of utility burning out in mid last round with no real gunfights behind it. You know, posturing off the flashes, threatening Spinks and Donut. This time Torji gets a momentary angle, but then it's taken back. So a second frag to open up these lines, and once again, you're just confirming Foot aren't actually out there. There's been a lot of talk about Krabeni lately as kind of the fragging in-game leader, and he's had some very fiery timeouts where he's just kind of called out his teammates. He doesn't mince his words, says it how it is.
And Demon's also referenced that that's how an IGL should be. They're comfortable with it.
Well, here's Zelex.
Why would you waste time in a competitive environment?
A stage 3 major debutant, benefiting from his teammate's status. In an A site, supported only by Donut, and that player's distracted. So Zelex getting his one, all he's going to be able to offer. Torji catching a kill on the other side of the map, but it is Foot to get what they want. This plant down on A.
Had all their lineups.
There we go.
Spinks
able to catch it just as smoke starts to fade. No trade back, and he comes back in for a second. Cemetery, big pressure now. 1v4. Chopping MP9s just enough to get the crosshair off the angle. And then it is Maus with the necessary answer right back to keep this a one-round game and to keep the economy of Foot under pressure.
They're really keeping A main smoked at all the right times, but even still, like, Foot had the full set from behind it, lining up everything perfectly. Got the entries that they were looking for ultimately, but it was well handled from the point of fighting them as they were scaling past Donut. I think this is a key moment. Spinks gets this kill and then a second one when he's holding back.
Guys, listening. This
is what they get. And now all actual threats behind it. How close they are to death. Zelex and Spinks. And that means your Donut players are going to be softened up for the A main commitment. Spinks not able to catch another one. Tech9 prevails. They love to grab that AK. Zelex has to play it cautiously, but knowing they're going for the gun, he gets great value out of that frag grenade.
Benny's actually putting himself in a position to try to win the round. It could be harder to have gotten the post plant, but they got that part down now. Let's see when he activates. He's been very good at making plays, but it's going to be hard to be on time right now.
There's a fresh smoke on CT lane. Frag comes out, but Demon really just ignoring it. If they push through that smoke to kill him, seems like he'll say so be it. Krabeni, having grabbed that Galil, has now figured out that Xerxion's inside Donut. Brolin's going to kill Lonks. That was their hope. That was the rifle that they had gotten off the site. Tried to posture him to win this round, but it's going to be consecutive retakes here for Maus, and majority alive yet again.
As Ash said, Maus are very good at playing that aggressive playstyle. They're known for like one of the first teams to really counter Donk and how much he could bring to the table as an individual. Always good, sort of anti-superstar gameplay. With retakes, I think will prove that. Ancient offers up the chance for retakes on both sides of the map. Still requires you to be organized and calm, and that's what they're excelling at the most. Bombs left back and spawn this round. Hopefully they don't have an idea to go out right now. Yeah, they've just forgot the bomb.
Oh boy.
Gold's აღება არაფერი არ არის. Play-off-ში ერთადერთს გამოვიცემ და გოლს
money guaranteed right here. Small error in the game plan.
აი ხა ესენი
Could have
გატროლავენ.
ramifications in the follow-up. We'll see just how light things remain. Any shortcomings there because that bomb doesn't go down. Not the time to start making mistakes.
დავსვი ხუთი.
Up versus a Mouse that feel like they've probably survived the first test. You know, you
აქაც
got
გვინდოდა ხუთი, მაგრამ წესით გაიმაზება რა ძალიან დაბალი შანსია ახლა. გით უნდა მოიგოს, იმან უნდა მოიგოს. სამი თამაში მინდა რომ დაждდეს და რავი, ეგეთი რაღაცეები
ახლა. If you die to the opening kills, you've just got the protocols to respond to this foot team.
ამ პირველივე თამაშია დღეს ფუტის თამაში და ეს თუ გაიმაზა მორჩა ბაზარი.
So be it. Still Cemetery on the op, but it's a forward press out of Mouse. They take over elbow. And it's going to be quick looks into the B site here for Foot. Missed off shot out of Cemetery. Still going to be able to pounce quickly onto Brolin. And now from inside of the cave, you've got Sershin's answer back. He's supported on the front side of lane because of Zelex. And Torzi tries to test the limits of this smoke. It's going to be long control somewhat here for Lonks. They try to send grenades onto the Opper. That smoke will buy a bit of time for Foot to try to find some kind of posture in this post play, but you can just feel it's not that comfortable.
Yeah, Jugs is really the one. I mean, when he starts to peer over this box and take the headshot fights, yeah, that's what makes a difference. This makes the retake a whole lot harder.
Wallbang damage on Krubeni.
Not try it.
Diamond-ის აღების შანსი გვაქვს, მაგრამ ძალიან დაბალი.
Yeah, Foot have earned it. Just catching those kills, being able to run it up the ramp. We saw that missed smoke at the start of the round. Awkward. And Foot capitalize on it, even with Cemetery not seizing the first opportunity of catching the op shot for the pick.
They follow up aggression with aggression, this time with better guns. They really trust and they follow through on their attacks. So they just found a moment where Mauser just not expecting them to try what they did last round.
Right.
Mauser going for mid control. They were still smoked outside a cave. They were thinking we have a few seconds to get set up. They didn't pre-molly the ramp. Mauser calling a timeout now with lots of money left over. All the guns they want to. I can't help but feel like though for Foot, it's actually nice for Coolio to be able to jump in. Just to make sure everything sails in the right direction. I would wonder what they would do next and seems like he's got a lot to say as well. Wow. Screw B, it's all about A now. Okay. Totally vacant. Sometimes teams will do this on CT side, but it's not the right call.
Which means they kind of missed it twice, but you can still recover with aim like that. Spinks into the double headshot. Man.
He's been so good from Donut. They want to fight him too, like they've been looking for this.
Open up the CT smoke.
2-on-3 now.
We've seen Foot bounce back into rounds. Continuing to test that lane. Now the bomb is...
This is the moment where Krubeni, you know, there has to be enough action happening within the site that Brolin, his guard is down.
And it still is. Yeah. Brolin, reconsidering a middle push.
He went to check for the mid flank, which is wild because he has two teams in Donut.
I love this. Drops the Molotov as if he's covering his flank, but in reality stays on this side of it to double back into the A play. Total chance to have Mouse faked out by that util.
So how do they want to plant this? Jugs has... in a molly too. They're trying to figure out where these CTs are. They don't actually know. Wow, it's really open for CT. A game-winning move if he beats Zershin to this corner.
Just needs the kill now. Oh, and he gets it. Krubeni takes damage. Hangs on. Still more util to drop. It was Spinks that really gave you a chance at this round with those first two headshots. Can he close out at half HP? Krubeni has opted to swap into the AWP. Smoke grenade onto the bomb. That's going to make things problematic here for Foot. Spinks just looking to rush it, trying to cause panic in the middle of all this. Okay, Jugs able to capitalize, and Foot will have another mid-round rebound. That's a 3v5 again with the bomb down, adding an element that Mouse just kind of can't keep their paws on.
But then Spinks kind of throws a wrench in it with his 2K spray down from long distance when they wanted to take that fight. But then it's Krebeni's mid-round moment. That's just going to let him know that he can fool them. They can pause in the middle of the action, slow things down, and actually outthink MOUZ, which is probably something they had to, you know, they weren't sure about before the match started.
Ooh, hefty nade damage for Krebeni. Big push out of Brolin, supported though. And Zelex peeling back, hoping Torzi's off, can find one. He fires through. 4v4 was what we're left with. Bomb down on the ramp. We've got a lot of foot movement over there. Wallbang damage substantial there for Torzi.
You love to see that punish after an exact like this because no one's prepared for it. And this molly means they have to pendulum around. I'll be a little bit worried about what they don't know.
Sphinx
here is all about timings once again. They'll be hungry to know what's going on. Krebeni's kind of in a great spot at a minute with the bomb coming back around. No matter what happens, this doesn't have to be some kind of tricky split. He has guaranteed, confirmed donut control and a spot where if they rotate out.
Be offered
up a kill. I kind of need another insane sight hold here for Sphinx. There's no retake utility coming in besides his smoke.
He's been good for it. 3 multi-kills to his name. Not this time.
There's that smoke. They don't even have to smoke off Temple now.
Jukes blasts him out of this. Safe plant for Demon. No Hail Mary utility for MOUZ to try to interrupt that one, so they've got to consider another retake, which they've been successful at, but now at a man disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, the money, they have to think about it, surely.
Zelex making sound as he just kind of stomps out of the Temple. You can see that draws over Foot's attention. Off peak for Torzi lands. And you saw those shots just sail over the boxes. Demon tries to elude them, but they get that trade from inside of it. We go 2v2. Zelex trying to give a cover over to the donut.
They don't even have a kit, do they?
They're going to try to tap it, try to cause panic, just try to draw them into it, but there is no clutch this time for MOUZ. No clutch factor, that is. This retake goes up in smoke as Foot take the 6-4 lead.
I mean, it might be a small thing, but like a third player there for an extra buy this next round, I feel like would have been huge. They came into that retake, very low chances. No kits on the 2 remaining guys, no utility after Sphinx dropped that smoke on himself, which was delaying for time in Foot's favor. And now their buy is much worse. They will be investing, though.
Almost feels like there's maybe a bit of false hope given to MOUZ because they've been so successful with those retakes.
Yeah.
Think, what's one more?
On the clock, right?
See where they're left up. I see an MP9 in Sphinx's hands. Roland's also got a tough decision economically in this one.
Really strong start from Foot. Some good answers for sure out of MOUZ. But we're looking at 6 rounds on T side. That feels like it's not done really.
You mentioned the impressive T-side win rate of Foot. We get another example of it. Passive angle held by Cemetery towards A main, but we see 2 players over there for MOUZ trying to posture.
They've been so perfect about like, okay, it's time to go B, it's time to go A. Like, they got the op posted on the line when Torzi was nearly ready to push. He's just here though. Looks like to escort Sphinx, and oh man.
Great nades.
Yeah.
It's 2 different angles, same destination. Brolin,
the read towards these rotations, even where he started.
There's been a lot of good reads for Foot in the T side.
To be more efficient, okay?
Yeah.
We just need to be more efficient and precise with things. Yeah, early on we are numbers ready, we're fighting on each other. It will be a bit chaotic here, it's okay. Let's make sure we're as clear as we can be with our comms when that happens, okay?
Oof. I mean, that's the gun disadvantage that they have coming into this round. MP9 not good enough here. Torzi alone for a second. Xerxin trying to help out quickly, but no commitment even from Foot.
And with no commitment, Xerxin actually has kept his smoke until now. Throws that down in 35 seconds to block off A main.
Dude, Kirby's going a great game right now. This is kind of nuts.
May not be bringing the kills he regularly does, but that's fine. Calls all the more important when you've got players that can pick it up, and there's no weak link on foot at the moment. So 4 players pushing into a third of Brolin's health bar. He's happy to have even gotten 1 after stomaching those grenades. Quick little flurry from Zelex to try to get over, but what are you going to do in the face of this full-blown hit? Bit of chip damage on Demon, who's preoccupied with bomb, but gets it down. And now Foot comfortably going to take this 7th round, as we will not get these consistent retake attempts from Mouse in this one. They need these guns in the final round of this CT half.
Yeah, they really should have saved last one. It's like such a small thing it feels like, but truly, like the 2 players they kill on this round are the one with the MP9 and the FAMAS, anchoring on both ends of the map. Somehow Foot managed to get to both of them. And, you know, it's going to be a combination of good game plans, great feeling from Krebeni about what they might try to do this round. So everything's just lining up perfectly.
But
I'm surprised. I expected if, you know, Foot were going to impress us this match, it would be into map 2 and map 3.
თურქებმა რა თამაში წააგეს 80-ზე იყო დარტყმები და 2 თვით წააგეს. ან 30 ჯერ დაარტყეს თურქებმა ბიჭო?
Now save for this one. Comes in healthy and a nice opening grenade for Mouse's chances, but Lonks over the smoke. They're not considering that boost. Oh, and they don't even finish him off on the fallback. He tries to go through. That's wild. All of a sudden, Krebeni to try to challenge. They really want Spinks dead, so at least they're able to get that. But Zershin's not too far off, and that close proximity could catch Krebeni off guard. He's walking up to Donut. Oh, Zershin doesn't pull the trigger, so now he's on the hunt.
Yeah, this will be a nice frag out of him. I mean, bomb hasn't been collected yet.
Yeah, Krebeni's a dead man walking.
I mean, honestly, Zershin, does he want to wait? Wow, Krebeni's just gone so far so quickly. It's ridiculous.
Krebeni getting through the next smoke.
Oh, that's insane.
And so Zershin, who is hunting Krebeni, just allows him to ultimately keep that timing. Brolin unprepared for it.
This map looks ridiculous. You have CT watching spawn. The bomb is in T-spawn, and Demon has to slowly go and get it.
There's no way Krebeni thinks about this Zershin chase, right? Oh, he considers it, but still Zershin keeps the rifle work clean.
But he doesn't know about Jukes.
Sure. And that's going to catch him off. A very stringy sequence of kills that goes back and forth, but ultimately gives Foot this slight edge. Torji willing to give up half his health, and it was damn near worth it. But he misses his chance to strike him, and now he's going to consider, yeah, they're just going to go B. In reality, another quick pause. Torji sees that there is no rotation, so now he understands A is the commitment, but he's given up control of the site. He's going to try to pop it open. It's a Torji 1v2 up close. And the bomb down as Demon pressures with the spam, crossing back over to the temple entrance. Torji wants a rifle. Nah, it's an MP9. At least he's got the kit and a bit of utility to try to pull this off. Final round of the half here. For Mouse. He dives through the smoke, cuts off Jukes' support, but it's Demon with a health and gun advantage. And so there it goes. 8th round secured by Foot, one of the better T sides that they have put forward. And the analysts
Lewis Hamilton მყავს პოულზეო. მოიცადე. Hamilton პირველი ადგილიდან იწყებს? თუ რასელი იწყებს პირველზე? მე მახსოვს რომ რასელმა მოიგო. მე დავალაიქოთ მებოდა ახი გამოვიწეროთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი. დავიდრეთ მეორედან, ხო? 15000 ლაიქ, 15000 გამომწერზე ავიდეთ პლის ბოლომდე. Inferno das მოუგებენ მოღოლები და გავლენ. ბიჭო, რა ვიცი, მაგრა ტროლები არიან. რა ანგარიშია იქით რა ხდება? დი საიტში არიან? აუ, როგორ მეძინება? მაგარი ბენგერები აქვს, ხო? სალამი შეთან. ეხლა შემოხდა შორტი იკითხებიან პროებს CS2 CS:GO და დონკამ Source-ია ყველაზე ფან გეიმი რაც მითამაშია. Source რაღაცნაირი ბანძი თამაში იყო არა შედარებით. რაღაცნაირად დადიოდნენ კაცები. მე იმას ვერ ვიგებ პირველ წელზე რის მიხედვით აყენებენ დინამო. ლუკა ის არის რა ქვია qualifier-ი არის წინადრის შაბათ დღეს არის ხოლმე qualifier-ი. ვინც ყველაზე სწრაფად გაივლის წრეს და ყველაზე სწრაფ დროს დაწერს იდგება პირველი. მაგის მიხედვით რა. ზემოდან ქვემოთ. ყველაზე სწრაფი და ბოლოში ყველაზე ნელი. მაგარი cinema game იყო ეს.
It was a messy half, guys, right?
Yeah.
That's it. We were a little bit chaotic out of spawn. We didn't connect the best ideas. There's something with neutral and so on, right? I can tell some of you are upset we didn't get more rounds. We need to move past it, guys, okay?
Yeah.
We move past it now. Focus on the breathing. Reset mentally. Breathe in deep for a few seconds. Breathe out for a long time as well. Do it a couple of times.
Now we're playing Counter-Strike worthy of the major. Foot with a very well-called T-side established themselves an 8-4 CT lead on their map pick. You've got Mouse doing breathing exercises because, as Cyclone identified, like you guys are tilted that you didn't get more rounds.
Fair enough.
That doesn't mean Mouse are out of this map, but it definitely means I think they do need a little reset. And they know themselves they've got their work set out for them. This is not a Foot that is just going to flop over.
I mean, all Mouse see is the score, but you had to watch the game to see it wasn't entirely their fault. Foot were just calling perfectly. Everything was falling into
place. CT lane to deny Jugs any info on this side, but you hear the sprint come through. They execute full blown, and we've got 10 players in a pistol retake. Now, Kits on Jugs. And so, with the B players looking to join them, this is all CT for
They're not going donut, so that smoke is. There's a lot of guys involved right now.
Warming out through that, or hope they can spam it, because this is also not a mouse that are hanging onto a frag grenade to pop open said smoke. We'll see if it lands where it needs to, or where it should go. First, they just trickle out of the temple. Drop for Foot. It's another 3v5 recovery attempt. Sure enough, the smoke goes out, but they don't put it on Donut. They put it on the bomb. Torzi finds a headshot in the middle of this. Oh,
that's
so
close.
Close.
So close. It's a headshot, actually. From almost a straight bullet there, that locks it up. Nice call here for Mouse. The donut play into an A plant, excellently done. They bring this within 3, and I'm very curious to see Foot tested because it's the CT side that should be easier for them. But we know that Mouse can absolutely scare opponents. They are very good at coming back into games. They're not a team that just sort of humble in versus competition like this. And they can absolutely beat their own map stats, which should be a problem in theory.
24 საათიანი ვიდეოს დადება თუ შეიძლება რა. დაჟე ხო დევს რაღაც ვიდეოები აი დიდხნიანი ვიდეოები რა. შეიძლება 100 საათიანი ვიდეოც იცის YouTube-ზე რომ ნახო რა. Longest video რაღაც მაგრამ სტრიმზე რატო არის რა პრობლემაა.
To prevent this climb up, I like that Zertian proactively sets it ablaze, spams through just in case. Whether he knows it or not, he actively just turned 3 players away from this smoke. And this is while Spinks gets control of the door, Torji grabs the bomb, but at the same time, this pause here from Mouse has allowed Foot to just slip the net, catch a kill, grab a
major
and
now Vitality
hanging onto this B site.
They're all moving over as well.
This is still going to take something massive. Flash comes out, interrupts Mouse momentarily.
I mean, it should be okay. They have so much utility to use. You kind of just want to cross default. Oh, the shot's insane.
2 kills. Long shot down by Spinks. We've got the Mouse recovery. We're signing up for the fights. Felt like Mouse knew Foot were just about to try to jump them. And then off that flash, we get the pounce. A couple kills comes through from the pistols.
Yeah, they actually did a solid job there. They had so many pieces of utility they could have thrown. They got a little bit nervous about making sure they got the bomb planted. But like you said, they were right. They knew that Foot were about to try to retake early. Still suffered a couple of scary deaths, but ultimately they got off elimination.
კიდე გავფორსეთ ბიჭო ამათ მა ესენი უკვე ტროლავენ ეხა მართლა რა კრაბენ რეებს კოლავთ მა ეხა მართლა რა გინდა ასაკეთებენ და გაათანა პრეს ანგარიში და ეგა ეს მეშვიდე რაუნდი და მერვეც იკუარი და რა ასაკეთებენ ესეთ მოჭიმავენ ბეთმო ბოლოს მოჭიმავით არის და რა ვიცი
just another MP9 but I mean you can only afford the one.
Because they had two players alive, they're really trying to win this early. That's insane.
They had the Deagles and the 5.7s. Maybe they went Kevlar-less, but even then, to come in shy.
That's hard to prep for if you're Mouse.
Yep. So maybe it's extra important that we get that instant shutdown on the mid-play.
Uh-oh.
I don't know about that lineup.
See, nothing inside cave, and we've seen Foot lean really heavy to be in these moments, but right now, Kerbeni's got a smoke. See if they want to respect this or not.
They're
staying confident that this is the right side to go to, and they are.
Shouldn't be able to do anything about this. Especially with that nade really isolating him, but he's given it back. Could have had a kill to Zelex. Tough shot with Zelex sliding back and forth, but easy one for Mouse. What was probably a surprisingly aggressive swing out towards bottom middle. Maybe just better supported than you'd anticipate, but yeah, this is going to be Foot kind of on the brink of losing this lead.
Gushin იმენა შიროსთვის რავი ტელეგრამე მუხლებზე უნდა დამდგარიყნენ და საყვანიეცათ იმენა გუშინ შირომ გადაარჩინა ეგ ბედურები ეგენი წაგება შიროს რო არ ეთამაშა ეგრე მაგრა
it would have been
აზრი არ ექნებოდა იმენა
even crazier to see this risk getting taken. They really thought because they had him down to two players in that round prior that this was the time to strike. And, you know, for Mouse, definitely you wouldn't expect someone to double down on a buy like that. It does really speak to their confidence on this map, but they did fail to keep the money low on that second attempt. Everyone walks away from that one for Mouse.
Foot talk it over. They come in with just a couple extra tools, right? More helmetless Kevlar, a couple grenades, couple 5.7s. That's all they are willing to put into this. So odds are, lead's gone, but we'll see what they can make of it.
Never
really got a chance to see Jukes come through with that M4. It's another opening move, 4 Foot towards middle. There's the rifle gone. It's a one and done. Climb up here from Locks. Oh, he just wants the rifle. He's grabbed it and he's looking to get out of there.
I got to be careful because there's still 2 players over in B. Again, some of these early leads have just gone right to B.
Inside of cave, but it looks like the MP9s are looking to come get this back. Cemetery on the other side of this box from Brolin.
It's a good spot to be in. They're coming in to clear it. Oh, he doesn't get any kills.
Cemetery down to half health.
I mean, Spinks is on the other side of the map. Did they see 2 people or 3?
This is bomb, just 2. Still not sure about Demon.
It makes it a little bit harder to say, okay, let's just go over to Spinks. Longs has a smoke here. Oh, he throws it out pretty early. That might be a little bit confusing. Doesn't go into cave. And Mauser trying to call the bluff again, but this time it's not a bluff. They start to walk back. Slowly figuring this out. And without information, there's no real reason for Foot to just leave.
Molotov bounces back in their face. Lucky nobody's here. Things could have gotten a little weird.
It's nice to see Mao's able to read the map just like Foot were able to in the first half.
This is constant threat that Foot have been able to afford themselves by these buys. These little half purchases that they've sprinkled in.
Falconman ნავი რო წააგონ.
At least keep
სადავარ რა იქნება, იცი? შეიძლება Vitality Falcon-ი დაждდეს ბოლო თამაში. ან Vitality მას უკატროლა და Falcon-მაც.
And it's still really successful here for Mouse. Considering how that started, they could have lost more players.
რომელიღაცა არ გვეყოლება play-off-ში.
I mean, like you said, without anybody confirming that third piece, it was weird for them to just try to go join Spinks immediately. There's that threat that somebody's still out middle, especially since that's where the rifle started the round, where you saw Longs kind of grab the M4 and get back. But while Foot came into the round with an initiative, they did just kind of kernel up on that B site and hope it was the commitment out of Maus, who appropriately played their options, got out of there, and tie this game at 8 rounds all. Finally, a full real buy for Foot. 4 rounds into the CT side. We've got the op on Cemetery. Krabeni still limited to the MP9. But in a place to try to stop it, they go for a delayed mid-push. 35 seconds. Torsi goes for the ramp walk-up.
Very far pressed up. Yep. No bomb collected. Zelix takes a little bit of HE damage.
It's a deep nade into elbow. They meet no resistance on this ramp.
ძალიან დიდი წარმატებები შეეცნო. აუცილებლად ჩააბარე. მთავარი არის რომ უყურო იმათ რა ქვია. აქ დაუნიშნებს და ხავს რომ ვინმე არ გადმოგდის. მანქანასთან დისტანცია.
Spinks thinking about clearing this bull and tries to pick up the position from him. Now that's dropped on the other side. Fast movements here for Foot. Surgeon down to 44. Zelix works with half health too. Can they bring it back? Not with so many bodies on position. It's a trade game for Foot as they throw themselves at that B site. Maus thought they had the timing, but Foot were very quickly just transitioning over. And as Bolo goes beyond the pillar, not even a chance to plant at that. He wanted to duel versus Longs, but he loses it. A 1v3 for Zelix in his first major. Smoke over the right side. That takes the op out of the equation unless he just fires through. But you can even see the other two players lean back. It's Molly on the bomb. That should take the wind out of Zelix's sails, but instead he still tempts fate and pushes this one forward. Cemetery to the left, Demon to the right. Oh, what could have been. But the op connects. Cemetery winning the head-to-head over Torsi, who was on that line first. And that one's going to put a dent in Maus's T-side. Foot find their first CT round win, 5 rounds into the half.
They might have been more careful about how they approached coming back to the B site here. Actually, Cemetery just fully jumped over that just in case, so very smart by him. And once Torsi was off the line, he had the right to get back on it, him not having shot. Torsi didn't know what gun was rotating in. He jumped across with his knife.
Trying to puncture through. Zelix at the entry, eats the flash. Utility sequence, fantastic there from Foot. They understand odds are someone behind that smoke, and still he's able to escape. Spinks gets out of there.
They want to disrespect this.
They're going to try to just pop through. Longs here, 3 players coming through.
Nice.
He does a great job of softening it up for Krabeni and catching 2 kills himself. And Spinks' departure from middle has no bomb possession. Foot right back to winning ways.
The way they set up these rounds, there's so much emphasis on Longs because he's anchoring. They know that these late rounds are coming back to be every time for Maus. And for a lot of these situations, he doesn't get support. He just has to be ready. And he's actually doing a great job, either staying alive, getting his kills.
Oh, we can do cartolები უეჭველი. Რაირაშ აი ძმობას გაფიცებ ხა ცოტა ვიღადა. აი რაში მოვიგებთ სოფლიო ჩემპიონატს ქართველები. ნებისმიერი რაღაც სპორტი რო შევქმნათ რა, აი რა სპორტში მოვიგებთ.
For now, Foot are kind of following them perfectly.
მაშინ მოვიგებთ.
It might be obvious if Maus try to change it up.
ეცხრა მომორევ შენია.
Be a lonely save here for Spinks.
არა, ვალონატი არა. პლატავაში უეჭველი. აი პლატავ გინებაშიც უეჭველი. ნძრევაში ვერ მოუგებთ კაცო. ნევიანი. იაპონელებს ვერ მოუგებთ ნძრევაში შანსია. ამ დალოვაში.
You could just feel that Lonx's threat assessment as a B player with a lot of responsibility in these last couple rounds has felt dead on.
Like, he knows when it's coming. He knows it's coming and he knows when. And he's so calm. He sees that flash go over the smoke, plans to dodge that one, and second one just in case. Doesn't overface on the peak.
I think he's a hard player to kind of put your finger on because we've seen him play it more passively, allowing Brolin to have to go around the column. It's like they know he's there, and if you really want to try to unroot him, you've got to go duel him. Brolin lost the fight 2 rounds ago. This time it's Lonx to just lean into it a little bit more.
Flashes for foot, better inside of middle. They've taken control of it.
You know, he flirts with this cover constantly, but he gets his value out of that commitment. Sets up the play, and now it's going to be Maus that have limitations. 2 Tech-9s, 2 Galils. And a daunting task as Foot stand 3 rounds from victory on Ancient. Cemetery, it's a forward line with the op, but the kind of position that if you miss, that Tech-9 could just take your head clean off.
I do like where Demon's playing it from, and Cemetery sensing danger starts to back up a little bit.
Goes a bit wider on the big box.
Ooh, some pressure on Demon.
Yeah, that smoke grenade in front of him. Players coming his way. Brolin in front of the line. Cemetery starts dropping utility. Demon needs the flash. Can't regain vision fast enough, but it's a sudden bump out of Maus. Much needed shot.
ეს ტიპი რაც შეიძლება მალე გაკიდეთ. აი ეს ტიპი იმენ აიღეთ და უბრალოდ გაკიდეთ. იმიტომ რომ ეს ტიპი ხევს გუნდს უკან. ძალიან ცუდი ავეპია აი საშინელი რა. იშვიათია აი აქ სიზი რო დაიმატონ ამის მაგალითად ეს გუნდი იფრენს რა.
There's these guns getting taken. They don't really have tempo control. And Op sits there. They don't know what Maus have done with it. They just have to take this one on the chin. It's a great exact. I mean, the pressure on Donut. There was going to be these 2 players on A. The CTs maybe want to have a little bit more map control. Fighting a little bit harder for mid would have taken that pressure off of their A players. And I feel like, Foot have been readying themselves for this A hit. They've been really rotating B heavy early. They've been calling out Maus every time. Now they put the op on this side of the map, but in each of these instances, they've... Oh, whoa. Weaver wins this fight. Nice. Doesn't look comfortable for Kerbeni. He dies.
To catch a second this round.
Maus really needed that. See, it's kind of right here because he was a donut player as well. So without anybody, again, stopping them from coming out middle or giving them that early warning system, it was too much of a split when the other team just has Tech-9s.
არ ვიცი, რამდენი ექნება, მაგრამ 100-მდე ექნება სადღაც რა. პატარა ჯუჯუს.
Coolio doesn't waste a second trying to jump on this to fix the problem.
არა. უზი ვერ არის ამაზე თუ მარცხა.
We got a tight opening game in an elimination match.
And it's nice to see just really good CS on, both of these squads, both having spotty performances so far.
It's a close game, but arguably some of the best Counter-Strike Foot have actually played in Stage 3. So we get full guns both sides. Nice easy round for Maus. Few losses. It's a comparable setup again over towards that A site.
Early tag on Lonx jumping across.
He's been a real problem for Maus on these B hits. So to get him wounded by the op shot, also now by the frag grenade. This is putting pressure on a B site. The Kerbeni decided to just move forward within.
Motion დაალაიქე და იქნება რამე მოხდება გახვედრე ფაქციაში ჩვენიანი
directions, and that's enough to get him to peel back. Now alongside Lonx, who for one of the first times has actually given up that long corner that he loves to play. You've got fire burning in front of Cave. Lonx and Kerbeni versus Zershin and Brolin. And the T's try to press in, but it's the CTs that sign up for the fight. Kerbeni versus Zershin, now he'll get the man advantage. Ever so slightly in favor of Foot. But for how long? Because Zelix has climbed up from middle. We've got a Molotov here for Kerbeni to replace that smoke. It's Jukes to now come and replace that death from Lonx in Cave. And this is the position that Foot looked to lock in with.
They know they want B. They put themselves in a spot to early rotate out to mid if they need to. But I think in the back of their minds, they want a bait setup where Mouse really try to punish them for getting a B player low and killed. Oh, and Krebeni still gets another frag. He's willing to kind of sacrifice himself for a fight.
And we see it twice, right? 2 pushes into the cave, this time into the lane.
He's a playmaker.
And with that, he establishes a 4 versus 2. Foot's B players just going to clear out middle in the meantime. Look to get that little bit of an edge, but it is going to be Spinks at least with 1 more frag. Torzi off in hand versus 3. Cemetery on the line has made sure that he doesn't cross back over the ramp. They know damn well they've got Torzi isolated on the reload. He dives. That one supported by Demon, who connects the headshot. Foot 3 players up as they'll go to their 11th round win.
I mean, it is excellent protocols, but it's also just like Krebeni. You know, like the way that they took that fight was not optimal. It was scary. Lonks comes in with half his health gone already to run forward through cave after they're establishing like all their safest utility, and this is just not what Mouse are ready for. And Krebeni puts himself in a spot where he's like, I'm getting swung, I could easily get pre-fired and killed, but I have to win this fight because I ain't leaving. And he just does it. So
we need just some confidence in both. Like, if you know what's happening, just believe in that and say to each other, okay? Don't overthink.
Love it. We get an example of it. That's the time right before this previous round where we then do see the confidence inside of Cave.
It's Counter-Strike. It's not chess. You know, that you get into imperfect positions all the time. There's still ways to win, and that's kind of what we saw.
We've sang his praise, both Coolio and Krebeni. Their ability to fine-tune. That's just such a perfect listening for the point they just finished making.
Nade goes a little bit far. Xertion walks past this molly. That's kind of tricky.
Something different with the triple red room push.
This might alert the A players.
3 sets of feet stomping through.
Die Shirley, right? I mean, Xertion doesn't actually know about him. But Demon's the one who might turn around. Surely Xertion clears this. He doesn't know he's here. He actually has no idea.
Cemetery worried about the mid play. Demon. Oh my God, at what point does he turn around? Now he's got him. Oh, on a silver platter.
He didn't clear it out.
Now everybody over towards CT spawn. Pressure's on Mouse. They're just corralled into the back of this bomb site. They want Brolin to bail them out. Go back the way of Foot on the brink of a 12th. 2v3. Mouse still trying to get back into this, but it's a late arrival. Brolin flashed in the middle of that. Cemetery hangs on to Donut, and it is active moves by Foot, and a missed opportunity by Xertion. He writes off the threat of somebody being on the other side of that A main wall, and it will cost Mouse dearly.
What's wild is the molly comes down, and then he walks past it. It felt like it because he knew he was wrapping somebody, but I guess he expected when the donut play was spotted that this guy in A was going to start walking back to the site to peek out. Didn't happen until way later. Doesn't take a look behind him. Definitely a free frag that could have changed the course of that round.
But
that does speak to Foot's comfort on this map.
Guys, I need us to slow down in the mid round, okay? Slow down, stop showing yourself, it's ancient, okay? If they know where we are, we cannot play the round, okay? Just slow down, let me call, guys.
Yeah. Starting to feel a little stressful in the Mouse camp. You could understand why. 3 map points secured by Foot. Tech9's all Mouse will have to work with. And it really has felt like Foot kind of rediscovering themselves, that confidence that Coolio called for on full display. They take control of the situation. And put some real pressure on Mouse to survive this now. Just trying to, again, topple this A side, trying to jump through. First player.
We got both A players.
We've got Spinks from inside Donut to try to sideline Krebeni, who's approaching this smoke.
Oh, he does crazy things, doesn't he?
Oh, the nade hits him, and so the Tech9 hits him in the back. And of course now rifles in the hands of Mouse. And it's Jukes from inside of the site, waiting for that Torzi overstep. Seemingly knowing he will flush him out. Torzi's gonna have to swing. What a reaction. 2 kills in's got the health advantage over Spinks. Oh, that headshot. An upgrade.
Ძალიან ცუდია, просто სიმეტერა მანახეთ რა გააკეთა, როგორ კვდება ეგრე Tech9-ით.
It's the A plays that have worked out very well for Mouse. They come in sort of light and fast.
End
up getting both players at the same time. Only one in defense. 2 Tech9 entries. Frustrating way to lose around if you're Foot. energizing way to win around if you're Mouse.
These A-site bombardments out of Mouse have pulled off 2 unlikely wins. That re-secures them weapons.
And they keep.
ორი ვარიანტი გვაწყობს რა. ან 9-ზიმ უნდა მოიგოს. 9-zim.
Searching call for slower rounds. Said don't show yourselves. Trades good from Brolin. Locks at Cemetery left here. Drop nades. And you've got Krabeni again on his own inside a cave, just kind of testing that smoke. This time now just crawl back behind the door.
They want it so bad, and Foot know it.
Nate goes over top, but because they left that dead space, now it's Mouse to reaggress, tucking into the wall-bangable positions.
And we have seen them try to participate in taking cave before, going up the ramp into B, especially in the slower moves. And Foot have always put themselves here in a position to punish just that.
But while Mao's remain back, it's Foot to just continue this activity, taking a glance out middle. This is going to open up blocks
to move. Worried about A.
We get the peek off the top of ramp. Krabeni just into the cave. We've had solid retakes out of Foot. And they're going to call upon another one. Flash finds it. Cemetery misses. Krabeni blind the whole time. 3 kills out of Mouse.
Oh, that Torsey flash. Krabeni ate it so bad. Couldn't even come to. Nobody gets that kill first. And it is the B play that works out. And
when they come out mid, they don't see a thing.
And Lungs for a moment is worried about the A move.
9-zis მოგება. ისე გადანაწილდება თამაშები საბოლოოდ, რომ ერთმანეთს არ შეხვდებიან ჩვენი გუნდები. თუ ერთმანეთს შეხვდნენ, უკვე დახეულება.
Alerting them at cave first.
Cemetery ძალიან ცუდი ავაკია, ის
one
საშინელია.
round of loss bonus. The cash is gone.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's a huge chance for overtime.
ბიჭო, ხულად კი არ გეუნებით ძმებო. მე რო ტიპზე ვიტყვი ცუდია თქო, ესე იგი რა, მე ავეპეთი რო ცუდია თქო, ანუ მე რა ვარ, ჯერ ავეპეთი, პროსტო რა უფლება მაქვს რო ვინმეზე ეთქვა რა. მაგრამ რა, რო ჩანს, რო ტიპი რო აშკარად ძალიან ცუდია რა.
Krabeni's on 3600.
აშინდა ცუდი არის. ამ გუნდს იმენა ზადნავს რა.
Nice supportive
utility.
Working
with
an op coming into this final round
of regulation.
The mixed bag buy forced out of Foot. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, 5-7 on Demon.
If I was Mouse, I mean, I would be thinking about going A again. All these low buy rounds earlier on in the half out of Foot, like there was, yeah, they're really leaning hard in this direction. But they've been trying to stop the B plays over and over again.
This is a change-up. Krabeni on A side.
Yeah, that's pretty massive.
His M4 and Demon's 5-7 up in Donut.
Push down and B though. They're trying to get the info. This is kind of a really brave, proactive move that might pay off for Foot. No one's here to respond to this. Mouse can't hear or see it, so if they move too slowly, they will live to regret it.
Another smoke out of the donut defense.
Rotația easy. Es rasaketeb demon.
Foot actually a little concerned that they might be going too far, falling into a trap. Going for some more natural rotations back through CT spawn, but it's still going to lead to A.
They would have heard that red room smoke.
Still
cautious. Somebody from Mouse would have overtaken this. You can see them clearing every single corner on this rotation to the A-site. But because now that they're here, Demon's been freed up to play the signpost.
Yeah, they're so right. They're so right.
Putting the defense in the right spot. Very active move out of Foot here. You take a bit too much time, Mouse, and now you've got more defenders on the bomb site. 4 members of Foot have positioned themselves correctly. Is this how it's going to go down? Activity out of Foot. Krabeni's M4 goes
nice. I agree. Ideal. Bravo.
Talk about proactive moves. Foot.
Farka, madloba, to nacisty skideo test pisana i tamashi
much needed elimination best of 3.
არ ვიცი, ვეძებთ მეც თუ იპოვე გამაგებინე. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის. ძალიან მაგარი თამაში იყო გუშინ, ეგეთი თამაში შეიძლება აღარც გქონდეს Majors და ეგ ეხავს რა. ამ stage-ზე რო იყო ეგ ხალხის გარეშე.
They didn't hold back on their eggs and bakey. Ash, Pimp, and myself here to tell you everything that's in this series. This 1-2 series, a very special and pivotal position for both of these teams.
როგორც გავიგე, კაიჩე რუსეთში დადისო გოგიტასთან ერთადოდა რა, შეიძლება იცნობდეს მამაშენიც.
Going back and forth beginning here, I thought football playing some decent Counter-Strike, a little bit more calm and a little bit more composed, to be completely honest. And then second half got a bit messy. I gotta give credit to Mouse for fighting their way back into the game, but also Foot started to show maybe some of the inexperience that we've seen a couple of times. I feel like they were overstepping the mark and then sometimes almost understepping, you know, in a sense where they got a bit scared. But then in the very last round, it's like they came back together and played with the DNA and played the footwear of Counter-Strike, where it's just proactiveness that, you know, whether you can argue it's lucky or not, they were proactive, they seek the information, they get to stack the right bomb side, and I think in the very last round they lost a combined of 25 HP to just close out the game.
I think it's not only that were messy here. I think Miles made so many individual mistakes. This was a really weird game. I felt like neither team really wanted to go middle for some reason. Kind of had A rush, B rush simulator. So it was a little bit of a weird game going on, but there was lots of individual mistakes.
And a couple of individual flashes of brilliance, perhaps, as well. Who sticks out to you off the page here from either side, Jacob?
I mean, there's a lot of players sticking out to be completely.
Nice. პირველი მაპი დაჯდა. იქით რა ხდება? იქით მორჩა ხო? ფინალი best of 5-ია კი. ერთი ეგმა მშვიდებს და ის კიდე. ვერ ვიცით. მადლობა ყველას დონაციებისთვის. ოპა, ჟორჟიკ, რა შემოსვლა იყო, ბებერ. მადლობა ძალიან დიდი დონაციისთვის. დღეს ქართული კიბერთიმი არ ყავს, როგორც ადრე მონასპა იყო და რა სიტუაციაა ვაფშე. ყავს ერთი გუნდი, ოღონდ ქართველები აღარ თამაშობენ, საერთოდ მილენიუმის ერთი ქართველი თამაშობს Space-ს მარტო, მეტი არა. ძალიან დიდი უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის, შენს და ყველას დონაციებისთვის, ჯიგრები ხართ, ბებო. გაიხარეთ, გამრავლდით. დღესდღეობით არ არის, არც ქართველი მოთამაშეც არ არის ბევრი და შესაბამისად არ იქაჩება და ტყუილი ფინანსების ხარჯვა არის ეგეც კიდე პლუს ზემოდან იმართლა რომ გითხრა. უბრალოდ ან ძალიან დიდი ფული უნდა გქონდეს, მაშინ რომ არ გადარდებდეს არაფერი რა საერთოდ. თორე ქართულის კიბერსპორტში ჯერჯერობით ფული ჩადება არ შეიძლება, სანამ ახალი თაობა არ წამოვა. ეხლა ვინც არიან 13, 14, 15 წლის ბავშვები ეხლა თუ დაიწყებენ თამაშს და გამომავლოდ 17-18 წელსაში უკვე კაი 3000 პლუს ელოები იქნებიან და კარგად შეეძლებათ თამაშიც და ინფორმაციასაც მიიღებენ თეორიულს. შესაბამისად უკვე მერე კაის გამოჩნდება და მერე პერსპექტივაც უფრო დიდი არის მაგის რომ მეც რაღაცა მოვხოდო რა მაგ თემაში რა. იმიტომ რომ ძალიან მინდა რომ ქართული გუნდი ვნახო Majors-ზე. Majors-ზე თუ არა International ტურნირი მაინც უნდა მოვაგებინო და დავამტკიცოთ რომ ჩვენც გვაქვს რაღაცის ნიჭი. და მთლად გუნდურ თამაშებში არ ვარ ძალიან დებილები. არც გუნდურ თამაშებში ძალიან ვიჩაგრებით ყველაფერში. გამომოჯეს უკან. არა ხო, კიბერსპორტის პლეიში ვერ გახვალ რა. ერთი თამაშებს თუ გაყიდი და ეგაა პლეიში გასვლა. ძალშემ ფული უნდა გქონდეს და ჩადოსო, მეტი არაფერი. ან Tier 1 გუნდების გარდა და Tier 2-ის გუნდების გარდა bet სპონსორი თუ არ ყავთ, ვერავინ ვერ შეულობს ფულს. სპორტ მსოფლიოზე ვისკენ ხარ? არგენტინა bro, მადლობა დონაციისთვის კიდევ ერთხელ ყველას. იგრები ხართ. მადლობა, გაიხარეთ. არგენტინისკენ ვარ, მაგრამ რატომღაც მგონია რომ ესპანეთი ან საფრანგეთი იქნება ფინალი. და მოიგებს ესპანეთი. ეჭობა კიდე მეორე მსოფლიო წამოიღონ ზედიზე და არგენტინელებმა. მაგრამ ის ჭუჭუყლაპიაც მეწოდება რაღაც პონჩი. შეიძლება იმანაც მოიგოს. მილენიუმი კვარასია. არა, კვარასი ყზ სპორტი არის. მაგრამ არ ვიცი თუ კიდე ფუნქციონირებს ეგ ორგანიზაცია. ცა მოვალ ეხავე მე ბარ მოიწყინო თუ ჩემოთ ორი ტამი. ბიჭო, ვერ შევკრა ბოთხკაც, ეგაა საქმე ოთარ. ანუ აზრი არ აქვს. ყოველ დროის ფლანგვა არის და იცი როგორი თემაა? ეგ ის თემა არის, კაროჩე მე რა, ფულს ახლა შოულობდი მაგითაც, ანუ ხელფასში ხომ მქონდა შოულები, მაგრამ უკვე ისეთი დონე იყო, ისეთი იმაში ვიყავთ უკვე, ისეთი ბუქსაობა მიდიოდა, რომ ეგ ფული უკვე აღარ გშველის, აღარც мотиваციას გაძლევს და არაფერი რა. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციებისთვის. მაგრამ თავისუფლად შეეძლოთ მოგება. თავისუფლად. იმედია მოიხოდება ახალი თაობა. ამიგრაში მოჯნოთ ჩეთერობა თუ მოჯნოთ, მაგრამ სამდე იჩეთერ. ვიცი. დახარ. ამ მეიჟორის ბილეთები ღირდა 300 евро ღირდა სადღაც სამივე დღე პლეიოფს 400 ევრომდე. აპას კიდე ერთ დღიანი ბანი უნდა გავუშვათ მეორე აკაუნტით იმუსაც მოვაგანებ მე 200 ლაიქს ავიდეთ ბარი აურა კაი ქალაქი ოპა 12500-ზე წავედით 500 კაციც და ავალთ 13000 გამომწერზე უკვე თემა უკვე ეგ უკვე ხუმრობა აღარ არის 13000 15000 გამომწერი და მე უკვე 20 კი კურტა კიდე დაადონატა ბოდიში ვერ დავინახე კურტ არგენტინას back to back მეც მეეჭება მაგრამ წურავ წელსაც ეკვადორი dark horse სერიოზული ეკვადორი ჯოიგენი ეკვადორი იქენი კარგად გამოდიან ხოლმე არა ზოგადად მსოფლიოზე მაგრამ როდის იყო ბოლოს მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციის როდის იყო ბოლოს ეგრე რომ მოხდა რომ აი ეგეთმა ნაკრებმა მოიგო რამე მსოფლიო აი ანდერდოგმა არ ყოფილა ხო კაი ხანი ეგეთი ისედაც 4 წელში ერთხელ ტარდება რა ის ანდერდოგი ვინ მოაგებინებს გონიათ რომ პორტუგალია იგებს სოფლიო ჩემპიონატს? მესი ბევრად ჯობია ხო რონალდოს? ანდენდორგ სოფლიო არასდროს მოუგია. 30 მილიონი შევიდა? კაია. ეხლა წარმოიდგინებ სოფლიო ჩემპიონატზე რამდენი შევა ყველა ბილეთით. ანუ ყველა თამაშის ბილეთით. ანუ კურსი წარმოიდგინეთ გეხვეწებით. მილიარდებს ხო არ ტყავს უეჭველი. სადაც სალამი შენს წარმატებები. კარგად დოთ შერავახ. 1950 წელს თუ მოიგო. $20 მილიარდია, ხო?
Turnaround moment within that first map where it felt like they started to play their game. That just classic foot in your face, confident kind of counter-strike that got them to this point in the major and could be the reason that they fight back and attempt their progression to the playoffs. Now, of course, we switch over and they've got Nuke in front of themselves, but they've also got Nuke on the CT side to start.
Yeah, I mean, they split pistols last game, and I don't know. I think they overall played way better. Miles had to win 2 force-ups to be able to even make that game close. And overall, like on both sides of the map, I was very impressed by Foot in terms of how they were stacking, reading, and also some good rounds in there for Mouse, but that's kind of the scoreline you would expect for Ancient. It's just been such a good map for Foot. The T-side delivered to what their normal standard is, where they normally start. And now that we go over to Nuke, it's Mouse's chance to respond. Definitely could go 3 maps, just because Foot won and looked great. I expect the reads to be quite as excellent as they were on Ancient.
Cross outside goes uncontested until Cemetery gets vision out of heaven. Just trying to drop Torji, but it is Brolin to try to slide underneath here. Ooh, Longs caught ya. Demons downstairs in the rafters. Oh, Zelex turns around, catches that one, 4v2. Make it 4v1. Torji still sitting here on 62 HP. As Jukes has got 4 players to get through, not going to happen. Mouse will take a T-side pistol to start their run on Nuke.
So far, Mouse have played this twice. They've got crushed by Furia, 13-5, but Furia, honestly, A1 form at the moment, and then they beat Legacy, very one-sided game as well. It's kind of up and down, but their wins are really strong. Once again, it's going to be a CT-sided affair for them. And they're also picking on the bot on the map pool here for Foot, who are on a 5-map loss streak on Nuke.
გერმანული ორგანიზაცია, მაგრამ ბევრი ქვეყნიდან არის. ბრონა, შვედია, უნგრელი, ტოსი. ისრაელი, უნგრელი და ისრაელი.
Otherwise they just become your permaban.
აქეთ ის უკრაინელი, კოსოვოელი, რუმინელი და ლიტვა.
Diagonal wall, and we've got Zelex to just slide behind this one. Totally given over. CTs are hoping somebody comes downstairs with this double up in lower tunnels. Also got a ramp set up, so to be honest, Foot are putting themselves in the right place so far. It's also just a matter of Mouse coming forward. They'll spot the boost. That's going to activate the pistols.
You might want to abandon this. Yeah, two's enough, and I think they know that someone was Turnpike as well. By the way the utility was used, rotation's always going to be very quick for Foot.
Zelex gets active, remains outside, trying to eventually get over to the heavens, where 2 CTs try to spring into action. A second drops into the backside. Zelex's climb up into heaven, if it goes unnoticed, which now it's been caught out, so the players on A have a difficult job. They're trying to hope that their teammate can keep them in here. Bomb has slipped down into the B site, where once upon a time Foot were. Very awkward round back and forth for the moment.
Does Zelex not know?
Now it's confirmed. These players had yet to reveal themselves, so now figuring this out. B-Plant feeling all the more comfortable as vent control is still hung on to here by Mouse. Zelex may have somebody coming up the ladder, but for now he'll dodge that threat, and it is Mouse to get away from what was 2 well-held choke points. There's still a looming threat that they test this bomb site, but it's a 10-second defuse.
Oh, wait. 10 seconds. He can actually get on it now. This has to be covered perfectly. Zelex needs to get downstairs immediately.
He's trying to make the run happen. He announces himself. 10 seconds, though. That's a long defuse, so it still comes down to the wire.
What?
Oh, no kits. What a scrambled round. Not once, twice, but thrice. The way they went up and down those vents.
Oh, that was just looking totally unwinnable. That had to be a 1% chance. Obviously, any kill from exertion here, and it's over. They somehow don't lose a single player and pull off a 10-second retake when they rotated to the upper floor.
Long's hoping for help.
That is a massive steal.
Whoa. That's a wrench in Mouse's works.
The rotations are so scary. Like, they're willing to full commit to them constantly. Yeah, I mean, they had vent mollied with 2 guys on the upper floor. Like, how did that even happen? Let's see if Kerbeni gets domed here or not.
Nate's
How'd that nade do nothing? What?
Yeah, came up short.
Oh. See about this one.
Materies, that's better. Which makes you think if that first one had really kind of stuck the landing.
They still got really good positions to watch all this. Like, it helps out Juke so much.
And also really good guns. We're talking about 2 free Galils and the M4s that they come into this one with. And well timed off the secret crazy for Benny mowed down quad kill.
What a ridiculous Galil spray.
Unbelievable the way he just bends him over. As in the bullets, bends over the bullet, bends the bullets over the stairs.
Yeah, he has a foot fetish.
He bends the bullets.
That's immortalized, Connor.
That's unfortunate.
Excellent spray.
Excellent spray. Bending bullets over the steps for the ace.
Nasty. And that was a golden chance for Mouse to immediately kind of clap back. But to be honest, with Foot's setup outside, like they even read this really well. That Mouse are going to try to do this the hard way with worse guns. Try to get into the complicated positions that in the last round almost worked out for them.
Screen tearing არ ვიცი რა არის და თუ ვიცი რა არის მითხარი. გატირებს ეკრანი, ანუ რო უყურებ გეტირება?
It's almost like the last round never ended. Right back to tuck behind red, this time just with less. Same nade. Roland's living through Groundhog Day. Because Krebeni's ace kept all 5 players up last round, Foot with a good advantage.
Nice.
Bomb slips the net down through vents to try to go ahead and beat bomb plant, but Demon's here to hold the cross. Not able to get it.
Oh,
Bombs planted. A little bit of extra money here for Mouse. Not half bad considering you come in with absolutely nothing, but Foot will also be happy that it's yet again 5 players standing.
Yeah, that's a nice win there for Mouse to get that bomb plant against all odds. But still, 2 rounds in a row, no deaths here for Foot.
He'll be equally happy.
Cash injection means they get all the utility that they want.
Mouse have to show us an answer.
Now Foot have the aim and they also have the setups.
Yep.
The reads are kind of crazy.
Got away with a lot of aggressive CT moves back on Ancient.
Oh, that flash missed.
It did miss, but luckily for them, they don't hard commit. Now, we've got Krebeni dead as Spinks spams him away through the smoke and the vent. So man advantage secured by Mouse before they ever have to show their hand.
Are they reading it correctly again? It's all of Mouse outside. No one is even going lower.
Mouse's first successful opening duel of the map. In the round they've waited for their guns and yet
doubled in ramp and going lower. This is perfect for Foot.
Such an easy fallback position, such an easy bait and switch. Brolin's not considering it. Good trade by Torji, much needed. But the man advantage just disappeared at 35 seconds. And now
it's going to be a lobby retake from the ramp here out of Foot as they realize that they've probably scared Mouse away from going into the left over. The bomb's coming in slowly through mini. This is actually quite a nice push.
Throw a Molotov behind them, Surgeon's back turned. Now all of a sudden the bomb is entirely cut off. Down to 10 seconds. Torji tries to block it. Clock here. No chance for Spinks unless he gets kills, and Demon's just going to hand him a flashbang, a death on a silver platter, and an excellent 4th round where Foot remain active.
This team's insane. The map reads that we're seeing, and we got to see them yesterday. That wasn't even half the level they're showing today, under arguably even more pressure. This is unreal, from their round 2 steal to the individual level to all the reads they had on Ancient to, again, this being at the bottom of their map pool. 5 map loss streak, by the way.
And today could be the day they snap it.
It's incredible. I haven't seen that many game plans so far this major that are working out this perfectly.
Ooh. It's Zelex to tiptoe into his death, trying to get away with just that smoke creep. Tech9's to still apply pressure, though. Brolin's looking to sneak in behind them, but by the time he arrives on site, covered from the rafters.
Are they ever going to lose a player?
5 players up still. Here comes
the
P250. Racking up a cost, but it is 5-1, the CT start. Mao's certainly feeling figured out. Cyclone's chance to try to fine-tune this attempt to break down this defense.
Yeah, they're totally getting ran through. And I mean, for Mao's, when we see their game plans usually, like you give a lot of credit to Cyclone. We know they've done an excellent job on that front. They've always been able to stand up to teams that show a little bit more individual skill than we've always sort of said that they have. But in a game like this, it feels like they're a bit of, that's a bit of Mao's. Like they're showing off all of their strengths, but also the mechanics of the top dogs.
და იმენა აურა აქვს იმენა სასწაულად ცუდი რა ტიპებს არ ვიცი რა მადლობა დონატის არ ვიცი რაღაცნაირად
we can understand every time we can win 2-5 every round no joke let's go just it's fine unlucky jokes
wow
we can win 2-5 every round.
Well, it's pretty obvious everything they do. I mean, what are you thinking about? I mean, I feel like you would want to just tell Zershin that into his ear.
Just whisper it.
Major's მოგების რა გიქრა, მაგრამ ეს თამაში მოიგონდა იქით მოღოლები რა შვებიან ძმებო.
He's proved it, man. I mean,
nuke loss streak.
Yeah.
Turns out some of that other opposition wasn't as easy to read.
What's crazy to me, it's like not even always the mid rounds. It's like even their initial setups have been great. Like,
yep. And we've been kind of singing that same song of praise since Ancient, right? This has been a real feature of Foot's best of 3 today.
Just feels like today's their day. Let's see.
Yeah, but
Demon's alone on the ramp.
It starts to feel realer. It starts to get harder. Demon doesn't drop the nade, doesn't fall back entirely, still just floating here, offers up damage. They jump into him. He drops bomb, and 2 bodies in the process, but we've already got a scrambled rotate downstairs. Gets a piece of Krabeni. 3v3. We've got a Lonks flank over towards ramp, but the bomb plant, it's just a fake.
They don't have control side or decon, they're getting scared.
CT's popped that door open, Zershin plants in front of it. Mao's thinking about going deep through single door, and that does catch Jukes. But he's ready for the fight now. Shows Zershin a step. Zershin connects. 3 kills to Zershin. We're looking for an X-Factor moment out of any member of Mao's, and Zershin's trying to step up to that task. Looking like a locked-in post plant, you'd think. Man advantage starts to fall apart. Torji lands the op shot. CT retake now. Long Scott another. And it's Zershin. Squad kill needed. Time's on his side. He'll put the gun to the back of Lonks' head and come up big for Mao's with a 4K and an overtake of that lower bomb site.
I mean, fully beast mode round. I mean, that's a 3v5 run to get every single entry back to back to be able to win that. It comes down to a 1v1 in the end, but it's all about Zershin. Started calling, it was his form that really carried Mao's to their best performances on what we could call a honeymoon. It didn't feel sustainable when we saw it at Astana, but his form kept up through CAC. And here's a glimpse of it. It's not been an overall strong major for him.
We were worried about that because as Zershin prevailed individually, some of the others on the team felt like they got hit by the drop-off.
Yeah, I mean, and let's be real, Brolin 0 and 8, and he's the guy they have to play with, obviously.
They fall right into Krabeni, who gets that one, and then the trades as they don't allow him to escape. We get this walkout from Spinks. Exposed corner of that upper floor. 2v4 now for Mao's to have on round. Jukes, I think he just saw that. Maybe not, because there isn't any actual movement downstairs. Here we go. Cemetery starts to peel away. Op in hand to try to post up on a line lower.
He knows he has time to get there.
Just enough util to try to cover the plant. Torzi looks for the duel. Opera reveals itself. There's still time to play around with another fake. But instead, Torzi commits to this. And now CT's to swarm this site. Zershin and Torzi very much not linked up at this moment. Oh, nice answer from Zershin. Takes a bullet to the head, survives it, comes up with one. Torzi's collected as well. Could be their answer. To fluster Torzi off the backside with the nade. Zershin's clipped another with only the 11 HP. Him versus Cemetery, who does have the kit. And as he taps that bomb, Zershin's gonna have to come out through the windows. Oh, he nails it!
Timing's beautiful here. A full house between him and Torzi. Another close for Zershin.
2v4 disadvantage doesn't matter to Mouse.
Wow, they dug so deep for that. That's well played to the end, out of foot, but even better out of Mouse.
Საიტის თავი დამოლა ტიპმა ვიღაცამ აი არ მესმის. საიტის თავი რატო დამოლა? როცა იციო დიფაულტზე კაცი არის, ავაკეთი.
It's not as if Foot made a ton of mistakes even in that 4v2 situation, but the trades that Zershin's able to get is right now incredible.
Surviving this headshot with a Galil.
And then Torzi waiting very patiently for his shoulder peek, and then Zershin moving into this position. I mean, the only thing they could have done differently was when they saw them cross, could have had a rifler move into the side. Because obviously Cemetery can't get committed to be with that op.
Major's gagetsura.
So a third round for Mouse. Krabeni trying to get away with it again, that forward spot, but at least Cemetery trades. Feels like nothing's come for free for Mouse. But that last round proved they can fight off the back foot.
Remember, Chachi რამდენი ემიგრანტი ყავს, აბა დაპლეუსით ერთი. უცხოეთში მე რამდენი ცხოვრობთ.
Exchange of nades here. It's only a Galil for Brolin up on Silo. Could make for an awkward fight versus this M4 in secret steps.
Lukacetში მენა რანაირი გემონება აქვს, ეს ყველაფერში ცუდია. Oh, gasuli qopila nakhewari chat.
Mouse fall quiet. We get this activity out of Demon. He's now inside of main, dodging flashes. Not the second. Cover. Nice. Making the most of the lesser gun. Main player just teases Lonks. And that gets him to bite into a duel once. There's two teams ready to fight back. Cemetery up in heaven's got the answer onto Brolin, but he just wants to save this op at this point. And Maus have now put money in the dumps.
Crazy spots. Mouse are finding all their kills. Like having secret, having someone watch mini, you wouldn't have asked for another setup out of foot to punish what was coming to them. But Zelix with 3 kills on this round. Perfect aim.
And perfect
spacing as they hit the upper sight.
I love that main shoulder jiggle. Just have Lonks kind of hard committed. Also a position Lonks has got value out of before, and a position you're not getting out of. So can't manage them all.
Now. Guys, you are flashing like I don't understand. No joke.
No, you don't need to speak. You don't need to speak. The thing is, guys, we are moving when we shouldn't. Like previous round 5v3, and we are not playing to kill the bomb. This round 4v2, we know one secret and we are waiting for him to come back. Obviously he will fucking go secret. Like let's try to understand where they are going and make moves, okay? Like just make, we know where they will end. We just need to fucking rotate there and lock the round.
I mean, he's exactly right. That was a round where Juke saw them go 2 down secret, only 2 left, and they didn't respond to it.
მაგრამ ძალიან მაგრებიც ვერ არიან რა. არა რა იტალიელებს ვაფშე არ ყავთ პროეჭი. მე ერთი პროც არ ვიცი იტალიელი.
Still they sustain these buys. No freebies for Mouse.
აუ დამავიწყდა. ხო გითხარი Discord-ში მომწერეთ.
Very forward angle here for Cemetery.
არა
tries to jump on it with the flashbang usage.
უყურებ. დაიმაუჩე ტელეფონში უყურებ. გამიწევი ჩატში გამახსენე.
What's on the A site? Nothing.
მადლობა დონაცისთვის.
Lonks up in heaven. He's got a teammate right next to him.
ძმაო, ჩვენ და იტალიელები თქვენებთ. რასაკეთებ, ძმაო, რატო, შვილო, რატო?
They were transitioning out of this setup. They found a moment to hit the upper floor. This is with 4 players A 4v5 excuse me, and they steal another one away.
You can listen to all the foot team comms and they can claim they know where you're up to, but this is a round where they do the unexpected, Mouse, and that catches foot entirely off guard. Man disadvantage in the face of that sight hit.
Yeah, it's been actually so impressive from Mouse, individual level and call.
Ay, მონღოლებიც აგებენ იქ ჩვენიერი, მადლობა მონღოლებსაც.
Insanely good.
You know, the second map of the series starts with some commendable actions out of foot, a nice game plan, a confident take on Mouse's attack. But Mouse have now officially broken through. 4-round streak on the T side. To hell with the force buy loss in round 2. They have recovered enough on the offense. Now they're starting to straight up outplay Foot.
მადლობა. მე მეუნება ორადიანა თუ ვისებაზრება.
Try to get through the money, but finally you've got CTs with just pistols in hand. Still the op on Cemetery, and we saw that opening kill.
მონასპაში ვიყავი, მაგრამ მაგათთან ერთად
In fact, only 2 successful opening duels for Mouse this entire half.
We got some fuck you picks.
This one extremely slow.
Poetry isn't შემოვიდა, Vitality's команда შემოვიდა და fuck you picks.
And Mel's expecting them on, you know, low guns to do something proactive. What happens when they're given the space?
Cemetery waits, hits the second target, and then into the backside. Just ready. That's why it's not too active. How about another recovery, though? We've seen it, but well-timed Krepeni slides out through that trophy pressure. Torshi's off, turns back around for the save.
I mean, they don't care anymore. At this point, they just want to think about next round. Torsi can't steal this back.
All right. Tries to press through, but Long's aggressive in through Hut will secure
another
lead here for Foot.
Wow, interesting. They didn't give them anything this round. They just waited the entire time for Mouse to make their move. And Mouse looked like they just didn't know what to do with all that space.
When you think about how active a lot of these foot opening movements have been, makes sense to kind of wait for the reaction to be made, but not this time. Foot cool their jets, increase their score. Move into round 12 with 2 stolen AKs and a buy in front of them. They put an end to the win streak of Mouse at 4 rounds, and now, unlike last round, it is activity immediately from Foot with Krepeni securing Squeaky Room.
Oh boy, that's just such a insanely powerful spot to get to, unseen.
Especially with Spinks being the only lobby player. Things could get sketchy here for Cemetery, but it feels like more often than not, he's been good for these outer pickoffs, and he's supported well. You've got a main player, secret support.
Who
actually now falls back. Diagonal wall, easy to open, but still no action out of Mouse. They pause.
Cemetery
just sends the bullet over their shoulders. 2-player ramp walkouts actually not being checked. Foot have foregone map control in this attention outside, but it's attention that doesn't net them a kill. But what's the wrap here? Spinks is actually headed lower. Zershin is still floating around in that ramp room, and the window's open.
And this is huge for Spinks.
This is gonna unravel Jukes. There's no way he survives this. Spinks gonna take his time for the kill, let the T's get closer, jump on Jukes. Now Demon over towards that single door. Oh, and they already catch the vent rotate as well. Mouse have figured this one out. Establishing the 5v3, all these positions catching you off guard, trying to dive the bomb planter, and they slip the net and take a chunk out of Foot with a team ace to close.
CS:GO-ს რეალებასა რომელი გუნდებია? NAVI Vitality ალბათ რავი. დათვის ლოგოთი თიმს რა ქვია? დათვის ლოგო Virtus Pro-ზე იდახი? Virtus Pro ქვია. Mongols მოაქვთ მეორე წეს. მეორე მოაქვთ მაგათ და ესენი მეორეს აგებენ. გამორდის ბაკო. ვერც ისე კარგად. საკმაოდ ცუდად მიდის. Tutti gundi არ არის, მაგრამ მოეგო გუშინ და დაგხატავდა იდეალურად.
Mouse with a nice answer after Foot came out swinging. A very active CT side on Nuke that felt like it was hinging on a great game plan.
მაგარი თამაშები გვექნებოდა დღეს გვექნებოდა Virtus Pro, Virtus Pro stage და NAVI Vitality გვექნებოდა და Spirit-ი Falcons.
A 2v4 to start a comeback and you go, oh man, you know, that team really misplayed to make that 2v4 happen, but no, what I saw was they stole it.
Yeah. Tori, I love the fucking cooling, I love the fucking passion, let's fucking work for it, boys. It's not the last map, I said it.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys,
let's fucking give it
our city on ancient was not good.
Yes.
But we can make a good nuke, right?
Yeah. Fast play, you want it? Here it is. Krabeni with a double headshot. Foot not wasting time, Torzi not wasting bullets. Oh. From inside main, he gets the triple. Said he loved the passion, said he loved the calls.
Careful.
Oh! Kill Torzi in the pistol with the answer. Felt like Foot had just blown a hole through the defense until Torzi steps up to plug it.
Yeah, that was, oops, a little bit of a free frag miss for Krabeni. Could have resulted in a plant at the very least, but Torzi, they didn't wait for that mini smoke to come up, and he got all these chances to shoot. Woo. Snap by here for Foot. No plant required.
Hex, Deegs, and a Galil. Two smokes if they want to put that wall up. Oh, nope, even one more. But you've already got Zershin over towards Secret. Keeping eyes on Demon, and he gets the first damage. So now Demon's hopes of getting that Deagle pick, damn near impossible. The walk up though, yeah, he spots Longs catching Krabeni too. That's the Galil down. It'll exchange hands, and there's Kevlar to go around. But still, just Mao's playing active enough to kind of take the idea out of Foot's hands. Worried about the cross, but it's a bit of a main test. As long as it gets overtime, still they pause outside of main. Torzi's down. Brolin's also getting popped by the Tech-9 at long range. This would be a 2v4, but there's only 3 Mouse members left.
Man, you'd think they'd be more scared actually about going upper. Mouse really believe that this is going to be a moment where they try to drop, but that's not the case. They actually moved into an upper site. Man, it's like they said, they seem to know exactly what Mouse are going to do. Look how confidently they're about to plant. They didn't even really clear the back of the site yet.
Silver lining on this one, you've got money, 4 foot.
And Cemetery, he might think about pushing through, just taking another risk here.
Right, he's found his timing. And as Zelek stares over towards Squeaky Door, Cemetery's got to stay active. He's looking for the timing. Oh, Zelek's good. Just threat assessment of that lobby flank. Now Juke's back sight. 15 bullets in the Tech-9, down to 12. He's going to get surrounded, and they're going to clear him up. And they didn't have a kit for this retake, so it had to be swift. They'll come through with it. Mouse extend their lead, only losing 2 players to the force buy of Foot, who now in the next round have to take a knee.
Really scary. Very nice from Zelex to get the... Zershin to get the 2 kills, as well as Brolin, who really wants to bounce back here on CT's side. But I can't help but feel like they've done enough. You know, I mean, there was a huge amount of pressure at the beginning of the half, but Mouse fought so hard to get back into the game. I mean, just the sheer amount of rounds that they got on T side, no matter how they got them, even if the starts were good for Foot, is just enough. Have way more confidence here on the defense for them on Nuke.
Hey, they do it again. With the bomb plant, it's a force buy. It's going to be light on utility. We kind of saw this at the changing the halves back on Ancient as well. This affinity to just keep the pressure on. Well, down you go. Just as quickly as you buy up, you're 2 men down already. We'll get the answer, because there always seems to
1
be
HP
one.
as well.
As Foot press the issue downstairs, we get Brolin's rotation over towards control. No, he just plays the open floor.
You run the risk if you want to play event, you know, to hold on to it. If not getting a kill and not having an extra guy that you really need to take lower.
We'll see what Brolin can get from this position. They pop windows first, door swung, Brolin, position now known. We'll see if Cemetery wants to get into this.
Benny's going up into heaven.
He'd love to draw Cemetery upwards, but you can see that crouch position in the back of the A site.
You know, it's very likely a spot like this that Krabeni just totally forgets that someone could be in the back of the site.
Yeah, that's what Spinks is hoping for. He'll see Zelek though, and Spinks, good awareness. This is multiple times now where Mao's, even with an advantage, you know, they keep checking the compromise spots correctly. We had it with Zelek holding the lobby flank last round in that slowed down moment. This time too for Spinks in heaven. And so Mao's 9-6 lead. And now surely this time Foot have to go for their save. We'll get a couple tools, Tech-9s, light Kevlar,
GG.
and a Coolio timeout.
So much pressure. They mollied that smoke on the cross, right? So they had it wide open. Not sure what you could tell them in a moment like this. Gonna have to come forward with the most creative eco that we've seen. Mouse are doing all the right things.
მონღოლები მოიხოდნენ იქითო რა ანგარიშია. აუ ესენი გვიჯვავენ და მონღოლები რა აზრია.
Fast push, 3 into the vent, right into Zershin's bullets. It's about a 5-second round out of Jukes. So to the wayside he goes. A couple players to test this ramp hold out of Brolin. So far, smooth sailing in Mouse's camp. He'll just hold on to his ground. Chew through 2 of them, set up the cleanup for Torji, and 4 members strong out of Mouse as this CT side gets dangerously close to a convincing victory in this best of 3.
Yeah, as it stands, there's just too many rounds that Foot could have won that they didn't close. They had a lot of chances in that first half, even coming into the second pistol. Like, that was a lot of good entries upstairs. Didn't shut that down, didn't wait for their smoke. Too many small mistakes that they'll have to think about. So unlikely that they were going to be able to pick up Nuke in the first place. But then all of a sudden, you know, 10 minutes in the game, it feels like they can't lose any rounds. Mouse have changed that story drastically. Nice shot.
One trade from Demon over main. Torzi's going to remain preoccupied with that one. A Cemetery insta headshot onto Zealot. One man and one man alone on the entry of the A site. This is going to be a very reinvigorating round for Foot because you just mentioned how this one had turned around. We're talking about 10 of the last 11 rounds all coming up Mouse between the finish and start of the two halves.
If they break him in this game, I'll just be in shock, honestly. Like, it's crazy how they just don't quit on their fast tempo, highly aggressive plays. They trust their entries, and they can suddenly, after this, win around that easily, coming into upper. All they wanted to know for that was that they had taken out some of the mini support, and that's it. They didn't really care what Torzi was doing. As long as his eyes weren't on the hut.
That'll serve as a reminder to Mouse that the job's not done yet, despite how comfortable the last 10 rounds felt.
Still gonna be feeling pretty good.
Just scary for Mouse that it can happen that quickly. You know, you built up this confidence, you feel like your game plan's all in place, and then you get that explosiveness out of Foot for an instant collapse of this A defense.
Yeah, and that's their offer, putting through, you know, 2 entries like that with rifle.
Earns it off that round. And we'll see just how quick they try to play this follow-up, but Spinks taken down to half HP. Looks like he wants to test this. He's taking control of the squeaky door. Jukes lets him know exactly where he is, but Jukes has to be careful because he's doing this alone. Oh, and missed chance for Torzi. Cemetery takes up the angle. He's going to win the head-to-head, but Jukes is under pressure, so a good lobby control for Mouse. They take over a portion of the map. They find Demon down to 30 health. They know that this wrap is a compromising situation, but Spinks remains active. Oh, Lonx is going to get blindsided. Good push by Spinks, not only for the lobby control, but then to go one further.
I kind of needed to, actually, because that spot was fine, but they weren't coming upper for the time being.
Mouse play this one with no fear.
That smoke's a little weird, but no, it covers everything.
Benny into main, Demon up above. Cemetery looks to join up with the bomb. Smoke grenade in front of Demon. You'd think this now makes it all the more difficult for him to swing wide and help. Insertion looking for duels and looking for a forward press.
Might be tempting for Demon to do something tricky. There needs to be some kind of risk here for Foot if there's a chance.
Playing with their util as Spinks doubles back to the squeaky door. Picked up by Cemetery. Oh, missed chance of the second. Insertion's been found out. Demon activates. Almost falling through into the stream of shots.
20 seconds, they have heaven control and the bomb on the site.
Benny looking for safety here as Demon offers him a smoke.
Rato!
He falls down into the back of the site. It's the exact timing that Zelix takes over.
He should just be walking out now. There's no way they expect him to be here.
Oh, the near lineup. Attention's turned. It's going to fall on Benny. 12 kills in. There's the headshot, but the trade's so good. Mouse remaining active every step of the way on this. It's a hard-fought battle, but the trade train goes their way, and they secure 11.
Dude, giving up heaven in that 2v3, I can't even believe they tried to do that, and yet it almost worked. It is 11, it is expensive, but it is still going to be another completely full buy with a little bit left over. And Cemetery was very close to hitting the easy shot here. Really put his team in a good position. T-side op impact like that is rare. Went out versus the op and gets the first upper entry. Like how? Too many small moments stacking up against Foot. Yeah. It's only because Mouse are playing so well. This has really just been a great couple of maps of CS, even though you hear the frustration for Foot.
You know, we zoom out from this exact best of 3, and I think Foot will also be frustrated they couldn't play this kind of a Counter-Strike in their opening games of Stage 3. You know, this is the kind of CS that we had high expectations for. They did have difficult opponents, obviously starting versus
ერია მარჯვენა ზემოთ შუაში მარჯვენა კუთხეში შუაში მარჯვენა კუთხეში stage 3-1-2 მატჩი ანუ ერთი მოგება ორი წაგება ორივე გუნდს
Maus also haven't had an open road. Damage for Spinks to have to stomach again.
Yeah, they needed him early.
Here we go.
Excellent.
They're hinging on this upper take. Gonna test the waters again, and sure enough.
Oh, now his position's useless. Like
Spinks on the ladder comes through.
Nice.
Back turn to Jukes already, and it is a slam dunk into the A site again. We saw it with the Cemetery double entry, and we get it, what, 2 rounds later?
They really do have the ideas.
They halted it in the round prior just to
make
not get redundant, but if it works, and you're facing a potential 12th round win for Maus, why not get back to it? And they do it with 5 players still standing. Foot are keeping the pressure on this second half of Nuke.
Saw a bit too much repetition out of Maus back on Ancient, and that was referenced actually by Kerbeni that it was really easy to read them and what they were trying to do. So Op gets punished. You know, that's actually kind of impactful.
These last 4 rounds now going back and forth. Maus sitting on 1 round loss bonus.
Yeah. No, they won't have an op this round, and they might not have another rifle either.
It's a force buy. They decide to go in on this. It's going to be 3 M4s, MP9 and 5.7.
Okay. Crazy spot here. I mean, could be a game-defining moment if Maus can close this down. But a significant disadvantage on the weaponry. An extreme speed here for Foot. Oh, vent control so early. And Torsi doesn't even know about it. Did he do that totally silently, or weren't anyone watching?
Oh, 3 players here.
Wait, surely.
Oh, skip this clear, Lonks. Oh, he kind of walks into it.
Oh, nice trade, man. Be careful about rotating vent if no CTs are anywhere near there.
It's going to be down ramp instead for Brolin.
It has to be, but it's actually possible they don't go lower.
Wow, he opens the double doors for them. Brolin playing out here. Smoke goes out, but he's got the wide angle.
Yeah, they can't steal for control side is what they're looking for.
Brolin has to turn from the flash. Kerbeni's got the confirmation of the spot, waits for teammates. No, tries to wide swing through that smoke, and now singles caught. Zelex going over towards control. And so they do still squeeze value out of this commitment. It was scary for a second, looking like Kerbeni's death would be in vain. Zertion to equalize.
That's kind of huge, you know what kind of threat Zertion is in these moments.
He's the player with the kit at the moment. Spinks buys time as he just pauses outside of the ramp.
This round could be everything. They're coming in with no kits?
No.
Okay.
And there's a matter of maybe picking one up for Spinks on the push down from the ramp as well. Bomb nearing that halfway point. Cemetery keeps just giving this a look, and now he's found it. Blindside Spinks. Zertion
nice.
Headshots back to back from both members of Foot. 3 kills for Cemetery again. We saw that critical rifle entry on the upper floor. He gets those trades going. They sweep out the economy of Maus. And now we could be looking at a tied game as Maus have to take a knee.
Insane that this is still competitive. And it's, again, Cemetery. I'm just so impressed. T-side op trades, combat opping kills, entries when he's hitting the upper site. Would have been so easy to miss, and then we'd just forget about it because it would, you know, we chalk it up to it being too difficult. Now Maus becoming USPs.
And 2 frags.
I mean, physics.
Just gonna...
Is this game a little too realistic or something?
Let's go shot gordevo da dzma.
Just gives up. It's a lot of numbers over towards that ramp, though. Look at this.
Actually still juggling them down here.
God, I don't want to pretend like Maus have a chance. I really don't want to pretend like
wait a second. All part of the plan. They have the HEs down in control side.
Way this works.
A lot of T's here waiting.
Players in front. Nate's great from Zertion.
Just no one to throw now.
Still sitting in the background.
Man, they had pushed up, though.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder about the timing.
It would have been beyond insane to read that they could have just sat there and just all thrown at the same time, wouldn't have? It was cool. It was cool.
Gonna go clear the back of the A site. Confirm Zertion's up. tap away, but Neil escaped for now. And Foot, nice and easy. Win. What could have been with those
yes, round we are back, right?
Also, why could the second player have just
I know they could ask for help. He wants to do everything himself. Calling, entering, star player, throwing all the nades.
I'm the captain now.
One round game is insane to see.
Interesting, huh?
For all the rounds that Mouse have won, for the winning that, stealing that pistol away, all the clutches.
Oh yeah.
2v4. It's unreal. The level that both these teams have shown.
It's proven to be a really good head-to-head. In a match that won't even secure you playoffs, but rather a chance at them tomorrow.
And Mouse have this gaping wound right now. They got to be terrified about the upper site and losing it.
Totally
that
can
work.
Yep.
Like that's one of the riskiest calls to make on T side, especially when you've got a lot to lose. But Foot have that in their back pocket. Anytime you don't know when Cemetery is going to bust out, get 2 entries. Jukes have done it too, so like.
It's like the kind of confidence that's afforded to them with a map win in their back pocket.
It really constricts your map. It forces you to use a lot of early grenades.
Long's tag down to 58. Main player eating flashbangs. They've got a lot of bodies on that A floor at the moment.
And Mouse are already so low on grenades.
I mean, in part probably because of that timing, the early conditioning of these hits.
Yep, they use their mollies early.
Get a smoke grenade passed over to Brolin. Him and Zershin, the last 2 CTs with said smokes. And still, 4 players kind of circling this upper floor in anticipation of Foot's move. Zershin blinded as they just get past him. Now Torsi's going to remain tucked into the locker room.
It's possible they just go up and above Torsi, which they have to be careful about because there's no one in heaven right now, right?
Bolstered by Brolin.
Is there anyone up there?
No, but there are still 2 players on that A floor, and they're trying to move forward because they're aware of that heaven wrap threat.
What are we doing holding on to hell if you don't have heaven?
Looking for a chance to pop onto this. You've got Spinks, who's played this back box before. We'll see if Foot remain wary of this. It's going to be Krebeni dead first as Torsi finally makes an activation down beneath them. Molly behind the silos. Just keeping that head low. Pops up at the perfect moment. Gets a bit of value out of it. CTs from inside their corners swarm and secure gets read like a book.
Damn, they had a plan. Not keeping anyone up there, really risking them to run over top, but they made sure to take out everybody else who was available.
Just pounce and then a pop up out of all these random positions.
Spinks took a headshot through that box with no head armor and still nailed his spray with full aim punch.
Great moment there for Torsi. He gets the 20 kills off of that. What was feeling like late, but ultimately well-timed activation through the hell window. Like a jack in the box, they just waited to spring at the perfect moment. You see this confidence from Krebeni. Why would somebody be peeking? There's 2 guys making noise up top. Freed up to close was Brolin. Let's fucking go! Will Foot revert back to that A-site slam? It's what's won them pivotal rounds so far on the T side, and they'll try it once more. Jukes comes through with the opening kill. Zelex backside, locked down by Torsi up above. It's all really that Foot had to work with on this attack. They try it in one final Hail Mary moment. And Cemetery, who's been tasked with AK entries as this roster's opper, is just locked in behind the vent. Zelex can smell him, and they'll shut this down. A 13-10 response on Mouse's map pick. We have to go to Mirage.
Yesterday against the Falcons, he was the star of the show, really showed up. So we have got that head-to-head, that battle that will be really important coming into this map. And Mongols have the mental edge. We know how strong this team are mentally. They don't necessarily crumble anymore with all this experience they've got picked up. And they're going to feel like, okay, we're the ones with the experience. Let's put the pressure on them. I would love to see the Mongols actually get a chance to have a decent start. They've just started in this hole the whole time. And if we can get a back and forth in the first few rounds, that's when the pressure for Monty, I feel like will rise.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If they start getting buried, we'll see if they are the ones who kind of drift out of this game and just kind of disappear. Going to be a tough task regardless. Whoever loses this is eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major. They fly home a little bit early. The winner moves on to tomorrow to play another best of 3 for your last chance at a spot in the playoffs on that legendary Lanxess stage that so every single player wants to get on.
Yeah, I mean, you make it to a major final last year for Mongols, you make it to a couple more major playoffs, but my goodness, it would be disappointing to not make it to the Lanxess. That's the one you don't want to miss. The Cologne Arena and Lanxess Arena is legendary even when it's not a major, and we got that extra major title on top. 10 years ago was the last time I had that major title. You were there, Jason.
I was there, yes indeed. I think I casted that grand final. That was a fun one. That was the simple one with That's old history. We got teams and players trying to make new history. Mongols going to be starting on the CT side. Mongols going to be starting on the attacking side here on Dust 2. Got some rock music to bring you into this one. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov for the Monty attack.
Yeah, and Monty, look at the rock the boat. It's going to be a quick play out long. Azul at the front. Goes quiet for now. It's the calm before the storm. And Zinho has been good on pistol rounds individually. He actually stuck around and stuck the landing. 2 headshots picked up and he gets away.
And because he sees so many extra bodies on top of the 2 kills, Techno's pushed upper. They know there's no one on the other side of the map. Good return back from Dimas. And now they still have to scale. Flashbang in the sky, dodged.
Yeah, Bimat's going forward, but it's 9-10. He connect that headshot after sending 1 back, but not enough. Kisme's had some great pistol rounds in this series today. This would be the best he's had, but can't do it. Cobra out from CT, nails him. Now it's going to be an opening round for the Mongols.
You might be able to recover that situation if Mazzino only gets 1. But going back to that second kill, feeling that confidence peak in that corner, Glock's not connecting their shot. Grabbing a second frag was just like, round's done. Good first kill, coming back into it can be sketchy, but just the fadeaway. His last bullet as he steps back around the corner. And Monty get way too whittled down on their pathing. So no plants. It's no weapons, no second round buy for Monty. That they'll bring into the fight. And they'll sit back as well. Time for a little conversation.
A little more action, please.
There we go. Now we're cooking. Let's get that heading into a map.
Yeah, no, that would be the major final.
Fიქრობ რომ ხორცი ძალიან მაგარია რა.
Chance for Gizmi to have a chat.
აი არ წარმომიდგენე ჩემი ცხოვრება ხორცის გარეშე, როგორ არ უნდა ჭამო ხორცს. აი ადამიანი რომელიც ხორცს არ ჭამს ჩემი აზრით ძალიან ბევრი აკალია ცხოვრებაში.
They were getting beat up all around the map. Mongols was taking away all their options.
And I mean, he's been getting a lot of praise, obviously, from the community. I think Maui's been calling him British Glaive.
ცუდი გემო აქ ცუდი გემო ექნება ბიჭო კონთი ექნება მაგას ხორცი კი არა ჩემ ცხენია ის ხო არა არა ხაშლამა მევას მეზიზღება ყველაზე ძალიან ხაშლამა და ქართლის ღვიძლები მეზიზღება ყველაზე მეტად დედამიწაზე აი მაგორ რაღაცას არაზუსტ არ შეჭამ არა ხაშლამა არატო ის ყაურმა ხაშლამა მევასება ყაურმა და ის რა ქვია ქართლის ღვიძლები
Yeah, their cash was at just an unstoppable
Ashla mevaseba da aqare mareli gadaigde egre.
You'd have had to win like 3 or 4 and they couldn't even get 1. So this will be the first eventuality for coming to pass here on Dust 2.
Ai khashits ar ვიცი khashits ar მიჭამე.
Smoke for the mid double doors for the cross from the CT side. 4 players on Monty going to head straight up short, but they're going to
იყიდება ჩაულები შეგიძლია შეწვა და ჭამო ქათმის ღვიძლები.
Got the catwalk control that you so often want on T side Dust 2, but they're not slowing down. Look at this. 910 is going to be on high alert.
Oh, Kababi out throw it's
more. It's got to be 910. Oh my goodness, what a great entry from Azul.
ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო Kababi აქვს ბერტაიმი რო არის. აზბეგზე მათმაო მიდით. მარტო Kababi საჭმელად მიდით და მე მე მაგრად მისწორდება მართლა მაგარი Kababi. იმ დღესაც ვიყავით ჩემს მაკაცებთან ერთად. მე ჩემს მაკაცთან მაგის მეუბნები ვიყავით. ან გაგვისწორდა იმ. მაგარი ქაბაბი აქვს ძალიან.
Cobra Zero now spotted. Gives me gonna tap him away. All 5 players stay up for a
Monty.
Okay, well that
put
the Mongols defense on notice. Just a straight walk up short with the smoke, the defensive smoke that covers it. Excuse me, that probably wasn't defensive. But they get to run the whole route without anyone seeing them, and there was never any indication that hit was coming. Techno's just having a little bit more of a
კომბო რა, კვერცხი უნდა ჭამოვეჭ, დღეში 4 კვერცხი ვეჭველი უნდა ჭამო კაცმა. ჰორმონების ის არის იდეალური. და ხორცი ვეჭველი უნდა მიიღო რა, საქონლის ხორცი ან ქათამი ვეჭველი უნდა მიიღო რა.
Try and take it out of 9-10's hands.
აი მოვიდა. მოვიდა დაუნდობენ.
Break and nobody home. Blind shot.
კაკვირა არის როგორ ხარო? არ არის, კაკვი არ ვიცი. No, нет, კაკვი.
Dodging all the bullets, a little tail end one to the ankle of Afro.
ამის მერე იწურება Vitality Bet.com და მერე იწურება NAVI Falcons.
An issue for the CT side. No kits as well.
Again, early cat control. Afro going to move forward. This time a trade coming in at least. Gives me moves through middle. Fight against Cobra Zero, but loses it. Just over a minute left on the clock. Now Techno's turn to step forward. Oh, great reactions. Brilliant accuracy and an AK-47 picked up off the MP9 kill.
Oh man, this is a horrible way for this round to start closing out. Gizmi, I don't even mind the play. Dimas just getting caught on that push. Timing just not with him whatsoever, so they move up into the own.
No problem, bro. თუ რამე კიდე იქნება აქცია რაღაცა და აბიჯო ესენია მანუ რა სისრია რა ხდებათო რა ხდებათო Rainwaker გადი იქით რა თავს ნუ მაგინებინე ბომბი ჩამოგივარ და ბებე
You see him shake his head too.
Like, oh, the chances now dwindle. Flashes, no smoke.
Oh, I think part of the reason why he's shaking his head, he would have used that smoke towards CT spawn if he had known exactly where the bomb was.
So yeah, he realizes he can't even go for it. That's so frustrating for Rainwaker. Hit some great shots there to keep it going.
Yeah, he definitely did.
9-10 gets back on that AWP, and that's Mongols back to winning ways.
Let's see, how does a bomb drop? Lovely from Afro. I don't know that activation 1 for 1. That one was okay from Gizmi. This is unfortunate timing. And even with a lovely shot into the A bomb site, recovering a 2 versus 4 always going to be a difficult thing.
Well, we've been waiting for, right? We've got the back and forth starting, and it's not one team just like going out and taking a strong lead and having to come back into it. Now, Mongols could do that. That's still on the table, but Monty have a good play this year. They can try and answer back. You know, you've got Mongols money in a tough spot still. They don't have a lot of reserve cash. Azu quick out long, some speed in his calls from Monty.
Okay, so Afro gave up the angle watching middle to go throw a flashbang out towards long, so he missed 9-10 transitioning into lower tunnels. Never spotted it, so Rainwaker's got to be really cautious. That'll be information that he has that nobody was looking.
And 9-10 sharpening up his posture, getting ready to react.
And Mizinho sees the middle of the map. Moved into the upper tunnels as well. Gizmi rotating back from long A. They've got Azu in position to throw a little bit of a fake, a smoke for the cross. This leaves Cobra Zera alone defending the B bomb site.
9-10 starts to peel away.
დაივარში შოკიდევა. მარტო ჭამი ძალიან გაგიჭირდება. მე 2 თვე რო ჭამდი 5 ჯერ დღეში ვიმატებდი 3 კილოს. აუ დაეხმარეთ ჩვენს მასა.
And now Monty moving in.
Oh, that Afro flash negated him perfectly. Cobra's going to be forced into a play, peeking for the headshot angle. Teammates gone.
ჯერ ავეპე ვაფშე რა პოზიციაზე ყავს. სადგას 9-10 აიმენა.
Retake duel, they hide into the smoke.
Oh, they've actually moved forward here. Mongols taking a risk inside of the smoke, but Nzinho's got the kill. Rainwaker watching. Not spotting, not taking a kill until now. The headshot's in over the top. Blitz runs forward. There's a second. Blitz unleashes with a hero play. And Azu, who was over at long trying to fake it out and pull the rotations, is now into the clutch alone. He's got some time to work with. He's got Mzinho low. But now he's been spotted. 10 seconds. You have to go for glory. You have to go for the kills. Azubu out into the open, and he just can't take down Blitz. Out of Blitz, and the Mongols steal it away.
Yeah, I mean, the lurk inside the smoke is crazy. Okay, Gizmi starting to have a tough time trying to work this one together. Elimination in the back of your mind as well. You just had a brutal Inferno game. and you're trying to piece this offense together for your team and get them in a winning position. Did a good job here, just Mongols make the better play. 2 inside the smoke, making moves. You're looking elsewhere, you're looking for the next, and someone pops out of the smoke with the SMG. Perfectly done from Blitz. Back to what worked in the first round, which is streaming up short, streaming up catwalk. This time, though, no rifles, just pistols. 1 AK-47 on Rainwaker is the only weapon they have to open this up, and he has to challenge.
Blitz sending the grenade. Short, look at that heavy damage done towards Bimus, Afro, and gives me Zinho cleaning up the rifle, moving out. There's absolutely no hope in this round. Blitz can't do anything. So that's 3 out of Zinho, 5 for the Mongols. And that back and forth we were talking about being a possibility. Well, it's gone. It's Mongols taking control of the early game and piling the pressure on Monty.
Yeah, now it feels more like that situation that we discussed, where it was that Mongols from the second half of Inferno just comes into this third map right out of the gate. You know, we're seeing that it's maybe it is starting to look like a slow start for them in this series, dropping that first map, having a tough time getting ran over. But now that everyone's here, everyone's woken up, you start to see some sharp shooting. Blitz making really good impactful plays. 9-10's off doing work. Zinho with some beautiful shots, the triple kill and the pistol. Now he gets a good sequence and multi-kill here in this previous round as they try and stream into the A bomb site. Everyone playing well for the Mongols.
Guys, let's try connect pieces a bit better, okay? Like I'm like Common, we're gonna go mid B, and like just no one's reacting to anything. There's also goes for everyone on the map, like everyone, okay? So let's try connect.
He already wanted the Inferno. He said nobody plays sticky. Is, you know, move, do things, get around the map, and I think that's what he's referencing here, is just nobody reacting to anything, nobody being proactive about the situation they're in, maybe frozen a little bit by the intensity of the consequences of a loss.
Pressure's only going to increase more and more. Mongols pile on this pressure. You're 5-1 up already. It's going to be your last map at the major if you're Monty. You don't want to go out on a wood
Trying to follow in the footsteps of Thomas and into the breach. Another UK game leader with an international roster.
Prime into the breach.
Prime into the breach, excuse me.
Ready to try and break through. Monty going for the B hit. Cobra saving his teammate there. Techno's going to be finished off anyway.
There's money left in Mongols. They don't want to risk it. 3 versus 4 to get back into this B bomb site. They'll come investigate. See if a mistake is made. See if Monty offer them up any freebies. They do have 2 kits, they do have some utility to spend, but Monty and really strong. They're going.
Oh my god, they just go through the fire. It's a crazy play, and it hasn't worked this time. And they won't actually save anything.
Those are the kind of rounds I think that make Mongols feel like they've been so up and down. That's a save, I think, 9 out of 10 times for most teams.
I like what you did there. 9 out of 10 times. Yeah. Not bad.
That was most definitely planned. Timeout for Mongols as they talk things over. But yeah, with that kind of, I mean, taking that sort of a risk in the 3 versus 4, you're saying, you know, we caught him off guard in the previous retake, let's go for it again, but you lose so much. You even lose the AWP at the end of the day, so rebuying here, nobody has money any longer for Mongols. That decision to go for the retake has put them at the breaking point in terms of their economy, and if you're Monty, that decision to go for the retake has opened the door for you to get this game and this map back to being close, to make it a back and forth affair. Lovely job from Bimas with the 2 opening kills. Contested situation, difficult situation, he finds him.
Well, he was pleading with his team to connect, to get together and hit the B bomb site.
Yeah, no one has to be coordinated when you call for that kind of a hit at the B bomb site. Just a massive number of bodies. Good shot from Afro. Blitz tries to make the run. Picked off in a rare 5-on-4 in this third map for Monty. Oh, make it a 5-on-3.
And yeah, look at 9-10 flying back at his chair. The money's on the line here for the Mongols as well. Monty can fight their way into the start of this half. You've got Cobra getting aggressive. Rainwaker in the corner. It's just so easy for Monty in this round. Techno trying to be a little bit of a threat at least. He'll pull 1 kill back. But you've got all the time in the world and a 4v2 to make happen.
Yeah, but don't do this. Don't do this.
No. Gizmi's out alone. Mzinho holds the trigger. Holds the trigger.
Well, they're all coming back, so the longer he waits...
Oh, here's the steps. No. This is awkward now for Mzinho. He's going to let Gizmi go. Nimzinho turns around. There's the kill. Oh, Gizmi's able to get back to it. Nimzinho, it's a nice try. It's the only move he had, but Gizmi makes it awkward going ahead of his teammates. He wanted more. He goes for glory. Now Techno is going to be mollied away back into CT spawn.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and be super critical on that. Just, you know, there's a couple different ways he could have played it. He takes the kill. They probably don't come long. You force him elsewhere, and then you can still play the round in a 2-on-3, which is recoverable.
But either way,
I think with sensing them coming back, the other decision is maybe to tuck into blue box and just get into a really sneaky position. It's hard to piece that together when his mind is saying, we're in a 2-on-4 and I need to go for the win here.
Yeah, now.
Could have been so cool.
Yeah, he was right there. He had that opportunity right there. Those are the kind of moments that are going to be frustrating. You know you've got yourself into a good spot, but you know, getting back to the blue bin would have been impossible in Mzinho's head because he hears the steps are probably already in the long house. They'll see him go back, and he's got nowhere really to hide. He's just in an awkward scenario there.
Crazy shooting this round. Look at this shot from Azuwu. He gets that last one as well, just that quick. No chance for 910 to even react or pull the trigger. Rainmaker hits this banger just as Code returns the corner.
Yeah, that
is a super frustrating round for Mzinho. Knowing that you've got one free one right in front of you, so many ways he wanted to play that, and obviously went the complete wrong direction. But
yeah, I think he's being a little bit harsh on himself, though, right? Like, that's a tough situation to pick the perfect play, and I think, if anything, you should be frustrated about the last round going for the 3-on-4 retake, because that's what sets you up to be in this situation where you have 4 USPs and a 5-7.
Yeah, I just don't like that last round at all. The retake attempt is just too much from Mongols. It has cost them their economy here, and it's cost them such a strong lead. Let Monty settle into the game now.
And bring it right back, 5-4. Lead is cut to 1. And you've got Monty now stringing rounds together, 3 in a row.
მონღოლებმა თუ გამიტროლეს
absolutely must win that fight. Focused entirely on his crosshair. Demon helped out perfectly, got that deep angle on mid, and Torzi knew if he made that round go on too long, it would have got out of hand.
Another force right down to the bottom dollar out of Maus. Both these teams showing an affinity for this early pressure, but it comes with a demand.
Just kay tamashi გვაქვს, ნავი Falcon-ი კაი თამაშია, ბეთბუმი ვიტალიტის კაი თამაში იქნება მაგრამ.
Made short.
ურიამ რომ მოიგოს Major-ში.
Jukes, Kripeni, and Cemetery out top middle.
A little bit towards how it felt on Ancient, where, you know, even on Nuke, we saw that the reads were very good for Foot, and Kripeni seemed like he was just saying, you know exactly what they're going to do all the time. Didn't expect to see that on Nuke, did. Would expect to see that on Mirage.
Jukes aggression. Damage sure, but a lot of bodies here, including a player still unnoticed. He got a triple in the middle of all of that, and they strike. How did he do that? Backed in from Market, slips the net as numbers there for Foot. They get obliterated by Torshi.
Oh my goodness.
What is that?
They took out Get Right. They got one guy at bench as well right here. Jukes with both, and somehow Torzi gets 3.
Nice! Let's fucking go!
What a hold by Torzi.
Ferocious on that market push. Foot looking to get right back to it with this Kripeni creep down con, but Zershin's got his number in this position. But just an all-in. Out through ramp, they'll emerge. We've got 1 kill at least. You are looking for the bomb plant here, Cemetery.
Let's see if the nades come over. They don't actually have any HEs to stop this plant.
That's weird because there was also a flashback queued up by the other Foot players. You'd think he would have wanted to wait for that. He tries to take it into his own hands on a weird timing. M4 now down. Jukes can grab it, but he's got 9 health to pull off this unthinkable.
I mean, surely he doesn't hit this. Torzy would go wide, right?
Arguably unwinnable situation at this point. We've got defuse kits on Mouse. We've got a second round secured. Torzy lighting a fire under Mouse. Key in this next one as he yet again finds the multi-frag.
Foot always answered back with buys. This time, though, even with that plant, gonna have light upgrades. Crazy they even managed to pull off a bomb plant with the attack that went in, especially after that connector part of the split got caught on the smoke walk. Couple deagles coming into this one.
Missed window smoke.
Missed window jump.
3 players floating on the other side of that. Suddenly utilizing it versus foot. Nate's well placed. Benny hunted down. And you very quickly flush foot away from top middle. Good map control. They're going to just go running over to try to get this bomb moving in. Obviously, Mouse, every advantage you could imagine here in the 5th round of Mirage. Including now a 5 versus 3. Very vocal and excited over the prospect of shutting Foot out of this game. Riding the high of his own individual moments. A 3K as he senses Cemetery over towards Palace, looking to keep Mouse amped. Torzy off to the races, 10-2, 5 rounds in.
I'm loving this. We could definitely get fireworks by the end of this match. This has been quite a show. Torzy with a 10-2 start.
By back for the Foot side, put back by that 1-4 successful out of Mouse.
Spend
this constant threat of top mid as Mouse have been happy to just kind of sign up for it ambitiously. This round no different.
Da iligis major რაც იყო Cloud9-მა რაც მოიგო, ეგეც არ მაგარი major იყო. გეუნები ეგრეა ესე იგი რაღაც გინდა. მე ვხედავ მაგას.
Nate finds no damage and we get this Foot group up inside of the apartments, but that's a fresh smoke grenade put down in front of them.
It's a fast call though. Like I think they know they have a timing right now. They really want to try to capitalize on it. 3 in connector looking to take over mid, but it's all going to happen a little late. I can't help but feel. And Jukes is just going to feed into this.
No one
in the back of the site in B.
Just that one set of utility into the A site. Brolin, long range. Gets Demon down by half. Spinks, it's a 1 and done, and Brolin's finishing what he starts on that first entry attempt by Demon. But as he goes in for a second duel, he'll lose out. Numbers even, 35 seconds to spare. It's a well-covered bomb plant. And it's Zelex to try to get far removed, but he gets found out. Good presence of mind from Sershin, who had given away the position by throwing that util.
Smoke actually gives Krebeni a way to get into the market, and Lonks is in a position you would never expect.
Never
He's gotten out through that back app's door. Oh, caught by Krebeni. Fresh mag in, 50 health versus 50 health, and Sershin with a nade out. Oh, it just goes a little too far. Krebeni's able to get out through the windowsill. He swings in on his terms, but a little too soon. Sershin, hands on the bomb. Another critical multi-kill coming through from one of Mouse's members for the 4-2 CT lead.
Yeah, ends up being a fake tap, and if Krebeni didn't go for the swing, would have won off a time. Very nicely done here for Sershin, and also the Cap players, who everybody on Mouse got kind of caught off guard by the timing of this attack.
Вообще არ იყო, გამბიტი вообще არ იყო ფავორიტი. გამბიტი вообще არ იყო ფავორიტი, მაგ ასტრალიც იყო ფავორიტი მაგ მეიჯერზე. ასე სახე გამბიტი იყო ყველაზე ანდერდოგი მან. вообще ანდერდოგების ფინალი იყო მაგ ტურნირზე.
Nate going well past Krebeni.
Trying to play this timing again, but they're going to meet Brolin up close. Oh, they pop on it.
აუ ეს კრაბენი ბიჭო როგორ მაგეზიანებს რანაირად ყდებატო.
Let's see if Spinks is going to be given any more kills. No smoke comes his way this time.
Even outside of the window to the right.
Spinks-ას ჯობნის. Spinks-ას აჯობებს შელარკერობაში თუ რას ჩალიჩობ რავი.
How do they get in? Well, they try.
This rep ჩალიჩობს, ცემეტრა რასაც ჩალიჩობს. Ბიჭო, ცემეთ.
Also down to half health. These Desert Eagles and a Tech 9 trying to set up longs to maybe be the difference maker, that one M4 they hold on to, and it is going to be him to catch Spinks on the cat retake.
Insanely good cover out of longs.
Door push comes through, 2 kills back Mouse's way. Still enough time for this defuse, and it's not going to be coverable by Jukes towards Cat. Get on that defuse.
Oh, they got it.
Catches him on the crossover, and with lesser guns, Foot give Mouse something to think about.
Another insane display of micro, honestly, from everybody. They find the way to get into the B site, even with worse guns this time, get that bomb planted. Mouse need to get that under control because Foot are using that over and over again. Brolin trying to time this peek up, that cost him. They knew exactly how he'd be holding that. And right here again, like, knife's edge every moment. And it's Longs' kill when they're on get right, about to swing, that he goes deep enough from his spot outside of the market to make sure that he can defend his teammate. Every CT round is gold. It's been a very CT-sided Mirage at this major. Letting rounds like that slip is exactly how Mouse brought back Nuke. Spinks seeing everything here. There's no one actually close to the boxes. They don't need to molly it. He doesn't get cleared in his spot. The opening move for Foot.
Spinks audibly falling off
that huge. He's just made, I mean, he's got so much info on his side. He's calling out they don't have a lurker here 100%.
Zertian's still a bit worried about that underpass crawl out, but obviously we can see not going to be an issue for this mid play out of Mouse.
And they're telling the A players just get ready. It could be B, you know, because Foot have already shown that they can win over here.
Torzy, caught in transition. That scope on the right angle just moments earlier. He still has cover here playing off triple. Zertian now from
sandwich.
Bolstering this side. Zelex trying to fall back into a different position, but that one also set ablaze.
No, he's missing.
Shots. Torzy's lost his support. Third kill collected, at least. But with it, it's 3 members of Mouse dead already. Spinks' fast activation on the flank. Cemetery, great presence of mind.
So early to come in and check that flank, but they had already done their due diligence. Cleared out the entirety of the site, got that bomb down swiftly.
Roland survives the duel versus Demon, looking to take another test towards this site. Bit of damage in on Cemetery. That's going to have him flustered off of the angle. Opens doors for Brolin to push in here. And there's a kit to scoop up right next to him. A smoke in front of Cemetery, but he misses his nade. And now that's both confirmations confirmed. Positions confirmed. Brolin just
doesn't get the odds.
Yeah, he's going to get out of here. Just tries to run for the hills.
And Krabetti's coming for him.
Oh yeah, we've got a chase on for Krabetti, and he just survives this.
That's close.
Brolin lucky to get away as Foot tie this game up at 4 rounds apiece.
I mean, it's a nasty attack out of Foot. And honestly, like, Mouse had so much information, but what's in their memory was these last 2 rounds that it ended B. They didn't have the push on upper. They had to keep that in mind. I think in the back of their mind, they were sure that it was going to be the A site. They had the op over here. They had Sandwich with a very committed spot.
2 stop shots, though, out of Torzi. For somebody who's sitting pretty 12 and 4 top of the board for Mouse, that one hurts.
And if they didn't move that fast, Spinks would have just been the one to win the round. Whoa, this is crazy and different.
Different change up to both sides. They go down. 3 players con. Cemetery, great cover. But what about this 2-player push up into the ramp? Make it 3. Zertian thinking about doubling back. Looking to just not get caught, but oh, Zelix feels a little everyone dies. That
oh
is
my
an awkward
goodness. These guys are fierce, man.
Foot sensing blood in the water, pounce into an A-bomb site. Keeping 4 players strong and taking a lead on this T side for the very first time on map 3.
Look at the dead players on the map on CT side. 3 on the ramp and 1 at the top of connector. You see a map like that, you think they had to work hard on this to slowly get a default. No, that's 1 kill, all walking down into connector, killing Torzi, and immediately splitting on the site.
It's pistol conversion for Foot. 4-round streak from Mouse takes it out of their hands, and now they've earned it back 5-4. And they earned it in a round where, like, you see Mouse doing something different at the same time Foot is, but Foot's tempo just looked electric. And, you know, that moment where Zertion's trying to get into triple, but not exposed to Palace. We see that from a top down. It feels like Zelix doesn't really kind of gel in between those moving parts.
You can tell that they just think that they're going to have a couple extra seconds, so that no way Foot's going to come out here without getting a little bit more information. Well, they're wrong. They just are so confident.
And unfortunately for Maus, they're poor. Sub $3,000 across the board. That 1 hero M4 on Brolin. We'll see how they try to weaponize him. But you can just feel in the nature, the tempo, the pacing of that last round that Foot know they've got control of the situation now. Just don't fall victim to the pistols. An elimination game at stage 3 of the major is the worst time to start making those mistakes. Just ask the Mongols.
It's happened in this game too. Neither team has been perfect in that regard. Miles will probably try to want to draw some confidence from that.
Pistols to surround Brolin.
Dangerous moment. We see setups like this. If there's only one Palace lurker, if they get pushed, suddenly an A-ramp attack is not that strong.
Cellx first, then the M4. Oh, M4 dead first. 5-7 also cleaned up. Juke survives 2 HP. That's lovely stuff to start this. Still a world where the Deagle catches you off, but with missed shots from Spinks, you'd think this site gets shredded. You'd think. AK damn near delivered. Little stairs presence at a Torchi found out. Kribeni just gonna slam this round home. And Zertion tiptoes into an unwinnable 1v4.
I mean, Jugs just danced around them. That was really nasty from him. Again, no support on that, and the A-ramp play was coming, if even gone for 1-for-1.
მადლობა ილია დონაციისთვის, მაგრამ ნავის მაიკას თამაშობ მას ნავის ფანი გავხდები თუ არა ვაჰაი
trying to get out of Tetris is already hard enough.
Yes.
Totally unlocks their ability to scale, kept numbers high that entire time.
Davai Navi.
Zertion
Davai Navi
gets hit in the head through the wall.
Found you. Taken down with no frag. Just the 1 death on Lonks. Foot can certainly stomach that, being 2 rounds from a close here on the T side.
Met their quota.
Everything beyond this point puts real pressure on Mouse's second half. Rolling with a shake of the head. Unfortunate he can't get any value out of the only M4. He's actually the first player to die, in fact.
Ivan, Castro, tu is mochta ra khia.
Just gearing up for another ramp exit. Torzi of 2 mines as the CT smoke blocks off Palace. He'll blast Lonks out of this one. Again, Lonks a casualty.
Yeah, they desperately wanted the instant trade. There's no one within the perimeter of the site at the moment. They're trying to deny the push as that missile smoke comes out.
Benny gonna take a look towards this B site.
It's
not too far committed that they couldn't get over here, but it's a long journey for this bomb on Cemetery. Yet he starts to make that rotation happen.
They don't see anyone flanking, which is one thing Kribeni can't cover, but he's now not seeing anything, so it does make sense. And they'll slowly pull Jokes as well, but they gotta make sure that they still have a thinly veiled threat of taking the A site, otherwise the CTs will also move over.
Starting to understand what's up. Cemetery still in T-spawn. They're so cautious with their lack of mid control, but look at this.
It's a dangerous game to play. It's a very dangerous game to play here from Kribeni.
He's gonna let him
go. He's letting him go here. He's gonna pull him over. He's still got some time.
Oh, keep an eye on this, but as that Sphinx play gets closer, enough's enough. You at least bought time, right? Try to get extra time, not necessarily an extra kill.
Cemetery stays in the window.
Good.
Easy kill.
Lands it just on that closest rotate.
Drop the bomb over to Jugs. Now they have full control of the site.
You see a moment like that slip through your hands, end up not going the way you want it to, trying to overcook, but I think Krebeni plays it to perfection, just buys time for the rotate to get closer, and as you got Sphinx into the market, it's in that moment Krebeni wins this round.
He's a playmaker, man, and he's the one who claims they have a good read on what Mouse want to do, that it's obvious all the time. Well, he has consistently proved it, to be honest.
Nice,
and he's not even really looking for 2 kills, just as much time as he can delay. One and the site, and you have like E-Box controller bench, or you know you're sitting pretty. Wow, even dying while saving.
Oh yeah. This round winds up being another added to the pile where Krebeni's just gonna say, I've got you read like a book. He said we could win every 2v5. We know exactly what you're doing back on Nuke. Map they barely lost despite a 5-map loss streak.
They can't slow him down, they can't scare him.
Benny milked that for all its value. Cemetery as well, making it easier with the insta-kill. Such a confidence-building situation to find yourself in as well.
Yep, an A attack where you get clipped off.
Yep. That whole 20 seconds, Mouse think they're still in the round. All while Foot know they've got it in the bag. So here we go. Last flash of Mouse's defense. They sign up for the mid-fight. But he's got a teammate at least to save him for the time. And now Brolin active off the catwalk takes us to the 2v2.
Yeah, reloading in the smoke gets him killed. Kind of going to meet him potentially. But this is a full-on mid-round situation. Some more information is needed.
Lonks has to stay sharp. He almost got caught with a grenade out. He's been some early deaths. This round gets 2. Out of range for Torji to hear that sprint away. I think at this point, if you're Foot, you just play the numbers and group up.
Yeah, but what do they want to do with this? They kind of know that Mouse are going to be guessing, but do they read they're playing 2-2 to sites? Do they think they're pushing? Doesn't seem like it. 40 seconds now. It's time to start moving. Looks like they will, luckily for them, avoid the op. Brolin.
Oh, he finds
no, he just dies.
Torzi's going to go running in, though. Torzi's going to try to catch them.
Cemetery. And Lonks is low, 10 seconds.
Torzi's got the health advantage. Big time. M4 swap for Torzi. He's going to try to cross it off. Oh, he misses that gap. Lonks sits just behind this. Lonks looking to take the fight on his terms. Hanging on behind Triple and waiting right on the brink of this.
He's watching for the walk-up.
Torzi forced to make this move forward.
Nice.
Wow. Lonks by a millimeter fuels this 6th consecutive round win.
დაინახა, კი, მაგრამ ალბათ არ იყვნენ ფოკუსში. აქ მაგარი გადაარჩინა. ეს მაგარი ბენგერია, ეს გაუშვას სულ რა. ეხა ჩაგვირთავე რამე როქს ნახე. Ой, გიორგი უნდა ერქოს და რაღაც ქერაა პროსტოტი. გიორგი ეხლა თუ გახსოვს რომ setting-ებიდან ჩართო ის რა ქვია, ჩაწერე FPS-ი, ping-ი და always on-ზე დააყენე. setting-ებში შეხო. ფუტი კაია, მაგრამ ის მაინტერესებს რა ქვია, მონღოლები რა შვებიან, მონღოლები. მერე მონღოლები უნდა დაждდეს, მერე უნდა დაждდეს ჯიორი, ხო? ჯიორი და რა გვიდოდა კიდე? არაფერი მეტი. ათითრო. ვერ არის კაი ამბავი. ანუ უნდა დააძინონ გეიჯი დღეს ღამე? ათი 9, კარგია, ესენი იგებენ, ისინი გვიტროლავენ, ისინი იგებდნენ, ესენი ტროლავდნენ?
Soon, with an 8-4 CT lead, going into the final half of this elimination game.
No promises here for Mouse. It definitely can be the end for them. On the numbers, you wouldn't want to be 4 rounds up. T-side to look forward to here on Mirage. Not with Foot playing this damn well. It's actually insane.
You hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Actually, we don't need a masterclass,
yeah,
okay? we don't need anything special.
Yeah.
Okay? We're gonna get there by playing how we like to play.
Yeah.
Dory will lead a good T-side, okay? Me and Dory will have a couple of timeouts, we'll talk about some ideas, we'll give a good direction, okay?
Yeah.
What?
I like how he speaks, even if he lies. They need a masterclass to be able to pull this off.
Well, Torji tried to fuel that with his 15-8 CT side. He's been the fire for Maus for months. Emotionally trying to spark the fight that Maus need to make this clawback happen. Here comes the flames out of Foot. Demon drops it in the middle of that pack. Lonks with the first blood in the second pistol. Zelex drawing it back with a clean sequence. And Spinks hoping to cut through as an unprepared rotation out of Cemetery gets caught. 4 versus 2 now. You'd think it's enough. But Joogs catch the kill back. This is a kitless situation for Foot at the moment. 3 Ts look to lock in this post plant.
Ready to jump out. No one on E-box for this flash.
The daunting retake to jump through, and it's not going to happen. Maus kick off this comeback endeavor with a very concise T-side pistol.
Seeing a great round here out of Zelex. He goes positive with the scoreline now off of those 3 frags. It's been kind of a strugglesome major for him overall, but obviously very new. And the impact now. That's the only impact they'll remember. Of course, they know that Foot will have investments in this round.
Foot remain constant on these 4 spies. Wouldn't be shocked if they get this one close to see them come into the next one with also a chance. But Demon Drops the fallback smoke and still remains in front of this.
Not throwing a second molly here.
Oh, it's the kind of position that could catch you off if you're Mouse.
Oh, they missed it.
Both players go through. He's gone unnoticed. Roland's going to kill Krabeni and Zelix gets there. They make sure to keep eyes on it. And so this B defense, with nothing to show for its efforts, is just going to sign the other three members of Foot up for a save.
Only right that pistols get split, conversions get made here. And you can see that Cyclone's putting emphasis on just staying calm.
Hamilton.
Foot has been the last two maps playing that we've seen from them, and even though they made mistakes back on Nuke again, it's like on Ancient, I don't blame Mouse for losing that map because Foot played so damn well. Same thing when that comeback took place by Mouse back on Nuke. Like I don't even know how you could have stopped them from some of those situations they converted in the 2v4 and everything. They made 5 or 6 perfect moves in a row. No blame to be given. Just honestly, some high-level CS, some great micro from both of these squads.
Very nice. If we execute our plans well, we're gonna win the game, okay? Yeah. That's all we need to know, boys. Fucking.
Very good.
Second gamble goes towards the B site, but this time Exertion calls towards A.
Better be one hell of a plan.
This is kind of getting nice, not running into any early scares.
Nice, Damian.
That's all they're looking for here to bring this game within 1.
Benny with a scramble over, hoping to just get a Hail Mary Deagle shot. Smokes are going to deny him his line, but he will still try to press into the bench. Everybody moving over here for Foot. It's a buy on the other side, so keep the pressure on. Don't let Mouse build in with too much confidence.
Not a lot of guns they care about.
Back 10 in through ticket, jumping scout shots, ambitious. Exertion making money as he just looks to lock in. Let his teammates push beyond this. See if Cemetery Scout can get anything done. But again, just over and over. I don't think so. Get out of here. Oh, never mind.
Got this covered.
Gets the Deagle shot.
I CS:GO-ში ესე ხდებოდა ყველა ტყვია. მიზანში ხდებოდა.
CT's thinking maybe we'll exit somewhere else. I'm not sure. No, Xertion finds a way out.
Yeah, wants the Galil plus, makes a little more money with that MAC-10, but Bomb's going to kill him at this point. So going forward, finding Krabeni. Why not clear another, close this lead down to just 1 round. Right ahead of Foot's first CT buy. It's instant with Cemetery on the op.
Been super impressed with the op performance so far from Cemetery. Obviously, Torzi had the CT side to really farm. It's just that he got a lot of kills in the few rounds they won. Wasn't so much spread out across the entire half. First part of the mission is complete here for Mouse.
Nate's high, barely any damage on that one.
Man, this angle's left. He's right about that read, man. He was open on the right side.
And as he catches that one, it's a quick little pull back. 3 players still in B at the moment.
It's crazy. He could have got peeked from anywhere. Oh, nasty out of Xertion. I mean, honestly, a little bit risky overall. Crazy.
It's a very key round as this first gun round comes up and it trades back and forth.
ტელეფონზე არ ჩანს ეთყობა, ბრატი. ტელეfonზე თუ ვიყურებ, შეიძლება იმაშებოდეს, არ ეთყობოდეს კომპიუტერზე ეთყობა 13 რო ვიყურებ. Nice.
And now it's pressure on Torsi.
Highest
performing player, but he's right there for the taking foot. Just another back and forth on this round. Mouse inch their way into that A site, but it costs them every step of the way, and Foot pull back ahead by 2.
I mean, we see an incredible micro. I don't know if that was an example of it. That was insanely risky. I think they got away with that one this time because of their aim. The amount of things they weren't watching that they didn't have covered when they were sitting in connector, open to both sides of it.
აი ცირას დააკვირდი, ანუ აი მონიტორ ეკრანს რო უყურებ თამაშს რა, აი სტრაფი მოძრაობით რო შუაში ხო იყოფა რა, ანუ ცილდება ერთმანეთს. ნახე ზედა და ქვედა მხარე ცილდება ერთმანეთს. შუაში იყოფა რა, აი სტრაფად რო მოძრაობენ.
A very interrupted approach to that A play. And now on the other side of the smoke goes Zelix, tasked with an entry off the Galil, while the underpass players, they do get the contact of Lonks, finishes it off. Again, no move forward, gone unpunished in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, this one will have no IGLs left.
Fresh smoke inside a connector as these 2 players remain separated from their support over on that catwalk. It's a long-range eye over towards the apartment, but obviously we see nothing there for Mouse. Oh, he loses the duel. Brolin from down beneath Demon pops him. A smoke in front of his commitment, but the op connects from Cemetery.
მაგრამ თამაში არ ჩანს ეგრე, მოიცა, აბა დავაკვირდე, მე ვხედავ ვაფშე. Nice.
Cemetery goes over top, just gets vision on Zelix, who is hoping to go. Tested first by Demon, peaked by Cemetery. But this 2v2 opened up as that ticket rotate comes through from Lonks. Jukes is just ready, knows damn well what Brolin's been getting up to. And of course, that bomb's still over towards those earlier deaths.
Oh, this is ludicrous. They're starting to get not nervous anymore. Brolin dies. Torsi now 1-on-2.
Doesn't get wind of that fallback from Jukes, but he will scoop up the bomb, and he's got all the nades he could ask for.
Yeah, he could smoke CT if he wants to. Will this be a fake? Yes, the peek.
Rato Pico.
Torsi takes his head off.
Nice.
Rotation from Jukes.
Yeah.
Goes down to the 1v1. Foot come out on top with double digits and a critical op save because Cemetery
made a massive move, jumping up on that box and taking out Zelix. To make that winning chances, but in a 3-round game, Mouse come in, they have 3 Tech 9s. That expression is one knowing that the gap grows this wide, double digits here for Foot, and they will have not much money to work with. Brolin goes by unnoticed.
Okay, this is a fun way to make a test happen with Tech 9s. Krebeni's gonna pop it open though. Brolin exposed, found out, and at the same time, Torsi dead.
Nice.
Stop on Mouse's half-buy attempt. 2 rounds from eliminating Mouse now.
How does that not prove it? Getting the upper B push and being ready for the A play all in a single breath. That was an investment for Mouse.
There are times where we see Foot loud and rowdy, and while they do exactly that right now, harnessing the energy, staying laser sharp, and hyper-focused on the thought of one more game tomorrow. Desert Eagles in hand for the entirety of Mouse. Heard both Cyclone and Zershin talk about it just needing to be an application of the game plan. Well, when you get to a bye like this, you need that X factor. You need that superhero moment from one of these members of Mouse.
That's right. Gotta get kills you're not supposed to. Has now become the only way.
The plan is great, but the execution, that much more important. Zelex hopeful to catch something over towards
this
A side.
Majoris წინ არავინ არ უნდა დაბენჩო საერთოდ.
Got him nice and low. 15
სამას ფრაკაცი ხარ ინსტაგრამი არის აპინული. უცებ გადადით წააფოლოვეთ რა თქონა იქნება
და They don't have utility. They could have spent more time spreading out looking for individual fights.
მოიგეს მოღოლებმა всё.
Gotta hit a blinder. There it is. That's one.
Zertion's got his, and in that moment, you cause a bit of a ruckus. Force Cemetery to miss the op shot. You think for even a split second, and you capitalize on that. You get past the op line.
Really create a chance. And no one gets spotted. Jukes is making a lot of noise. Oh my!
What? He controls it. He doesn't care. Not gonna be shaken in this one. He's got 4 kills to his name. Last piece, and Zelex re-emerging on the A site. Cemetery puts him down. Would have 5 map and match points.
I swear he kind of knew that they would be around there, just dropping out. No fear at all on Jukes. 5-round game, a full buy coming in from both sides.
Just weaponizes this bottom mid threat.
Catches
Mouse trying to crawl away with weapons.
Nice Jukes!
Foot are on the finish line. They need 1 step over. And it's guns back in Mouse's hands. Swing towards top mid. Wide on the boxes goes Zershin. This is on an individual level.
Aurora 9-ში გავარკვევ, მორჩეს ეს თამაში ჭერდა გავარკვევ ხარ რა როგორ გვინდა.
He has not been that lights out player they seem to clearly need. But this is still substantial mid control that's pretty much gone uncontested. They want Cemetery to be the one.
Nice.
Nails in the coffin. And so he lowers Zelex into his grave. A 5v4 held onto now by Foot. It's a perfect flash. The team play fuels Foot. And as Brolin tries to encroach ever closer, another piece of util. Interrupting Mouse every step of the way. Clawing it.
Nice, Zigusas რა ხოძია ბიჭო.
Torzi and Zershin 2 versus 5, and slowly the B players get ever closer. This is Foot finally showing us the promise they made in this season of Counter-Strike, right there on the brink. As 3 players remain up surrounding this site. How does Zershin figure this out with 30 seconds? They remain calm, they lean back, and he's gonna get traded out. The youngest team at the Major keep their foot in the door. Playoff prospects eliminating the most decorated German Counter-Strike organization in history. This year, Mouse's flag does not fly in the cathedral.
They couldn't do it. They looked way better than you might have expected considering their situation. But Foot today showed up and played the CS that will get them to playoffs. Up until this point, they did not show the form they showed us in the past few months, but they have to be unbelievably proud of themselves to take out a team that wouldn't be scared of this situation when they look like a team who were too scared to take the victory. An excellent showing from both these squads across these 3 maps. Incredible that Foot make it this one-sided.
Ači Vitality უნდა მოიგოს NAVI.
Well, that is not the Mouse that I had on my bingo cards. In fact, they're going to have to be taking their cards, packing them up, and going home. That is elimination time for them. Unfortunately, Foot do move on. So commiserations in store, at least for the side of Mouse.
Vitality, NAVI-ს მოგება გვინდა და Aurora 9-ში უკვე აღარ აქვს მნიშვნელობა რა. თავარი G2 მოიგოს. G2-ს მოგება გვინდა მთავარი ეგაა რა. G2-ა გასაწორი ყველა ვარიანტში.
That was confusing.
ეხლა იწყება Vitality ბეტბუნი და Vitality-ს მოგება უნდა გავწუროთ.
Mouse falling apart here. It was 4-2 start for them into a 4-8 half. Completely just out-called. It felt like by Foot. They were playing to win. That was the difference here for me. Foot were just fighting and fighting and fighting. And Mouse found themselves in some interesting positions over and over again. So it's just really disappointing to see there.
Yeah, I think they're caught off guard by the pace coming out from Foot and the decisiveness in what they did. You said great calling, I'd agree with that, but it was also clear to see that they were just working in harmony, working in synergy. You know, a lot of the both A and B bomb side hits were just coming in with so much pace, you know, no hesitation, no one stopping up or second guessing themselves, I guess, in the pathway as well. And I think that's exactly what we expected from Foot coming into the tournament. And Connor spoke about it. You know, this was arguably the first time we saw that Foot that we've been seeing in the last couple of months playing up to their A game, and that was way too much for Mouse to handle.
Yeah, there was times where Foot are out fighting on A ramp with a minute 30 still on the clock on the T side.
Vitalik agara Sandotschi გაგვიფუჭა 3-0. ეგ რო გასულიყო 3-0-ზე წარმოიდგინე იმენა easy bracket-ი იყო ჩვენ. 0-ით სამსავდით, 3-0 ვსავდით და 2-3 გვექნებოდა დასასმელი. ეს ერთი დაждდებოდა ყველა ვარიანტში. NAVI Falcons-ში ერთ-ერთი გავიდოდა, დაждდებოდა უკვე 3 და 2 გაგვენდობებოდა 3 გუნდიდან მერე და ეგ იქნებოდა რა.
I don't want to make any excuses up for them, but it's been a rough circuit for them and a rough tournament as well, getting to play two of the best teams in the world in the process as well, taking maps of both of them. That's not necessarily bad by no means, but in this game where it came down to an equal match sort of against Foot, I think it's fair to say that current Mouse and current iteration of Mouse, it's a work in progress. They have to figure out what lineup they're going to play with for next season. Sershin gets a bit more experience as an in-game leader. I think the future is bright, but in isolation for this tournament, that's what I expected from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it took a gamble for the major, and it didn't pay off. We're going to see how they get on for the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, let's just dive into some of the examples that we have.
Next თამაში. შემდეგ თამაში. ბეტფუმ. ნახტი კრიტერია რომელიც. პაპა 21-ზე ბეტფუმი versus Bytelabs 21. 1 წუთზე იწყება. 16 წუთში. იმპა ქვია. ძველი პრო არის. რევაზაზე მსუქანი იყო. აი ეს ტიპი იყო რევაზაზე მსუქანი, წარმოგიდგენია? კამში ვერ ეტეოდა ხოლმე რომ გამოდიოდა სცენაზე. Wow! იყო ბებერი?
Changes. How do you rate this whole experience in Cologne?
Well, in Cologne, maybe not the best experience. It's one of the first majors in a while that I and maybe the team, most of us didn't qualify to playoffs. But every experience is part of life, and yeah, I'm still happy to be here. I'm grateful. Even this loss now and going out in the major, I think it will shape us up to be better players in the future. It is what it is now, and no excuses.
What about you as an IGL? First major for you under your belt. Were you happy with your performance of the boys? Not necessarily with the result, but how you were playing on the server.
Well, I'm definitely still proud of the boys. I think it's really tough. So many roster changes, so many, not too much time to practice, of course, but I think we made the best out of it. We never let that be an excuse for us. I think that yesterday, if we played a little bit better in some scenarios, we could have also beat Vitality, which would have then been a different topic now. But yeah, well, it is what it is. I don't like to cry about things that happened in the past. We're out of the major now, and yeah, that's it.
What's the situation with the lineup, if you can share? Is everything still up in the air? Is everything going to be decided during the break that is upcoming? And how are the things looking in this camp?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. Of course, we played this full focus on this roster coming into the major. It will be up a lot to our coach Cyclone and the management to decide what is the lineup moving forward. But at least I can say that I really enjoy to be in IGL, and I think that I'm sure that I will definitely want to continue in this role if my coach will have me. Yeah, I think that it's a lot up in the air. We don't know, but there is a lot of cases of people that made a good name for themselves, of course, while they played here.
Any last words to the fans that came here to support you and supported you obviously on the streams as well?
Yeah, well, thank you for everyone for cheering for us. It means a lot to us, to the team. Fortunately, we couldn't put out a better result, but sometimes it's how it is. There is only, in a major, only 15 losers and one winner only. So, yeah, it's how it is sometimes. Hopefully, we'll do a better showing in the next one. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you for this, and once again, nice try. Thank you.
And I suppose we'll never be privy to exactly what happened or why the roster changed from what we contended as one of the better ones of the last year's time frame. But in this notion, what are you taking from what he's talking about?
They ran out of fuel, to be completely honest, and I think this is a result of the consequence of not making that decisions in January. You know, they decided to give it another go with the old lineup. Didn't really work out in January, February, March, and then they made the decision. So they had to gamble a bit here for the major, and that is what it is. But long term, I'm not worried on behalf of Mouse. I think they'll bounce back and become a better team than they've shown here at the major. But obviously, in the moment, it sucks.
I agree. They'll be back. They'll be back for sure.
And you got to wonder eventually what the building blocks are there. But that's for another time. That's neither here nor there for now. Foot move on, Mouse go home, and we get to go to a break. Because as it is the June 14th of 2026, it must be Christmas. Because we've got BetBoom versus Vitality on the other side of this. We'll be right back.
Flames is here with me ahead of your game against BetBoom. I want to talk a little bit about your form because it's been a long time since Vitality looked mortal, and now it feels like it's the worst time possible in the major. Do you know why is that? Do you feel the same?
Yeah, I think we obviously are playing a bit less good. I think the communication, I don't know if we're nervous, if we're a bit struggling with getting into the games quickly and playing consistently across all three maps, because some maps are really dominant, some maps are kind of sloppy. So we're kind of, I don't know, getting back into things. Maybe it was, maybe it's gonna be a sloppy road in terms of getting to playoffs. But once we get into playoffs, we know how different things can be for us. But yeah, definitely it felt in the last few days that we could play way better. But I think today we talked a lot about like how we click into that game that we know how to play, and I'm very excited to play.
I want to get a little bit specific about your Dust 2, because it's been a map that has been carrying you through a lot of tournaments. It went from your superstar pick into some kind of a weakness because you lost it back-to-back here. Do you feel the same? Because it's their good map as well. So could this be potential weakness coming from Vitality, or am I overreacting?
I hope other teams take it as a weakness, because for us it's you know, the last 2 games we play really different than how we play. We even play different than the prep we do at the beginning. So I don't know, like lack of focusing on what we should do, and that you know, that makes us lose those maps. But I'm sure everybody's still very confident on the map, and yeah, maybe we lost it back to back, but we still have a lot of ideas and a lot of good plans on it. It's just about the last 2 games, like we, you know, even if you have a good plan, if you don't execute it, it's shit.
Yeah. Bad Boom ahead of you, so this is obviously the team that beat you in Atlanta under different circumstances, but they've been here, they've been gaining insane form throughout the major. So tell me, what needs to happen for Vitality to lock that Lanxess arena spot today?
To be honest, just come into that match and communicate as we know, and I'm pretty sure we'll be in a very good position.
Zaibu 30 bomb?
That can also help a lot.
See you. Let's see how this goes on the server. Thank you.
რაინა ხეცმებს რა VIP მეებში იჯდნენ? ან მაპი მარტო მე მგონია, რა ნახოთ აბა. აგენ თაც მა უკა ხედავთ მთას? აგე თუ არა აქვთ მთები? გონია, თქო 4 საათი ცოტა.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. He got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Well, it appears, though, it's time to jump into what is a rematch from Atlanta. Middle May, near a month ago, where BetBoom came out on top 2-1 versus crescendoing Vitality dominance. That one saw Magnajez go straight in 50 and 36. Meanwhile, BetBoomich and his stage 1 origin story versus the Vitality individual Zaiwu. We're going to find out here real quick as to what's going on in the server. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Major Stage 3. We are just days away from finding ourselves in the Lanxess. And of course, here with me on the desk, we've got Ash and Pimp. And we've got a cool game in front of us, one in which it should be pretty exciting to watch.
We do have a cool game in front of us, and I think one way to label it would be to find out whether or not the weaknesses that Vitality have shown so far is something we need to be worried about, or whether or not they can wash it away, book a spot in the playoff, get a couple of days off, and then prepare to show the Vitality playoff version that we've seen so many times throughout the year. So I think Bitboom, you know, given the past results between the 2 teams, are obviously coming in with belief that they can make it happen. They've been playing well ever since stage 1. Now it was a different team, a different player playing back then. Convincingly, I'm starting to worry.
Yeah, I think I'm already a little bit worried, but this is a game I still expect them to win. Fury winning heavily against BetBoom yesterday tells me that maybe they're not quite as polished as we maybe think they are. But I think they've played fantastic so far. I still have Vitality winning this comfortably. They have a good match against Maus, good one against Foot as well. A close loss to 9Z, but I'm still backing them.
Let me just remind people at home that when we spoke to BetBoom in stage 1, we had Flammers on the desk, and he told us that, yeah, there were certain maps he wasn't quite sure what his position was going to be like, so they would go back, practice it, and figure it out. That's what BetBoom were 10 days ago. You're going up against Vitality, the greatest team of all time. If they cannot utilize that fact, if the lack of practice, the technically playing with a stand-in in the form of Flammers and Dilides, whoever you want to call a stand-in of the 2, if that's not something Vitality can utilize, then I would worry on behalf of them.
Yeah, I mean, well, at a certain point we say stand-in, but realities are like you're playing all the tournaments anyway, right? So it's kind of like eventually that is just kind of the team functioning as is. I mean, that's how it works under these confines, at least. For the side of BetBoom, I think what sticks out to me the most is sort of the pedigree that Boomich has on paper and what's been transferred down to these players. What do you think, Ash?
The team looks really good when I'm watching them play. Like, they play surprisingly
Like
you think when you're moving players,
Falcons-ები NAVI არის დღეს ძალიან მაგარი თამაში ამის მერე რომ მორჩება ეს თამაში მე დაიწყო. ეს კიდე სამწუთში იწყება. დავაი, მოემზადეთ, მოიმარაგეთ რაღაცები, ჩაუჯექით. ესეთ კაი ბენგერი აიწევა აქ. თუ იტალიკემ არ გადაუარაგრა.
The results have changed massively and become way more consistent. So let's see if they can do it today. This is a big test against Vitality, and Vitality will want that revenge.
What do we think about a Vitality on a Dust 2, Jacob?
I mean, it's been strugglesome for them. Apparently, it used to be the best map and used to be arguably the best team of all time on Dust 2. But at this tournament, as you notice a couple of things on Dust 2 where it's not really working out. You can see it right here. They had a 20-1 record coming into the tournament. So far at this tournament, 0-2.
Yeah, 95% win rate down to 0%. Just like this, and I think they're not quite sure themselves kind of what's going wrong. But I've noticed some things in general about the Vitality gameplay. They're just losing some rounds that they never really used to lose before. So we've got Flamesy running in, double kill entry. I don't know about you, Joker, but
round over.
I cannot remember a single time Vitality ever losing a round like this, and actually now there's quite a few examples. So the trades even come in. Maxi gets maybe an extra kill. I think Apex should kill him coming through the smoke, and even here like breaking the crossfire. But it's a 1 versus 2 with Zaiwu and Rops full HP, double Molotov down, and Bit coming from the CT spawn. No chance, right? And Bit's going to run through the smoke. Fair play to him in the shots. But it feels like Vitality. This isn't the only
run through the smoke.
Zaiwu was an AWP, he gets 1 kill, and obviously because it's Zaiwu, he has to hit a second shot as well, so he's the tag through there. 5 versus 4 against pistols. So, there's a couple of good guns in there as well, so smoke comes in. And Miles are going to go through this, and they're going to win the round, believe it or not. So Flames is here ready, somehow doesn't get any frags. Apex, you'd think, okay, well, obviously he goes down. Well, he takes 2 kills with him as well. Does a great job here, 1 kill down. Flash, comes in and gets second. Maybe a little bit of OP in the second. So Brolin breaks the defense a little bit, and I can understand this kill, but it feels like then from that moment, Apex is over peaking. Zaiwu's caught in the spawn, and Rops has to save, and I just don't remember ever seeing Vitality losing 4v2 against pistols and low buys. Yeah, they would win nearly all these rounds on the 2 versus 4, so they've become more normal, it feels like, in the last month or so. They need to get out of this because this is the sort of round they would win consistently. They would never give this a chance.
Would you call that situation with CT Spawn on Dust 2 complacency, or just used to being respected a little bit more?
Now, I think that exact example, that was a really good play by Brolin, because he's thinking the A site is going to be focused on me, and he understands in that moment that he's taking a huge risk, which is going to break things. But that first kill, I understand, but it's after that I expect them to understand quickly. 3 versus 2, let's get the fundamentals down together. At least a 2v2, be more ready for these things. So it was a little bit surprising.
So we do have our maps. It's going to be Overpass, Nuke, and it looks like probably end out of Mirage at the end there. Jacob, Vitality T-sided start on Overpass.
Yeah, I'm not worried on behalf of Vitality when it comes to Overpass. They have shown that they're very stable on the map and even played it well, you know, in the time where they didn't practice on it. Nuke coming in as well from Bedboom. That's been a stable for them ever since stage 1. The only interesting thing for me in this video is the fact that Bedboom decided to ban Dust 2 and push it to Mirage.
Yeah, well, Jacob, sit back, relax. It's time to enjoy the show. Let's get it on with Vitality and Bedboom.
ეს ნავი Vitality საიდან IEM Atalanta ბოლოს რომ მოგო ნავი მირა ტურნირის მოიგო. Boom 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 boom. ბიჭო, სადასტრებენ ამ ედიტებს და გუშინ იყო ეს ჰაილაითები. Something on the show, I got Andriara Perisic. They're a bit of Harley was Pickhams.
Stunna said sit back and relax. I say keep yourself glued to the screen, because now we're playing for playoffs. Bedboom and Vitality had a chance at revenge for Atlanta. The desk went over it all. You know, excuses of no practice at a valid point back at that string of North American events. But now Vitality, who have already shown they're not making it to the Lanxess flawlessly, have a team that knows in the back of their minds, we can beat them.
Yeah, it's been proven already, and I love the way that Ash put it, that they just seem more normal right now. We have seen some teams impress, some teams get down. Has been very consistent about his impact. That's a great couple of kills to kick off. Vitality able to expand on space, but look at
Zorte fades away from supporting Diladez if he wanted it.
What's really important here is that Flamus, you're in a spot where unless you full flank and guarantee it, that you rely on Diladez to stay up because this is such an easy rotation point downstairs. So it does lock up two players. And actually, Flamus should start moving, I would say, because it becomes unlikely in a few seconds they could come back to B. And if he doesn't move at all, well, it's not really going to be useful.
Here comes Diladez's activation. Oh,
that's
Apex
all the utility.
All the nades. Yep.
That's
gonna sting for Vitality. And Bomb falls back for a second. They're just kind of having second thoughts. And we've got this boost, nice boost, in fact, to just make that early presence. Confirm when they round the corner, which is now. Zorte doesn't have to commit to this. They disassemble 3 players on the other side of Dumpster. It's going to take a nice sequence from Robs to hold this off, and he finds the head of Zorte first.
Moitza?
He's got one.
Oh, guess they can win 2 on 4s as well.
Yeah, of course they can. We're talking about Vitality after all. And not Vitality.
It's Vitality, baby!
Vitality on their game.
2v4
pistol victory.
Now, we talk about the intangibles sometimes, but that was the difference between getting extremely fired up or extremely frustrated for Vitality. They're not looking to break new ground here in this stage of the major. Like, they already know that they can get to the finals, right? That's the kind of team they are at the moment. But what they've seen from themselves is such a drop-off that they can't explain, that they weren't prepared for. And a round like that just reminds them what kind of strength they have.
Also reminds BetBoom what kind of team they're up against.
There's
so many excuses that BetBoom could try to utilize to explain losses or shortcomings. This rotating door of a roster. The unknown.
ის კლიპი ვნახეთ, მაგრამ მართლა შენ ხარ თუ მაგდენი ნახვა საიდან აქვს ვაფშე რა სიმღერა იქ ვაფშე არ მომეწონა.
He's going to get dinked by the pistols. Diladez, go ahead, collect your reward. We've got Magnajez and Zorte here inside of the bathrooms. That AK still far removed as they figure out this forward setup at a BetBoom's A defense Apex to move that bomb along. Let's see if we get a Hail Mary moment out of Diladez. This is an unarmored AK, aim punch to be problematic, fast into the sight. Flamus dropped Diladez, will kill one. So we've got a second frag versus Vitality in their conversion. They didn't actually get that second AK back, so it's 1 AK saved, a Galil, a MAC-10, and 3 players in total for Vitality as now BetBoom come in with a buy.
Yeah, full buy coming their way. It's not going... Oh, it is going to involve an op here for Zorte, so extra full strength. And this is another point where the game gets really interesting. It'll be so much to be learned about where these teams stand in this series today. The whole world is watching to see if Vitality are weak right now.
It's one thing to just kind of feather the throttle in the middle of a season. We know that Vitality have been very open about discussing which events matter more to them.
They're not watching the smoke.
Go ahead, win your Grand Slam, but now it's about the recovery. Diladez gonna get popped as Flamus hangs onto the short side alongside Boomich. He's wounded. Boomich not so much, so he tries to press his coveted SMG.
Missed their molly.
Vitality. There's a bit of a fumble on the approach, but a deep fire bomb's gonna flush out one. Flamus burnt to a crisp, and Magnajez shut down empty-handed. A Zorte op shot rings out to no avail. A 4v2 comfortable for Vitality. Even in the middle of making those mistakes, they still come through with the bomb plant and a potential 4 players surviving after the fact.
Unfortunately, even though there's a couple mistakes here for Vitality, BetBoom also look a little flustered, don't they?
That they do.
Let's go.
Big target on his back with this off. They do not want to have to go up against this next round.
In the bag.
That's an upgrade.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and grab it. You put Zaiwu on a free off, and you've allowed Vitality to get off to the races with the 3-0 T-side.
Looks like
a moment of awkwardness as they were getting in, and their molly bounces onto the side instead of into short. And maybe there's a world where BetBoom used this to rotate in a couple players from back of graffiti, start to punish them, but instead, they can't do it. Apex kind of brings matters into his own hands, which I'm really appreciating. Tapping into his heritage as an entry.
Rops, a mainstay of short control outside the B site on this map for Vitality. You can try to get him out of here with util pressure.
ამის მერე ნავი უნდა გავწვევ ყველა
frag grenades for BetBoom.
ნავი და G2 დაჯდა დღეს და ვიტალიტი მენა იდეალური იქნება ხვალ გაწურვა ბოლომდე თამაშების რა.
And we'll see whether the highest rated player for BetBoom in MagnaJez has anything to say here round 4. You know, MagnaJez is somebody who's shown us promise in the past, but has really been explosive at this major specifically.
He got them both. Guy in the back first.
Apex hot start right now. See that if you're a Vitality fan. We always discuss how an in-game leader's calls feel that much more on point when their individual levels right there with it. So a 7-2 kick
Trying to inspire the troops.
Bodes well for the French-led best team in the world. Still a threat though at 25 seconds. These pistols looking to get weird. A lot of hands busy with names.
შემოდიხარ კამიკაძესავი.
Apexas maitz moxda kepაში. Grenade will be finished off by Mezzi, and it is a very strong-looking Vitality in the first 4 rounds of play.
Yeah, big time. Flamesy hasn't died yet. 4-0 start by instantly bag Zorte enough money to get the op again. But now they're in a vicious cycle of spending everything they have. Vitality have not let them save yet. This round,
yep.
I was going to say features no kits here for BetBoom. See if it matters. Nice kill here for Diladez.
Yeah, just looks like some monster spam.
Why?
Speaking of spam, that one's on the money. Mezzi already almost dead. And I like that BetBoom remain active, going for the long peek too, you know, not just content in a 5v4. Looking to really hammer this one home. Mezzi onto the AWP.
აპიკოს ად მოგვიკლეს თო მონსტრში როგორ მოგვიკლეს რა ადგილზე ამ მკვდარი აპექსად მობას გაფიცებთ ნახეთ თო მანდ როგორ მოკლეს ჩემი ანუ რაუნდის სტარტში მაგ პოზიციაზე როგორ მოკლეს სადაა ტრუპი ტიპი ნახეთ ანუ შეიძლება ვერ ხედავთ ეხა თქვენ მაგრამ აი გავთიშო კამერაზე სადაა
There we go. Present spotted. Rob's ready for the next attempt, but Boomich knows better than to give him a second jump. Ooh, but a missed op shot reopens the threat of bathrooms suddenly for BetBoom. We'll see how they decide to adapt. It's another monster smoke thrown out. Bomb is in T-spawn, of course. Don't forget about that.
I actually need to get that really soon.
Yep.
I mean,
Robs is going to go running over and grab it now. MagnaJez to be found out. Flamesy doesn't yet step across that line.
Man.
Does elicit a reaction, but 15 damage off a nade. He can stomach that with ease.
This is crazy. Rops is running. It's going to take forever to get back here, and basically his teammates need to calmly approach this as he doesn't stop.
10 seconds to spare.
But they need to get the entries too.
I was crawling up from long. That's what I think they're hoping to bank on, and it's him versus Boomich. Seconds now, no entry allowed.
It's an absolute mess here for Vitality. How is it that as soon as Apex dies, it feels like there's no comms at all for about 40 seconds. They sit and wait. The only thing that happens is Zaiwu swings out of top stairs, knowing there's an op watching him, avoids that shot, and they just don't have even tabs on the bomb. This happens at a minute 40, and then there's no movement on the map at all.
Good moment there at the end of the round to see that Zorte's op can connect when he missed that first chance on top connector. You'd think that going up versus Zaiwu and Vitality on a good day is going to mean you need some op presence, and that responsibility obviously on Zorte tonight. Rob's quick to make this happen. Flawless head smashed, and Rob's to escape on 21 HP.
It's demanded a headshot of him. It was insane. They actually softened him up so much with the util. Set Flawless up to take him down easily.
And he still signs up for a fight. No fear in Rops' heart as they get a 5v4 in round 6 and look to keep BetBoom on a one-off CT round win. Sorte's off positioned over towards long, currently unsupported from the bomb site, so he doesn't like floating around this far from site, decides to double back. Where Magnajez at least positions a little closer. Should be in heaven now, in case Sorte calls for reinforcements. Oh, good push. Boomich just holding on to an angle, can finish off the little that was left of Ross. But seeing that presence down towards B has got BetBoom thinking. And so they start dropping utility. And Apex and Mezzi are here, but the bomb isn't. This is the ruse Vitality look to play at 30 seconds.
It is, but they got Sorte on the line, and they still have to make progress here. Like, this isn't much of a fake.
BetBoom decide to start rotating. Look how quickly they are.
Okay.
With the presence shown towards the B site, they have gotten what they wanted. A vacant A bomb site for Flamesy and Zywoo's arrival. That red carpet rolled out. Apex on the escapes, all but gonna confirm this. Boomich can threaten the flank of stairs. Dilladez is going to go with him. But obviously, you know, you've got Vitality deep on the site. Good catch by Sorte. Even better headshot back by Mezzi. CT's pushed through. Cyrus got his 2v2 left over. Close off battle on the boxes. It's another flank out through Khan. Dilladez buying time. No scope connects. Zywoo into the cover. Knows where you're coming in from. This is 39 health for Dilladez with the kit. Zywoo hunting, misses his chance. And he just wants to draw you in. Another one right here for the taking. And it's a headshot from Dilladez. BetBoom take their second.
Yeah, he takes his time and approaches. It's a shot missed out of Zywoo and a position that was very good for Vitality. They got rotations that they shouldn't have gotten. No bomb spotted at all, and yet everybody left the A site entirely. Just a touch-up presence from Apex, who they caught on his way upstairs. Kind of an insane win here for BetBoom. I think Vitality got a little bit too much out of that fake and still couldn't pull it off.
Unexpectedly. Oh my God, how is he alive?
Zywoo missed.
In what world does Magnajez get
away with that? Oh goodness, Zywoo had like a very clear shot, I'm pretty sure.
That's a 30 bullet mag dump.
Did he shoot twice? I wouldn't even believe that.
This is going to be a highlight moment for all the wrong reasons with that opening kill, but if you're Magnajez, you don't ask questions, you take it. Jumping around behind Dice, Flamesy looking to punish. Oh, gets in a little more damage, but Magnajez survives that engagement too. This is Flawless forward B control, and just showing a bit of skin front bathrooms does have BetBoom once again biting down on this.
აბა ჩემი აქციების გამო რა მოხდა? 19 ლაიქით მივატყათ მე 300 ავიდეთ რა ბარემ.
Short pipe obviously Flawless is a
მოგემოდებოდა უეჭა, აბა კი არ ვიტყუები. ჩემსაც ან მე მოვიკელი პირადად, ჩემზე მოვიკელი და ჩემ მაყურებელს დაურიგ.
Yeah, unready.
Why
the first one, good trade back by Mezzi. Low health drops. Low time as well here for Vitality, and concerned about another short player. There's Heaven contact. It's a good distraction. Activates Dilladez. Mezzi. Oh, he's bringing it back. 40 health. And that's going to be an easy sweep away for Boomich, who remains fully healthed himself and closes that gap now to Vitality's 4 rounds. A 1-round difference secured.
Yeah, BetBoom getting all kinds of good pushes. Yeah, I mean, okay, the Zywoo missing a shot. He literally had 2. He missed twice.
Aurora is ho?
The fact that we don't watch that. Maybe we don't have to see that. Zywoo just missed
on a fully stationary.
I'm going to say he's never done that in his life.
Fully stationary, not moving a muscle.
I'm going to say he's never done that in his life.
This idea, კაცო ეგ არაფერი, ლიშბი აქედან 1-6 რაუნდი წამოიღო.
I think Apex is shooting that whole time, and it took Magnajez nearly 30 bullets to get there.
Really trying to cover for Zywoo, huh? If Donk did that, I'd be talking about it. Oh boy. Honestly, you know, Zorte did that. We're like, what? How is that even possible?
Well, Vitality's clean sweep, but the T side's taking a real hit now. 3-round sequence out of BetBoom. Pistols in hand here in round 8. You're just hoping Apex can somehow nail the long-range Deagle shot. There has been quite a bit of room for Vitality to wiggle to the front of the bathrooms. This is a moment where they do it with numbers again. It's only Kevlar for Robson Mezzi. Magnajez with another messy spray, dies to the Tech 9s. They're going to emerge through the bathroom smoke, and it's easy shooting at the start. Boomich with a triple. Zorte, his pistol's out. And now we get that push from Flawless around through the dumpster, so good on the B players to come save the day. We've got some shaky moments.
Why, man?
Just creeping through from both sides.
It was an insane step up. There's like almost no team under question that still hasn't gotten through at this point.
არა, აკორა იყო ერთი ეგეთი ავეპეშნიკი დანიელი, მაგასაც არ მაგარი მომენტი აქვს. ჩემი აზრით ეგ უფრო ტოპ მომენტი აქვს ვიდრე რობზას.
For a second, today was going to be a day to quell all of that, get everyone back in shape, get everyone back to the level that we know they can play. But there still might be some warm-up rounds required, and a real chance for BetBoom to punish on that. I think the only thing that's really worrying right now for Vitality is like the time management playing T-side overpass. And those first 4 rounds were a great example of how decisive they were and how well that worked.
Right.
It was like the moment that Apex died, they've just like lost these rounds in a row, and it's gone with a bunch of very slow plays.
Nice positioning, Zorte. Oh, and the cover from Magnajez gets him out of dodge. Players pushing forward, and Vitality caught off guard by that one. His defense.
ეუნები Tech 9-ი ვეღარ გავათქოდა.
It's a frag grenade destined for Mezzi.
But
he sees it coming, falls back. And what's the move here?
I mean, it's kind of a long save, right? 2 on 5. How with this little space are they going to be able
to stay active, stay on it.
Yeah,
really deny the threat of that save. Oh, Mezzi just came from this position. You can see him worried about it, but yeah, it's still an unexpected and awkward fight for Mezzi. Now Zywoo knows this op is no longer a guaranteed save. And watches all of BetBoom come running over. Shadow advantage there for Zywoo. He'll give him the burst, goes back and can't even manage a second. So 4 members of BetBoom stand tall with a very aggressive, very impressive opening op sequence there for Zorte. And Magnajez this time keeping the kill clean to let Zorte get out of there.
It's not like they were taking balloons control themselves and upping it the stairs. They were putting pressure down the stairs, but after this kill from Zorte, it's mostly just how do we get him out of here? He hits a clutch shot, there's a rifler to support, and 2 players going above could have definitely got trades back. The energy is just not there.
Apex is just the pistol. Careful now.
Why imás მოხდება კიდე ერთი ნეიდი. არა რა აზრია ბუმბიჩამ.
Just as Vitality thought they had a little footing on the bomb site, ripped out of their hands. That's even with Flawless just throwing himself into the flames. BetBoom go up now, a 6-round streak of CT round wins.
Luckily for Vitality, they've got 14 rounds on Overpass for whatever that's worth. Obviously, not ending on a great note here.
But
with still 2 rounds to play, full buy coming up, they can make amends. Not even really concerned with if they win these rounds or not, just if they, have better attempts.
მაგარია ჩაიდა კევი ერთ. გასინჯე და გაგისწორდა.
Sorte, tough shot. Not the kind of spot you get out of, but
ისინი რას კითხულობენ იმენა ბუმი ჩამიმენა აპექსაზე პირად შეისწავლა.
Worried about going over top of connector. So for now he'll just hit that pause button and we start to see BetBoom peel back on one side and get aggressive on the other.
Zai was a bit tethered to this bomb right now, so he can sit back and watch and Flamesy can hold off too.
Magnajez looking to get the jump on Flamesy.
Doesn't matter.
Exchange glances and Flamesy comes up with man advantage. We said Zaiwu was tethered to the bomb, but as he departs it, we get this boomage boost, looking to go over.
Flamus doesn't see anything peak. He's been very careful about trying to push on his huge flanks.
Apex knows that there's 2 players back there, though. Rob should be queued up for this.
Whoa.
Thing is, they're pressing into Rob's now. That can catch him off. Still, he gets the damage output. Worried about a second. He's not going to get away. Boomage dives back into the mud. 60 health to his name. 2 players approach from Monster, and Apex takes his head off. Now Flamus forced to activate into Flamesy. They've had this duel before, but they've changed positions. Wallbang fight. Flamesy comes out on top. It's a majority alive situation for Vitality.
Nice. Moments bolo roundis. Კარგია. 5 რაუნდი უკვე მშვენიერია.
He was really working on his own there inside of the stairs, and that puts up 5 here for Vitality.
After
this first kill for Zorte, wallbang headshot to lock down.
NAVI Falcons-ში overpass ვერ ვიხილავთ, იმიტომ რომ NAVI არ თამაშობს overpass თუ არ ვხდები. ის დაბანი აქვს. აქედან წაგებული აეროპორტში არა. G2 Legacy-ში წაგებული აეროპორტში.
They can pull these off, but Flamus happy to slam himself into the challenge, and it'll be Robs to pick up the opening kill. Boomage quick to replace his dead teammate.
Actually, they won't know about him.
I love this, and Dilladez serves up the perfect distraction. Flamesy's still there. He gets damage down low. 3 HP to survive this. BetBoom, it's a hard-fought battle on short B. And it's one that puts them 3v3.
Falcons-აც ის დაბანია.
Might have been a moment where
მაშინ გააჩინა პირველი ვინ დაიწყებს.
But I mean, once the smoke came up, it would just be so hard to lock down 2 shots without getting clear.
პირველი ვინც დაიწყებს, იმას გაუმართლებს
მაგრამ spot where they have to go and grab it again. So I was about to clear out.
აი მაგალითად NAVI-მ რო დაიწყოს პირველი უოჭოლე overpass-ის დაბანა ხო მოუწევს რა, იმიტომ რომ შეიძლება არც დაბანოს და გარისკოს. შეიძლება. ეგეთი რაღაცა შეიძლება ვნახოთ, რომ გარისკონ პროსტო.
Very much roaming free.
იცია რომ ისინიც არ ითამაშებენ და პროსტო გაურისკონ. მინახავს ეგეთი რაღაცები. შეიძლება. ოთო ხვალ წესით Millennium-ის თამაში უნდა გავსტრიმო ერთი თამაში და მე გავსტრიმავ Majors.
And getting closer. Zaiwu right there though. Gets the jump on it.
Zorte's getting
კი გვაწყობდა ფუტის და მონღოლების მოგება. ეხლა ვიტალის მოგება გვინდა და G2-ს.
Not getting his killing, falling away. Only 1 CT coming up here.
BetBoom remaining concerned about the B commitment, but that's going to leave Dilladez alone.
Antonar, ვიცი არ ამგონია. კი, შეგიძლია ის უნდა ჩაწერო პროსტო.
First half.
საიძე რო გადახვალ მთლიანად დააკოპირე ის კოდი, რასაც ამოგიდებ, საიძე რო გადახვალ API ქის და ჩაწერე იმაში რა, so.
Smoke fades on his arrival, but he's stomping it all the way, and Zaiwu, a nice one-tap close, a reminder of what he's capable of. A trio of kills in the final round of the attack. Vitality take the first 4, the last 2, and tie this game, switching over to the defense.
ექვსი ძალიან კაი ჰალფია ტისთვის. Quali არა, მე მგონი პირდაპირ ტურნირს თამაშობენ. 13 მეორე მაპიც ეგეთი ანგარიში მორჩება ხელებს ითმობენ მაგ მწვანე რაღაცები ეს ახალი მუსიკა არ მოგუსმენი აქამდე მადლობა იესელს
It's enough rounds for Vitality to put up a defense of their own, but a hard-fought rebuttal that definitely had BetBoom with both hands on the reins for a good portion of that first half. This is a map that Vitality, of course, defeated BetBoom on in their previous go in Atlanta, and it'll be one they try to hold on to now with a 6-6 first half secured.
It's a nice bounce back for Zywoo, mostly with the rifle kills. That really strange round with the op. The overall round count's good for Vitality. It's mostly just the way in which they lost rounds, but credit to BetBoom. They definitely had some awesome setups.
Apex has flashbangs to interrupt a monster commitment, which at the moment is exactly what it looks like we're going to get. Wasting no time in this second pistol. BetBoom right on the brink of going for the commitment. Here's the execute. Smoke for Mezzi. Just going to try to keep himself alive in here. He's in the middle of all of it. Apex flies out through heaven. Now it's Mezzi's turn, and Flamis pops him instantly. They're still concerned that somebody else is in there. Rob's going for the long flank as Flamesy quietly creeps beyond the graffiti. Missed chance at a blindside freebie.
Yeah, and they didn't even try to double swing him, which would have been his main fear. They're still not even worried about him. It actually gives him a chance to get this fight for free, but he loses. Flamis with 2.
Zywoo now down to 3 health, still able to find one, and Rob's up against the Flamis, who's 3 kills deep into the pistol.
Excellent round, man. 4 frags for Flamis.
6-7.
Okay, because it's now
7-6. Yeah, it's 7-6. That's why he did it backwards. That's unbelievable. There's no way that just happened. Possibly he just got a 4K to take the lead and did a 7-6.
It's potentially your most impactful round of the major.
Yeah.
You get one chance to celebrate, kids. That's why you got to practice in the mirror at home. That's what Apex does.
They got to put Robs up here. No one's better than Robs at doing the jumpy and FP9 kills.
Oh, they'll try from a different angle.
Apex ამდენს დატყაპუნობ თო?
Just escaping.
თევს იმას Flames-ზე საწყალს თო? საკეთებს თო ეს ვინ არის? ავად
We got a bunch of utility usage going up for that inside of connector as now Flawless is safely tucked back into the short pipe.
Hey, all the players don't believe it on the CT side. They think they've shown enough here that BetBoom should be scared about them. And Magno Jazz, Dilladaz starting to go back up. They have some utility, so it could just be maybe go for a scout, which, never bad to scout when the other team's forcing. But no,
just ეხა იმას ვიზავ დავიწყებ. იმიტომ რომ მაგ თემაში ჩემ არხს განვითარებაში კარგად დაეხმარება რომ რაღაცეები გავაკეთო რა. ეხლა მარტო კაუნტერიც რაღაცეები მინდა რომ ჩელენჯებიც გადავიღო რა, გარეთაც რომ გავიდეთ. მაქვს მაგის საშუალება Bytelabs-ის დამეხმარება მაგაში რომ ვიდეოები გადავიღო და მინდა რომ მოვიხოდო. კარგი ხარ მეძი? არა, 1 HP. კარგი ხარ, რა ბიჭო ბებრები, ბრავო, იდეალური რაუნდი. სადა ეს მეძის ჰეიტერი გიორგა აქ მოიყვანეთ ეს სოფლერის. ნახე რა ქნა მეძიმ ბიჭო?
In reality, actually, long going to top bathrooms, the right risk to take, did it early. It looked like they were over-rotating to A, but no, they had a plan to make sure that they weren't just blindly gambling. They put the MP9s back into really strong spots.
ისევ ჩაგემბლა ხოლმე რომელიმე საიტი რა დაგასპონსორებს არ მოჯნა რა პრემი. თევდორა.
How convincing of a CT side do Vitality have to have?
მადლობა ყველა დონაციებით ჯიგრები ხართ იმენა ეს მეიჯორი სტრიმები რაც დავიწყე გამანებივრეთ მანამდეც მაგრამ მაინც ჯიგრები ხართ გუშინაც რამდენი სამი სტრიმი არის 300 ლარი გავწურეთ, გუშინ 600 ლარი გავწურეთ, ჩემთვის საკაიფოდ გავწურეთ იმენა დონაციებით, უღმესი მადლობა, რობზას უსმენში. შინებულ ბავშვით რატო ზისო? ბიჭო, არ ვიცი, მაგას წიკები აქვს, იმით ასწორებს, რა ქვია, თარაზოთი ასწორებს სეტინგებს და მონიტორს, აი ესე იმით დადის, მეტრიანი დადის, რომ აი ზუსტად 50 სანტიმეტრი თუ არ არის დაშორება ჩემსა და მონიტორს შორისო ვერ ვითამაშებო და რაღაცებს ან იმით ზომავს, რა ქვია. წყლის წყალი რო უდგას შიგნით რა ქვია თარაზო არ არის იმას რო იგებს ზუსტად ზედაპირი ისტორია თუ არა მაგით მოდის ტიპი და დებს მაგას და მაგით ასწორებს მონიტორს ანუ ზემოდან ადებს მონიტორს აი აქ და ეს მონიტორი თუ ოდნავ გადახრილია ასწორებს რომ ეს წყალი შუაში გაჩერდეს და რაღაცეები ანუ ძალიან შიგნაკრავია
into the lead.
And actually, Zaiwu had some good rounds in there too. It just wasn't with the op. That wasn't really, even though those two op shots were kind of crazy strange. Zaiwu's form so far.
It's not really
about that. It's actually about the call that is most concerning with Vitality, where it just feels like they just weren't talking at some points. And there has been there's been a consistent feature of coaches coming into the team comms. It's about energy and everything like that.
The energy.
ბიჭო რა თემა ეს Bytelabs არის IT კომპანია, კომპიუტერული სერვისი რამე ყველაფერი რაც გაინტერესებს და მინდა ოპტიმიზაციიდან დაწყებული შეკეთებით დამთავრებული ყველაფერთან შეგიძლია მიმართო. თემის სახელით ხალ ჩუჭიკამ გამოგზავნაო და Instagram-ი არის აპინული და ბარემ გადადით ეგეც გამოიწერეთ.
Robs in the meantime is going to have his hand full of second. A lot of players on the front side of the bathrooms, and now he is stuck here. He is stuck here because the smoke fades.
And Zaiwu's got a rifle.
Nice flash over from the
B side. მე მაგალითად აი არ მაქვს რა ლიზბია ლანზე რა ტიპები ხო თამაშობდი ქართველებთან ლანზე და აუ საათ ნახევარი ასეთაფებდნენ და მე შევაერთებდი კლავიატურა მაუსი შევიდოდი აიმბოძზე და რომ მზად ვარ დავაიც მე დავცხოთ ხოლმე ეგენი გეუნები აი ნაინზი ნახე ვეღარ გავა მაგ გემიდან რა პლეიოფში ვეღარ გავა ეგ უნდა
down a player, but honestly, most of the time you take the 5 players alive, but with the HP
არა მანქანა არ მყავს, მაგრამ ლექსუსი დათრევა მინდა მაგრად. მაგრამ თან ვფიქრობ რა ჩემს ხეხებად მინდა მანქანად.
Zywoo slipped by though. He's going to execute too, but he did take a shot to the head. And so Zorte, this is suddenly a fair fight, but Zywoo looking to disengage from it. Long player gets caught out. And now Zorte, 11 HP, V3, and Zywoo, he's got your number. He's got this one secured. As Vitality forward, 9-7.
16-9.
Massive comeback here for
Zywoo, definitely taking over. Huge impact overall. I still want that POV.
Vitality seemingly now in high spirits. Enjoying the round wins they're able to secure so far on this defense.
ლუკა ეგ ჩემი მანქანა ძმა ფეხებში ვარო მანქანა მყავს მაგას ვაყენებ ხოლმე რო გადივარ რო გადიხარ რას აყენებო ჩემ ვერ მიხვდა ძმა просто გამყავს ხოლმე გავასაინებ ხოლმე
Bang. Op starting up here. And it's obviously just versus some pistols. So no big deal, but does need to deathmatch it a little bit.
We're at that point of the game where now Zywoo's score is still looking fantastic.
Yeah.
And if you just saw that clip in isolation, the clip that is maybe out there on the internet of him missing 2 shots by bathrooms, I don't know, still kind of unconfirmed.
Let me see that.
With that floating out there, you'd be shocked for this to be the same game. If he continues to just now rack it up. I mean, on the brink of 20-9, farming the freebies, being accused of being a baiter by Apex. In the close of the last round.
Boom, another 3 farmed up.
Nice and easy. That one goes down smoothly. Double digits secured by Vitality, who look to just smooth sail their way to a map 1 win. But here comes the buyback from Betboom.
See what Boomich wants to try. He's called some very interesting stuff in this stage. I've been really loving the setups. Gone out there.
Playing in Flamis's corner. These two have had a lot of head-to-head so far this map.
Oh, Flamis.
Flash not deep enough. Nice early positioning out of Flamesy. Denies them the short control they really seem to want. And now Rops. You'd think, what? Okay.
Falcons
Dylan is on the approach.
Normally see people play it from there. And
now it's not about what's
no problem. It really opens up an important part of the map.
4 წელი შენს ფიქებს ვაკოპიებ და სილვერს რომ ერგავს ძიძულებული. აუ ბიჭო ეგ რა პერიოდი იყო, ყველა სილვერი ავიღე, არა და წინა იმენა და აიმონდი იყო, პროსტო მეორე სტეიჯი არ ჩაედო. აუ წინა და აიმონდი როგორ გამოსდა და 3 დაიმონდი.
Because they really want to take the site now.
Opera's got a line from heaven.
Strikes
Sorte down. Boomich with the quick swap over to the op.
That nade's going to kill him.
Up to 21-9, another multi-kill round. And a 1v3 here for Dylan. Keeps the first shot clean. 30 to the clock. And Zywoo lands it. Another triple.
Yeah, that's a massive.
Charshan goldi Quanton mara imena ra shars.
Ecos and rifles.
ო შარშან დეკემბერში ჩემი იმენა აი იმენა გაწურული იყო დაიმონდი ბიჭო პროსტო მეორე სტეიჯი როგორ გაგვემაზატო რანაირად ჩემი იმენა გული მერე ვარ რა ლიკვიდმა თუ რაღაცამ გაგვისხა მან 4 დაჯდა 5-ის მაგივრა თორე დაიმონდი იყო აი აქ ლიზბი ეხა ვიტალიტი მოიგოს მერე ჯი თუ მოიგოს და ხვალ ჯი თუ მოიგოს ფალკონმა Come foot, ouch!
Vitality's way. And at this point, you can't even get to Fountain for free. You can feel the confidence of Vitality growing as this game has gone on, as the second half has come together.
They cleared the smoke. Robs didn't get shot by anybody, and he's already readying the push. Full flank coming out. They're really not prepared for this at all. They've taken a lot of time, by the way, when they going for an exec.
Oh, sad
spot, but this might push him out to short. It would make more sense.
Robs gets there. They're trying to get the hell out of here, knowing they've been corralled. They're just hoping nobody's here because they were that confident everything else was clear. It'll be Zywoo with some CQC opping. Players got the trade back. Apex dodging a flash. Magnetjez to equalize this.
იმენა ანუ ნახე დილდოზა რა კაცია ხანდახან იმენა აი გაგიჟება შეიძლება პროსტო რა
It's going to try to move it closer to the bomb plant, but this is all while Magnetjez remains quietly walking up from behind. Rob's still worried about it. He's going to tap bomb, try to figure out where Boomich is at. Bank Pete comes wide. Bet Boom find a robbery.
Okay.
In a round where Robs should have had that in the bag.
Yeah, that was totally done. I mean, Robs, I would say he got a little unlucky. Zorte doesn't die when they peek, and because he goes to this flank, no one's really worried about it being a stairs play. They know it's going to be a full monster hit. Clear out everything above them on A, so it was guaranteed information for a second, but and they scrambled back up to the site too, but still, great kills. The one option Bet Boom had, they made it happen.
This is really a Bet Boom lifeline. Contact into the short side. That's a real close threat from Flawless. That's two players confirmed for Bet Boom in short. Dilladez continues to just operate in connector on his own. Again, to no resistance.
Apex-a იმენა თავის ტიქიებშია ვაფშე რეებში
Again, we've had this head-to-head all map. Great well, splash. Flamesy gets back on 40 health.
სადააწია ნეიდი მან
At the top of the ladder for the time being, so there's not going to be that explosiveness we got from the last round. And a well-positioned boost here from Apex.
This is what you want to see.
Yes, sir.
So many good
აი ოვერპასი არის ეგ იმინა.
Constant activity, right?
ერთხელაც დაგეთაგე გიო სადღაც შუაში. ნახე თავში ხო დამთაგე ბოლოში და ეხა შუაშიც დაგეთაგე სადმე და წავიკითხავდი.
The flank decides to let them come to him. He'll put Magnetjez down to bed, and now a 5v2 secured for 12.
Yeah.
But a long peek's going to find Robs out in the open. Same time as Flamesy takes a bit more damage.
He still wins.
Should have won that then maybe, but now it's even bomb possession, or at least bomb position, confirmed at 30 seconds.
ბიჭო, ვერ განახი, არ შემიძლია მაგის გათიშვა. შეგიძლია ჩართო რომელიმე ანუბისის თამაში და პისტოლ რაუნდში დავაგდე უეჭველი, იმიტომ რომ პისტოლ რაუნდში სულ მაგას ქოლავ ხოლმე. ვი მოდელით უნდა დაუმიძნო, არა, ჩემთვის სწავლე, ჩემი სმოუკია. ის არის, რა ქვია. ვითებ უნდა დაუმიძნო იმას რა ტელეფონის რაღაცას და ნახო კარჩე რა. ვიმოდე და ორ ნაბიჯს მეორე ნაბიჯს და ორ ნაბიჯ ნახევარს რომ გადადგა უნდა გაუშვა.
He's got to go head to head with Zywoo to escape, and there's no reason for Zywoo to make this easy. Wow.
Easy for Zywoo.
Barrel stuff. So call it a hiccup that last round.
მართლა ჩემი სმოუკია, არავისგან არ მისავლია. მე ყოველთვის ეგრე ვსწავლობდი ხოლმე ლაინაპებს. მირჩევნია ყოველთვის ჩემი ლაინაპი ვიცოდე, ვიდრე სხვისგან დავაკოპირო, იმიტომ რომ ჩემთვის უფრო კომფორტულია.
Map points on their pick.
Fair enough. Better late than never, I suppose.
Grunka masala, grunka.
It's going to be a tough battle.
Coach, this is really when you let me in.
Tormentze ხვალ მილენიუმს თამაში. არ ვიცი, თორმეტზეა ან იმაზე რა ქვია. სამზეო და ვერ გავიგე.
We know that.
მეტყვიან ზუსტად.
How's it going to get that?
It's $3,400. Oh.
Დაშენ სპეციალურად შექმნილი რაში მქონდა იმაში, კზ სპორტში, ეირაში რა. ბოლო კაცი ყოველთვის აგდებდა Max Smokes. პირველი კაცი ამოლოტოვებდა კამერას, მეორე კაცი ამოლოტოვებდა ბროკის და მესამე კაცი ამოლოტოვებდა Orange-ს.
MP7.
და კაროჩე როგორი რაღაც იყო იცი მენა რა ხდებოდა კამერა დამოლოტოვებულია ჰედშოტი დამოლოტოვებულია ორენჯი დამოლოტოვებულია და ფლეშებს ვაკეთებდი წყლიდან და აი პიზდეცი იყო ძალიან მაგარი რაში იყო
Man, Rops is actually using the lamppost to absorb some damage while he was taking that fight.
I think Skinny. Magnajez on track to have his worst map at the Major. Here at the hands of the returning Major champs. Apex has got cover as this forward extension past bathrooms is just right off of BetBoom's tack pause in their face.
Yeah, they weren't worried about B. Full setup on this side of the plate. They don't see Magnajez. Oh, Magnajez doesn't see him out in the open.
Oh, to end your worst map so far in Cologne on that moment would leave an extra level to the stage. So hopefully for his sake, his teammates can respond. To what was once a man advantage to Vitality now goes health advantage. Here from Rob.
He's got to time this one even better somehow. I mean, it was perfect last time. Just Sorte coming back to clear, but they're not going to go down. Blue and Zaiwu at a certain point is not going to be worried about it being A anymore. I mean, both of them, surely.
It's a vacancy on this B bomb site that right now BetBoom are tiptoeing their way into.
They're like so positive that it's like a long play, but it's not. Flames is going to start to run over and Rops is going to flank.
On this flank, but by the time he gets to the dumpster, they will most certainly be in the site already. They've got smokes to cover their approach, but neither one thrown into heaven. So this gives Flames a line. He's not up versus rifle. Just goes ahead, takes Boomage down. No op to try to cover that. It's just fair rifle fights, and that's what Flamesy wants.
I don't know if all three are here, so they move in cautiously.
Buying time for the flank to come through. Zaiwu also unsure as to whether anybody sits outside that connector door. And as he pops out, met by a smoke grenade, you've got Robs getting ever closer. Sitting duck in Sorte has to be Flawless. Flamesy up top. Oh, he's got him. Vitality puts a low squeeze on the final round of overpass. It is a clean CT half to secure this. Map one in their back pockets as they take one step closer to the playoffs.
Well, the map was Overpass, in case you didn't know, and boy, was it a battle back and forth. This time, Vitality showing us the prowess that made them world famous to begin with here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Pimp, Ash, Overpass. What do you think, Jake?
I think that was a good performance coming in from Vitality. I think BetBoom did everything they could in the first half to make the game competitive, but second half, T-side Overpass, it's not your own map pick. You're going up against Vitality, who've shown to be such a force on this map. You're having a Zaiwu who's clearly, throughout this tournament and in this game, in his best shape. It's tough to describe what BetBoom could have done differently. At the end of the day, I think it went pretty much...
Bicho me shensemede jera ravinam quare bia market nam სენსი რამდენზე გაქვს? 800 ტიპი ერთი და ერთი სენსი. ეს რეები აკეთე ტიპი მაინა. მეპეცხრა მაინც რა გოუთი არ არის შეხედე. ოპ 4 მეპეცხრა ერთი ფამას. ნახე რა გააკეთეს. რობზამ დაქოლა რომ ლონგს ვეტენებიო, ესენი ავიდნენ იმ შემთხვევაში რომ რობზას თუ მოკლავდნენ რომ ახლოს ყოფილიყვნენ რეაქციისთვის. და რობზა რო შეეტენან და ვერავინ დაინახა ეგრევებიზე გადავიდნენ. მაგარი მაპია ნიუკი მე მევაცება. გულით მიყვარს. ვადაო ბიჭო რა მევასება. ეს დღე. ორპასიც მე მაგას წავჩვიდი უაჭველი. იქით მიდის ამაში?
Aurora just going to grab some control of this game and run away for a while.
Well, normally you see that when like a team has like a little bit of a run, like the underdog has like some money and they're having good performances, and then the first time that money's taken away and the favorite kind of gets plenty of cash flow and can rebuy utility every single round, that feels like that's the moment where normally it goes the other direction. Haven't really gotten there yet. Soulfly probably surprised to see so many people at long out in the open. His AK-47 on the ground, and Major's not going to let them pick it up. Now we go on an investigatory mission. Investigative.
And their investigations conclude
as they investigate.
An empty B-bomb site. Well, the bomb will get planted in just a second here. Voxic making sure there's no one hiding. Santaris goes back. Luchov looking the wrong way, so a flashbang at the ready for DGT. Max has got the rifle. But he's trying to run away, trying to get to safety. He just about makes it around the corner before that peek comes in. You only got a USP, might as well stick around and see if you can challenge. And Mayron won't. So now you've got Santaris, who is going to be playing down into the lower tunnels. Well, we don't have an analyst segment here on the B stream, but I'd imagine they would have highlighted again the Aurora CT side, where we see Major, who flanks a lot, you know, in that game against Spirit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you're that long player, you have to be really cognizant of how often you do that, because that's something that's easy to pick out on. And I mean, the way Major was doing it, he was taking a lot of risks against Spirit, and it was paying off. But especially if that starts to become a trend and players start to catch on, like, oh, this is one of those long players who likes to push long, you know, 3-4 rounds. They're just going to start parking there just way more often, way more late, and then you're kind of going to be stalled out because you're looking to push, and then you kind of also have the feeling that they're waiting for you. So that'll be interesting to watch on the CT side how Major handles that.
Well, we'll see what the CT side of 9Z can show us now. They've been waiting to get money back, and they've got some of it. They got 2 from Ash in play, 2 M4s, and an AWP from Mayor.
We're just going for a B-rush. We ain't slowing down. Excuse me. Woxic gonna take the angle with the op. If he gets a pick, I imagine they scale and they speed up, but smoked off. Just making sure nobody's pushing, but still feels like they want to commit to this. Woxic can't land the shot, the jump spot, but happy to force out another piece of utility. Aurora need to clear hard left.
That's Wasso peak. Azure falls away. Luchov going forward. Max spraying away, getting both. Woxic fights on, but it's still a very difficult round ahead of him. This B attack has fallen short for Aurora, and Woxic getting tagged up. Oh, this walkthrough, I like this in TGT, although it could work against him. He gets out of dodge just as he realizes, okay, didn't finish off my meal.
Nope, peace.
I'm getting out of there. Another push of the tunnels alongside the window. Woxic just doesn't have the weapon to fight on multiple fronts, but maybe his skills will help him! No! No way!
That's unreal!
That is unbelievable from Woxic!
Have you ever seen anything quite like that? Woxic plays it perfectly. After every shot, the perfect micro movement to stay away from danger. But this should never, ever happen.
Dude, that is one of the best plays we will see for a long time. Woxic stood no chance, but somehow makes the impossible happen.
An unironic graffiti, just give it to him now. That's crazy. What a sequence.
I wasn't familiar with your game. I said he didn't have the weapon for it.
I was familiar with your game. I didn't think you could do it. Well, if 9Z wasn't buried before that, surely now you're just broken. You've got to just be so confused how that's occurred. Woxic has just ripped your heart out.
Well, those kind of plays, get him in the arena. If he's going to start playing those off, this is insane. Aurora 5-3 up, shattering round there for 9Z. Back down to pistols. That's the kind of round that's going to fire you up for a long time if you're Aurora.
Oh, he's back. That's what we like seeing out of Woxic. And the coach knew that that's a tilting round, calls a timeout immediately to settle 9Z down into this game. Absolutely brutal turn of events, but what are you supposed to say to the boys? Bit probably doesn't have anything for that one. No coach quotes can get you over it.
He might have just said graffiti. Zontares, headshots in. Aurora just rolling over the top of these pistols. Easy as you like, 6-3.
All right, well, let's see if they can rebound from that. 6-3, a 3-round lead. Round 10 coming up. But now if you're 9Z, you're like, we're already getting beat across the map, but now we can't even win 3-on-1s. Now even when we do everything right and we have all the advantages, they've got the players to bail them out.
Stunning. And let's see if 9Z can bounce back from it.
Well, I like that they've at least called something aggressive and disruptive. Up in lower tunnels, M4 peeking off short, and they're actually both just going to go down. Missed shots from DGT, missed shot from Mayern with the AWP. Easy as you like, Aurora. Shove them to the side like it ain't no problem.
Running forward, chopping them up, and that is 7 for Aurora. Smooth as you like.
Oh, come for it.
9Z locked out of this. Luchon's going to give it a go, but utility hits him. Woxic's got the kill, and they've just got an unbelievable amount of momentum now.
Yeah, I think you're kind of knocked out on your feet if you're 9Z. A little bit different look than what we saw in Nuke, where they kind of felt lost. I think this one is just one where they've accepted they got no chance in some of this. You're starting to get a lot of confidence on the Aurora side out of that clutch. See the swings off Catwalk as well. This kill from Zontaras, but after this, the hardcore trade. Teammate goes down, but Zontaras right at his hip. You have no chance to double up. It's a 4-round lead now. And the op tags Huaso Peak on the cross.
Aurora ready to knock on this B-bomb site.
I bet they clear left.
Smoke goes forward, Soulfly steps out.
They did not clear left.
They do not. Luchov gets one on the MP9. Huaso Peak coming in with a 5-7. Luchov up next, they're low. There's the headshot. He's gonna hold on. USP going out, good flashbang over the top position, and Luchov making a big play here himself. Wakadia, can he clutch now? It seems like every Aurora player has a possibility of winning any round, and Wakadia smokes out the doorway.
Flank is the issue.
It's just a USP at the window. It's just a USP at the window here. Wakadia looking to undo the hard work of Luchov, but he gets peaked. Myron comes in at the right time, and another round for 9Z. They so desperately needed that one.
Yeah, I have to take a risk somewhere. Wakadia in that clutch. Unfortunately, the peak from the window puts an end to it. Lovely hold from 9Z. Everyone fighting just as they're stepping out of the tunnel, and 9Z needed that. They needed something to go their way just so they could take a deep breath. They end that run 5 in a row for Aurora before 9Z can respond. So first time out taken from Aurora. They want to bury 9Z with a last round victory before heading into halftime. Trying to keep 9Z from keeping this as close as possible. A full buy coming in for 9Z, all in the hands of Mayor and M4s across the board, but gun rounds have been few and far between for this 9Z defense. Sequence from Luchov to save the day. Mayor as well with a little jiggle, spots Wakadia, able to clean him up.
Mayor going to be mollied away. Walks extending the fight to his feet, maybe backtrack.
Just hoping there'd be a little bit of gap in that he could slide into for an angle. Not going to happen this round. Now the moves up short. For Aurora, dodging the spam. Small target is Soulfly as he crouches down. Zontaras, Soulfly. And Wakadia with some supportive utility. A flashbang to let them turn the corner.
Rock? No, I'm ჩემისო, ბიჭო. ჩემი. რა ჩოუკერები არიან ეს 9Z-თო? როცა საჭიროა, მაშინ ვერ კლავენ კაცთო.
Showing mid to B. They're just going to walk up catwalk again. Nobody's home. They're going quiet. They're going contact. Now some flashes over to block off the op. Good timing on the flash, but Mayon gets there just a second quicker to grab Soulfly, but that's all he'll have.
Yeah, Major, here's the flank. Coming forward now. He's flanking the flankers. He's scouting behind them. And Zontaras and Major in tandem take headshots.
DGG never realized he was spotted. Turns the corner. Everyone's looking in his direction. That feels terrible. Smoke towards CT. Op angle out towards long.
Wow.
Any details. Aurora's in a flow state right now. And handle anything they're bringing to the party. What a final kill. Quad kill for Zontaras in the last round. But this half is marked by Walk6 clutch. It's an 8-4 lead. And Aurora looking for those.
Burton Atlanta to bet boom on this map. Outside of that, they've been pretty spotless.
Go.
Like very strong wins, even beating Foot here 13-8. But that's not one of Foot's strongest maps, of course.
Pistoli მოგესტიდან, კარგია, ვიტალიკო, ხოძია, ესე იგი. პისტოლეტებში მაგრები არიან ესენი რა.
It's just that the form has not really gotten far past that point still. Oh yeah. Oh, one more. That's insane. Had to be headshots, and it was.
Oh, so he hits those 2 shots, huh?
He could have had one more. That's great, bro. He blew that smoke. 2 players in the cross, minding their own business.
BetBoom won the T-side pistol of overpass and got rocked by a force buy. Here we are again. Maybe.
Here we go again.
And Flamus actually might walk into this. Oh, he gets tagged.
Ah,
all right. We see you. BetBoom feels you. And Robs is 5'7". The kill.
Good from here.
Yeah, Frag goes in. He goes wide. Dillates on the recovery. Apex. Hang on, it's no guarantee.
But they have the lock off going back up, or as I was just watching that.
Bombs lower.
They've got that covered, kind of. We'll see if
yeah, Flames is in between the two. Fire sent at him. He has to now reveal his position with a jump away. Dillates is going to plant this bomb. Again, still doable.
Yeah, okay. Well, Flamus goes down, and Dillates had just planted.
But
Flamesy has been watching this from control side periodically.
Now they're just going to try to swing wide and get the better of him. He's low health. He collects Zywoo, but it is still a successful force buy endeavor out of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean,
queued up by the back-to-back nasty scout headshots from Zywoo.
No, and it's absolutely filthy and disgusting. I mean, scout headshots that distance. I love you, Olaf Meister.
Just 2 sitting ducks, and then Robs makes the 5-7 kill look so easy.
What do you say?
That's the Frenchest way you've ever heard someone say Magnojez.
Thanks for the translation.
Meant to be made easy this time. BetBoom yet again just have to kind of suck it up. Stomach the loss.
You told them not to get eco, and they still did.
I tried to.
What are they supposed to do about that?
Not get your heads rocked by Zywoo, maybe?
Yeah, he's just
Wait, he knows the ammo's free, right?
Zywoo right up to the 6-2 start.
He's making up for those 2 misses, I gotta say. It's hard to, but he is.
What 2 misses?
We have the tape somewhere. Aye.
The psyop of a generation.
Oh.
I haven't seen Zywoo miss a shot all day. Buyback for BetBoom. It's delayed, and it's allowed Vitality to build up some cash of their own. Not to mention, you've got 2 AK-47s over there for the defense. Zywoo right to it. Leans forward. Boomich shaved off top silo.
I'm terrified already.
Get a presence out behind the red box, and Zywoo's just trying to attack this from the other side. Mezzi's going to take damage in the meantime. Flamus is already down towards vent at least. And Flamesy has just slipped into a big position. You're going to catch him outer. That turns towards A. Oh, this is getting mopped up.
Oh, they're just trying to meet up with Flamus downstairs. He got there a little bit early. And now he's got no one to talk to.
The old Mac-10 1v5, I don't think so. Yeah. Flawless one for Vitality.
Ooh, I'm terrified for them.
They are stomping on any ember that BetBoom try to ignite.
And just how easy it's looking for Zywoo some of these kills. Made it look like it was another eco round. That clip off on top of Silo.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Don't do it. Not worth it. So Zywoo's powered up, huh? Overpass went on.
Yeah. Those 2 misses, I don't know. You know, we're going to see him, and then there's going to be some reason.
That he missed those?
There's going to be some reason that it just makes sense.
Can we blame Apex?
I'm down, but... I mean, it couldn't have been him.
Flamus has been getting stomped on so far this map. Down to 0 and 4. Him and Boomich both. Rob's just playing the range. Get a quick little jump out from the front runner, but Mezzi does a good job of skating by. Magnajez pops out 2 kills, and an AK only momentarily gets taken out by Zaiwu, who's finding headshot after headshot. Up to a 9-2 start, 5 rounds into this game. BetBoom's rifle's about to bounce back in, but we saw what happened last time with the guns. Immediately Zaiwu to the red box, catches Boomich up top silo, and poor BetBoom didn't see it coming, but their first gun round got shredded.
Didn't look any harder than any of the Antico so far. That's the biggest concern. I'll see if they'll try to catch him outside again. He'll go in for an upgrade, not that he needs it.
He's dead.
Maybe looking for the secret route. I mean, Robs is back, big garage. This is kind of wild. They actually don't have any smokes left, one for mini, so they kind of got to go off of this.
Oh, insta-dink.
Flawless still survives.
Raptors control here for Mezzi. Him and Apex still shred heads.
Ow!
Again. Why not? Poor Zorte, the last man left. Whole team goes running into that A site. They thought they had a certain poppiness to it. It's Apex to shut it down this time around. Vitality's defense looking rock solid here on map 2.
That's terrifying. That was way too easy. Not even close to getting a bomb plant once again. And Robs on this flank means they've only lost a single player on this round. 5-1 up. Boomich yet to get a kill so far this game. Shut down on the upper hit, shut down outside.
არა, ფინალი 21-ია. 17-ში იწყება პლეიოფი, რა მთავარი თამაშები ეგენი იქნება.
It just suddenly looks hopeless.
მეოთხე ფინალები, მერე ნახევარფინალი.
Money is in such a terrible spot here, you know, not getting bomb plants, not getting kills. Nightmare start for Bad Boom.
13 წელი სვარდა 6 ლეველი, ძალიან კაია.
We said that this head-to-head could bode well for BetBoom, just the confidence of knowing
you can defeat Vitality.
This question about just how little form Vitality had at Atlanta. And you thought because of a 9-Z loss that maybe they hadn't been able to fully regain that form. It's always the question about taking a break or stopping your focus or letting some events slip in the name of being prepared for the next one. You leave the door ajar, somebody's going to try to rush through it. We were concerned that Vitality were going to take a little too long to get back underway.
Well, have they left the ramp ajar? Because it looks like that's where they're going to try to rush through now. And I'm not sure if that's a great idea.
These first 6 rounds have the makings of a stomp. Zaiwu, first blood again. Magnajez down 3 and 6. Robs turns back, deals with the front runner. Apex is looking to emerge, catching him off guard. Opera on the line, Zaiwu not missing shots.
Triple protocol plan in place. It wasn't just looking at Robs. Rotations were all there, ready to catch this.
ულამაზესი კალაშნიკოვია, ეს იმენა ულამაზესი კალაშნიკოვია. ეს მექნებოდა და აი ბაიპოვერის ჰოლოების
გაჩუქებთ მე. Flawless looking to lurk through this, and I was already worried about it. Yeah. His game sense is next level right now.
Well then, 13 and 2 is Zaiwu, 6 and 1 Vitality. BetBoom can at least come back in with full rifles in the next one.
მარტო ერთი დავსვით. ანუ დღეს ორი დაждდება, ანუ ნავი Falcons-ში გამარჯვებული დაждდება. იქით რა ანგარიშია მითხარით რომ ავრორა იგებს. აუ ჯითუმ არ გაგვიტეხოს ახლა ვიტალიტიც რომ დაждდა და ჯითუმ გაგვიტეხოს მაგრად მეწყინება და
We're starting to sit here and watch as BetBoom's attempt at a second map unravels. A missed shot could be the chance that BetBoom need, but still very daunting for Magnajez to try to get close to Zaiwu when he has been so badly outperformed. Robs better be careful here. There's 3 players on the other side. He doesn't open the smoke for them. Oh, figures out the positions.
Not reloading yet. They're trying to come into him.
Sprinting in. He's got a teammate to play off of. He goes back in for more. Diladez will kill Apex, but Robs remains.
A shot.
Diladez doubles up. 3 versus 3 earned off of that one. At the very least here, you've got BetBoom with a good bit of ramp control. ZywOo thinking about Garage, doesn't consider this close proximity of Magnajez just yet.
Surely gets flanked. Wait, they're walking outside behind him. Magnajez wants to take that. ZywOo gets the trade instantly. That was a tough call.
Nice reaction from ZywOo. Tough shot, surely.
Knowing he was opping, you know, makes sense that he takes the kills that way. Just not easy to get both. Not when ZywOo's this crispy.
Silver lining is ramp control opens that lower rotate, and you've got Boomich carving a path around through control. And he's done so. Flamesy gets blindsided, and we could be looking at BetBoom's second round, but of course, in this form, ZywOo is going to give us a clutch attempt.
He doesn't even want a different gun.
Scopes in, hits
wow, now he does.
Doubles back for the AK now, and Boomich up close. ZywOo off guard, but winning in the 1v1 by his element of surprise. Those are Boomich's first 2 kills of this map.
Hey, it's impact. It comes in all different forms. That's a round that BetBoom needed. They'll make some money off of it. They get it with a plant, obviously. It's a great play by Boomich. I mean, ZywOo comes in just recently, so recently, saw one person on the ramp, didn't see anything else.
That clutch also puts an op in Zorte's hand.
Trying to clear beneath. ZywOo's going to get spotted from behind. Apex going to hear this jump up, easily killed. And Zorte, he's going to be a little bit nervous about peeking down. So that means they can't trade Apex.
No way, he gets away with a second.
Yeah, he's alive.
Zorte's still worried, and now there's a third element to be concerned about. That secret stairs peek could have come. Instead, it's a pretty quick double back out of Rops. Because the ramp room goes, just need to have some kind of defense downstairs. We're just trying to reach for silver linings, but it's 2 players downstairs already here for Vitality.
Yeah. They got enough players to spare. They don't even really have to read the map.
Just another confident opening gambit for Vitality to throw Apex to it. And Apex individually steps into this round. He's been trying to support Rops over towards ramp.
Apex makes the fast move up the ladder. This will be confusing for BetBoom. We're like, all right, well, let's just go downstairs. But there's already 2 guys waiting. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, that's kind of nice. I mean, with the lower attack that was taking place. Oh, great shots out of Robs. My goodness.
Robs keeps it as clean as he needs to. Diladez has been found out. That's going to activate the health flank. ZywOo going to take that over as Robs. Just slowly shaving off the health here of all 3 players trying to just even approach this bomb site. Diladez's days are numbered. And so down he goes. 7-2 secured by Vitality. It's just that forward press outer that puts them into a desperate 3v5 attempt. They're lucky to even get close to a bomb site. But again, it is a round that doesn't even feature a plant.
Yeah, they missed this timing as well. I mean, they're getting shot in the back. It's not just as if they're getting totally out-dueled. They're getting out-ran and rotated as well. Just a half buy on round 10. Feels bad for BetBoom.
They'll limp into this one, scouting pistols, yet again, opening kill to Vitality. A CT side that's feeling damn near flawless. Another shutdown as the stringiness of BetBoom's gonna get punished. These are untradeable attempts for the first 2 deaths. Zorte, high hopes of being the hero, will slam a shot between ZywOo's eyes. And we'll see whether Vitality can win without their superstar.
Oh man, they go by the vents.
Hello.
And Flamesy, they might run by. Yeah, they don't even clear this.
It's a gun now for Boomich. It's the bomb on Diladez, and he's also now earned himself a rifle.
Time to make hay while the sun shines. You're in a 2-on-2. Not the best buy, but it's the CTs who don't have control of lower. Well, they're going to hear both footsteps. It's a free walkout here in vent. Nate to scare him. They'll still continue with the plant.
threatening the double doors, blows it off the hinges. Diladez, back-to-back clutch attempts, and nothing found. That was a 3v5 attempt out of BetBoom. Maybe Vitality getting a little too comfortable. Maybe BetBoom do just slide by down through those vent control. And catching Flamesy at least opens the door for the plant. But it's 2 survivors, it's an 8-2 lead. It's everything pointing in the direction of double digits within this first half alone.
That's it, looking like 2 different tiers right now in what you would normally expect from Vitality. A rough half to kick off, and it would be a little weirder if it was like the second half of Overpass was bad or the first half of this map was bad, but no, it was a slow start. And it's been looking good ever since.
It was a slow start that still ended up a 6-6 half.
Coming in for Mini again, and there'll be some cover for Zywoo, but that cover goes down.
Trades back. Flamus has just unfortunately been deleted this half. 2 and 10. Flamesy pressing through and caught. So another potential chance here for BetBoom.
See if they don't go for some kind of heaven wrap, and if they walk downstairs, will be the CT's at quite a disadvantage. It'll take some time for Rops to be able to get out of this position. Only reason I say that.
Couple more round wins, a pistol, and a chance for BetBoom maybe to make this close in the second.
This one's very strange. I mean, I'm sure there's something here where the upper players, they really want to help out before a plant is attempted. They're not assuming no CTs have moved. And going back up the ladder could definitely be a play. No one on the site floor right now. No, just a bit of a fake. They'll get this bomb planted. There wasn't actually anyone here. Well, that's a nice move out of BetBoom. They actually still think it's upper.
Jasne, aber ხანერით ვერ გახდები ანუ ესეთი მაღალი დონის მოთამაშე. Tam პლუს შეიძლება მაღალი დონის მოთამაშე გახდე, მაგრამ ეგეთი ის თუ არ გაქვს, რა ქვია, დაფასება ყველა მოწინააღმდეგის, ხო? ვიტალიტი ვერ იქნები ვერანაირად.
If they're going to win now, they need to like dive this plant.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality have all the money in the world for next round. They've got everything they need, so they're just going to go for a late retake.
No.
Hail Mary rate. No, just going to.
Literally no time to get to it. At least they get their kills.
Nothing to lose for trying, but they'll just rack up a cost. Sorte the sole survivor. Everything forward to the follow-up.
To be honest, very nice round out of BetBoom. Yes, complicated position. They organized it perfectly, and it was a very believable fake.
And coming back off of the previous round with the half buy that still put them in a post plant. First time they put that bomb down since the second round of the half, essentially. There's a slight uptick in improvement here for BetBoom at the very tail end. It's just we've been singing Vitality's praise from the second half of Overpass to the start of this one, and they felt so untouchable for so long.
Got a bit of quality, but no quantity.
A real chance for a fourth T-side round win. Zywoo prevented from going into the squeaky challenge. Frag grenade on Boomich. Poor guy down to 60 health already. And they'll open that up. Ooh, almost giving him something to shoot at.
Boomich takes a bullet of damage.
It's not going to keep him from trying to press through main, though. Magnajaz able to get through. Boomich over towards the garage. Apex trades back, but they have lost track of Boomich in the middle of all this.
Well, Apex, they're not punishing him. He's going to be able to get into Mini again.
That's fine. Flamus on the other side clips him. Zywoo didn't waste a second, though, dropping down into the back of sight, and Robs gets the audible by Diladez. So it's a 3v3 secured.
Well, the bomb is out here right in front of Robs, but Zywoo on the back of the sight's roaming around.
Yeah, they give him space. Boomich a bit too late from the heaven wrap. Will get a shot onto Zywoo for free.
Just kind of has to take it, but getting this bomb back's a whole different can of worms.
They hear that gun swap by Zorte. from inside of the fence. Flamesy's just waiting for a moment to come up, and that is a hell of a headshot from Zorte. It's all about this sudden pop. They are so low that even a wild spray to the body would drop either of these players.
Do they want to take a peek?
Oh, it's doable.
Oh, they're both walking by.
It's just going to start firing.
Okay.
Good headshot by Boomich.
Boomich გაყევირას პროფესორო შეყევი მათ შენ მეგობარს არ მიყვები არა თქვენ ჯენტლმენი ხარ პირველი შეუშვი რომზე კი არა საწყალი მეძი იხმარეს მაგრამ იაკარის დღეები გაუკეთეს ეიზე მაგნო ჯეზა იხმარეს მე ბომბლაც მიაღორეს ფეიზ მარატო ჩაიჯვა რავი ეხლა ფეიზივი ჩაიჯვას ფალკონი კარიგანა გადავიდა და Ήταν ρτούλια το τάμιში. Bring it. Falcon shimapები. 1 second. ვიცი, მაგრამ არ გეტყვი. დასთორი მირაჟი ანუბის
What certainly felt like a stomp at the beginning of that CT side ends up being a door left ajar. BetBoom do double their rounds with the final 2 rounds of that half. Now a good pistol, a convincing start, and not losing to a force buy maybe. And we could talk about BetBoom trying to push Vitality to their limits, but it has now been back-to-back halves from the Overpass and Nuke CT sides that leave you convinced the returning major champions are headed to the Lanxess.
That's the form we need to see absolutely to suddenly Vitality in a massive revenge match here versus BetBoom. Vitality in general. different circumstances.
ამდენი ხნით წავიდა ძმა მე. რა იყო რა, ერთი კვირა ვერ უნდა გაწყო?
Beretta's on top of the hut. Boomich holds the nade. Dilladez forced off his position.
Nice,
it's going to be Robs to open up down fence. That's the bomb, of course, going to follow suit. Once you've got that kill, it's B-site compromised. But Magnajez collects a kill back as Apex decides to go lurk mode.
Yeah, they don't have the vent rotation.
At least not for free.
Retake needed. Oh, Robs collects another one. Nice, Apex then strikes Boomich down.
Nice.
Beretta's hit the dirt over towards Secret. Magnajez doesn't even want to take a look at this. It felt like BetBoom had just secured enough rounds on the attack to give themselves high hopes off a pistol victory. Without this pistol, there's a big question mark.
Falcons NAVI რას ფიქრობ თუჟიკ? NAVI-ს მოგება მინდა ანდრის სიმართლე რო გითხრა ჩემო ლამაზო.
Giving Robs a USP right now is like giving him an op, I swear.
Vitality enter this progression game.
ორი წავიდა ბევრიაო. ორი თვე, კაი კუშია. ჩააკითხე ბიჭო თურქეთი რა არის ეხა აი. ვაფშე არაფერია რა, ხო დიხარ წარმოიდგინე რომ ჩააკითხო. აი ვაფშე არაფერი არაა, დააჯდები ავტობუსს აქედან, ჩახვალ. 1000 ლარის თემაა რა. ერთი კვირა რო ჩააკითხო ორ თვეში ერთხელ. ან თვეში ერთხელ რო ჩააკითხო ერთი კვირით, კაი იქნება. აი თურქეთი არ არის არაფერი რა.
It's weird to see Zorte kind of
push long distance holding for a second, takes a step into kind of the single door side and then downstairs with accuracy. So a force buy comes through from BetBoom. They've been on the receiving end of these kinds of rounds twice already in the series. From Apex, but Zorte returns the favor with a scout headshot, not stopping players on the cross though.
We got the CZ75 in lower from Boomich.
Versus 3. Flamesy at the helm, dies
first.
Forward, Zywoo trades out. Rops hears this rotation lower already. If Vitality hit the pause button, it's going to buy time for Robs to put this AK behind them. But Robs is taking his sweet time for a second. Flawless is going to find the dink with the 5-7, but Mezzi kills Zorte for free. And that really puts the pressure on Dilladez now.
Yeah, just a huge amount of follow through. They just know exactly how the round's going to end. That's the way that they're playing. Dilladez is going to walk up into this. We've seen a lot of frustration from him. I think some close moments. Just understanding like how much individual level they're going up against. It feels hopeless. He'll walk away from this with his head down. That'll give Vitality 10. Zywoo 20 and 5.
Static მომენტი გაგახსენდა ხო? აი თუ დავუტოთი რომ ერთ კაც კლავს და მე თავში რო არტყავს კიდე კომანდას. ეგ გაგახსენდა ხო?
Kicked off with those two scout headshots outside and never looked
back. დიხარ, კაცებში დადიხარ.
Mezzi has died 3 times this game. It's just 9 and 3. Well into the night.
Where's our guys?
Back to having fun.
Half buy out a BetBoom to try to stave off Vitality's
11th.
There was promise in that last round.
Distanțial statorem, so ხან და ხან შეყო ვეღარ იტას უკვე. ვეღარ უწევს უკვე. ცუდათო. მოშორებაზია ძმა უკვე. ვაიმე ცუდათო.
And even though that might be what they're waiting for, it is
ვეღარ
kind of on
უწევს უკვე და დისტანციაც კაია
to
ხან და
create
ხან.
an asymmetrical map here because playing standard spots versus a full buy, it's no way to win.
ასე ძახი კაც დისტანცია ყველაზე კაია.
So a bit of a gamble.
აუ ირაკლი არ მახსოვს ბრო სიმართლე რომ გითხრა.
Feeding Boomich utility in the meantime could put a smoke in front of this commitment. At 50 seconds, that thing pops. Magnajez is hanging on to his towards main, but he hasn't spammed these walls or really pressed his face through. There it is, a little late.
არ გაწელოთ რა მოჩით რა ვიტალეთი ხლის.
Apex manages to get downstairs unnoticed.
And Apex can just turn himself into an upper lurk. This one's coming upstairs.
That Magnajez smoke thrown.
Oh, actually.
Flom is starting to activate towards ramp. It's a good distraction behind him, but unfortunately, he dies. And so now it's going to be on the two players from the corner. Zorte's got two. And the rifles chew through him.
Time's actually a kind of a problem. Magnajez needs to try to beat him downstairs, but Apex is already here. Obviously went and took secret. And that was not perfect. I think with the amount of time trying to go ramp to lower, maybe a fake if there was nobody there would have been a lot cleaner, but looked a little sketchy.
Feels like if that ramp hit goes any worse.
Just that T side on overpass where they took a bit too much time on some rounds, especially when they had a lot of advantages.
აუ ქვემოთ ხურდებიან ნავი ფალკონები აუ რა ბენგერი თამაში იტყება იქით ინენა ისეც კაი ელ კლასიკოა ხო იცით
That's not even the aura they bring into this game. The rounds they've already shown BetBoom, it's BetBoom who are scared.
Tip of the hat to Zorte for the effort. But it was always going to be a massive ask with that many Vitality players barreling down through Trophy.
BetBoom played to believe in themselves. No tilt by, though. They saved up for this moment.
Guns to keep Vitality off 12.
They would love to have gotten a knock for Zorte, but they'll have to do without.
Like the aggression.
Oh, ramp crunch, but there's a lot of guys outside, and Robs doesn't die here, so...
Take a bunch of map control in response.
Space vacuum, and that Zywoo's going to try to abuse. Now, he could get Pete... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Magnajez wasn't considering this climb up already in position. Just how fast
Zywoo
starts to overwhelm the map control in answer to that lobby crunch.
He did jump off Mini, though, right?
Surely.
Yeah.
Now the A defense also worried, right, about that potential heaven hit. So Apex coming up the vent. How cheesy. Galil shots land. Zorte now dead. And so it hinges on this hut push. Diladez coming back, soon to have fire at his feet. Boomich gets active out towards secret. And as that heaven player swings wide, Diladez gets it back. We get evened out at 3v3. 15 health for Robs, all he's got, but Apex swings wide for a second. Boomich and Flom is now tasked to close this.
Boomich will go up above, and there is a moment where Apex, no one's watching heaven.
Another backstab, hut player's dead. As Rob's down, as I said, to 15 health with 30 seconds. Boomich in the corner, dead. And as Robs tries to push this forward, he's got time to play either site, and Flomis won't know where exactly he's got off to.
And I don't know if it mattered, but Floms hit Boomich with team damage in the back of the site, and Rob's killed him in one bullet this low.
Flomis,
I mean, he's going to realize now, surely, this bomb's getting planted lower. And I don't really care that Rob's HP is low. I'm not sure if there's anyone you could trust more on low HP to just get that one bullet kill.
Double door swing. Trying to play the audio fake. Robs. Ooh, so close. So a little too nervous about taking a shot. Gives Flomis a chance to go back and forth. And he will secure BetBoom's opportunity to close in on Vitality's score.
Thought he was going to route through the back of the site. Really hard to read that moment. Could have taken that peek early, but this is very disconnected out of Vitality.
Agreed.
I mean, this is the one rotation point that would have been the most obvious to try to poke around if you're BetBoom. No one watching heaven. A free frag there is an upper site. Fully taken. And honestly, it's Apex is the guy who is making moves.
I don't know. Regroup. Do something.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're doing. Like that's Robin,
say go up. We need to take info first. We can't go up without info. But that's fine. Just okay. Next. It's fine.
Yeah, next.
Forget.
I'm sorry, but they're kind of making it seem crazy, but he was exactly
right. Okay, next go.
That killed Mini. That was the only way they could have planted upper, and this round, that doesn't matter. They moved on from it.
Yeah, so they thought. Diladez trying to draw them back into it. 2 clean kills whereby he takes no damage. These last few rounds have gotten very stringy at times. It's been hard to keep track of all the positions and who could have gotten off to where. And so both teams kind of playing in the dark at times. Vitality trying to shine a spotlight on the lobby play. They'll catch the headshot. Boomich up close though. Trade's good. He starts to run away.
I mean, actually,
reconsiders that somebody's here, and sure enough, Mezzi taking his time to try to clear this is not prepared for Boomich to have like that. Now it's Flames' chance to clutch, but he's got to go get that bomb, thinking maybe Boomich even sticks around. Not the case.
Yeah, Flamesy not planning to make. Oh, I thought he was going to come in totally silently. Grabs the bomb. Boomich makes a preemptive move around, and I think Flamesy's kind of reading that.
A chance to plant this uncontested. Main player takes an extra second. Flamesy, does he think about it? There it is, confirmed. Oh,
Flawless.
It's one step too far. Flawless with the flash, looks for the fight. Heaven player swings. Flamesy knows about both positions, gives himself a flash to play off of. They pepper him with damage, and they'll catch that headshot to now beyond the halfway point. BetBoom, 6 rounds to Vitality's 11.
Very nice move out of Boomich to make that runaway fake to make it seem like he was pulling back to the site and actually went ramp side. Drew Mezzi out, who wasn't going to peek otherwise. And Apex visibly frustrated.
Yeah, man, flustered.
You
got Vitality flustered.
I mean, and again, like, I actually see Apex. At first I was wondering, is it him not being able to call some of these positions to fruition, but in that last round, it was Apex the only one making an active move to like help them take the site. Then you have Ruffs holding on to lobby. There's only 2 players left alive. No one's watching Heaven. Just once in a while, the basic chemistry sort of falling apart.
Inability to close this map convincingly, and God forbid letting BetBoom really push it to the limits of regulation. This is going to start to put that doubt in the fans' minds that maybe Vitality still aren't all entirely on the same page. Comms are flustered. Ideas not necessarily flowing. Small gaps in between the pieces of Vitality.
That is a very intimidating crowd out there.
It's a big one.
So.
And only 5 rounds left before BetBoom can tie this game.
2 AKs here for Vitality. One on Zywoo, that could be enough. To be honest, the 2 top performers on the team between him and Apex. And Flama's got to be careful. He's had a rough map. He's tasked with dealing with ramp, and Zorte still doesn't have his op.
Nice nade. Flamesy and Apex now sub 50 health. Apex still trying to make something happen. Instead, the first casualty of round 18. Now, again, you don't have tons to work with.
Palmas dies, starts to move, yeah.
We get a drop down towards B. Zywoo thinking about signing up for a fight here. There's 2 players coming back at this. He peeks into them, gives up his head, gives up the rifle with it. And now Diladez back sight, unprepared for this
that's
kind
a
of
gun.
forward push. Flamesy blindsides
Look at Mezzi.
Mezzi's grabbed Zywoo's AK, bombs planted, and Mezzi gets away with another one. Rops is almost dead, but so are BetBoom. It is all on Magnajez. More health than the 3 remaining Vitality players put together. Problem being, they just creep into all these positions that BetBoom don't seem wary of. And he's right now operating without a kit.
Oh boy, too slow to the information. There is one there, but I mean,
sitting right in front of him.
No smoke, no chance, right?
He's just gonna wait until the final dying seconds, hope he can somehow sequence 3 kills together, and Flamesy instant with the headshot, just eluding BetBoom, getting up close and personal on that bomb site. Blindsiding Diladez really secures it, and Vitality nabbed their 12th round after a couple of hiccups. Off of a light buy and a picked up AK thanks to Mezzi.
It looks like nothing, but it's the smallest amount of doubt there from Flamas when he starts to take a step out, that they swing out of ramp into him. That seems to be what gets him killed.
It's normal. Okay, all good guys. Let's relax a bit, okay? For 30 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Okay, boys? Yeah. So let's relax now. Make sure we can understand each other if you kill someone, guys, and you take your time. Okay, boys?
Yep.
Just like that, one big happy family again.
Winning solves everything.
Down Daddy X-Taz says, calm down. Oh. Flamesy looking to be the difference maker as Boomich jumps him. Oh, that's what we're talking about.
It's a CZ75 commercial.
Not bad double kill from Boomich into the upgrade, and Vitality gonna be set
back.
Still looking for the solution to end this game. One CZ slips between you. It calls on a 180 moment there for Boomich.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Like the bomb was still in spawn. They weren't really ready to complete that attack upper, but they were still too committed to the floor.
The longer this game goes on, the less certain I am Vitality are back to full force.
Good, that means you have eyes. It's them who need to stay sort of deluded that it's all working fine and that they can get back to it. Because, like, in a snap, they could. But it's like the mindset that's not truly there. And you're right. The more rounds that just go by, the more chances there are. But to be honest, this is the series that they get to qualify. Then they go into a break.
A few days to recompose themselves, get in extra practice.
But this is the official they'll last remember.
And it's one that BetBoom are closing in on. Still that 5-round gap. It's as close as BetBoom have been to tying in the second half. But now the problem is no longer a margin of error. Good on Boomich this time.
The
second one had to have been clean. Ooh. Nice play by Boomich. Keeps BetBoom's hopes high, but it is still money on the side of Vitality. Flashes instantly for Magnajez. Luckily for him, there's no immediate pounce behind this.
Yeah, this Nate doesn't see anything.
Ooh, challenge top silo spotted. Magnajez starting to fall back. He sees a lot of presence, right? This is a unit of Vitality players trying to scoop away control outside. It gets stuffed on two separate ends. 3v5 Vitality or BetBoom within 4.
Dude, once again, popping into the upper site, going to take outside control. Bomb still back in spawn. They just dead in a default.
Finally, something back for Vitality. Thanks to Flamesy, Zywoo finds himself alone in a winnable 1v3, if not for Flawless having his back turned, and so BetBoom make this all the more possible. You've got multiple players for BetBoom's squad piecing together sequences. Their team play seems fine. They're also throwing themselves into the middle of Vitality's pack, as per Boomich's double kill with the sidearm.
No, completely. I mean, they are covering a lot of spots that, you know, in a day where you were a little bit less on it, you might have got swarmed. All these T's come out and get kills. But sometimes you're not really seeing what's the greater idea at play that was supposed to happen in that round. Finally get into a position now. All their guns plus Zorte's off. They got AK upgrades now. Hard mode for Vitality.
Is really starting to leave his mark on this game, has surpassed Boomich as the top performing player of Nuke on BetBoom's squad. And that's to be expected in this one, as it should be smooth sailing versus what is still 3 Glocks. A 3-round game on the other side of this conversion from BetBoom.
Worried about Flawless, man. I mean, he's got some support here at least, so.
Right. He has support and his opponents have so little. This is a great round maybe for Flawless to actually just pick up these freebies. Yeah, sprays down into them. He'll find himself a triple kill. Magnajez cleans up to assist. And BetBoom on the brink of double digits as Vitality come back in with another buy. But the convincing close that could have been, that part has escaped them.
Yeah, now they'll just have to accept the win, whatever form that it comes in. If they can manage that, they don't have enough to contend with. They will be spending all their money and know that if they don't win this right here and now, BetBoom are going to start feeling like overtime is possible. They had to fight back against a second pistol loss as well.
Villadez continues to be the serviceable rifle inside the upper hit. Leaning back sight in anticipation of some hut play. Magnajez here on main has Sorte's op over top of him to just be that second set of eyes outer. And deep smokes for Magnajez to get lost within. That threat that Vitality players are somehow crawling towards this. It doesn't look to me like BetBoom are buying it.
Not gonna lie, I feel like this is where Vitality could be at their strongest. Just something simple at this point.
Grouping up towards the ramp, we said we were worried about Flawless. Well, now this time he doesn't have the advantage of just shooting up versus Glocks. This time Vitality's players will have a likelihood to shoot back.
Yeah, he's solo. Whoa, he's getting aggressive for being solo. Oh, they have a push.
They make it active. BetBoom show no fear in trying to make something happen, but now Zywoo's taking Villadez's head off. And without that rock-solid defense inside the A site, it's going to be Magnajez instead. He finds a bit of Zywoo's health, kills him. And as he turns back over, it's man advantage resecured. Vitality in a tough spot as Flawless gets active. And Flamesy, from within the 3, shaves off the first one. 20 to the clock, player up in heaven. And of course, Flawless's position known to be in lobby. But Flamesy needs the bomb back. And Flawless sits on top of it. Confidence-building moments here for BetBoom. 2 rounds from overtime.
Answer back to 2. Clean kills out of Zywoo. They handle that with a push. They don't hear anything, so they get active. And I thought Flawless was getting a little bit too risky. It's because they had another plan with that squeaky play. Dead silent before their upper attempt. Magnajez finds 2. And it's the 1 AK buy on Zywoo. And it turns into the kind of game where they need a hero.
Apex made into mush. Confidence building 5v4 as well here. Just keep on racking up the reasons. BetBoom are gonna push this to the limits of regulation. Are there heroes in this Vitality camp at the moment? Blindside kill by Boomich, remaining active in these last couple of rounds.
There's Zywoo, the only AK with an opener. Bomb right behind him.
Damn well capable of winning rounds on his own.
1 rotation downstairs. Rops is talking.
Tantalizing. Zywoo now onto the op.
2 players down here.
Hands that AK over to Mezzi. We hit the minute mark. Mezzi willing to play pistol and give Robs the AK to try to close. 45 seconds for Vitality to just group themselves up and try to follow through with this hit. Got a buy on the other side of this. This one is just the bonus, and it starts with 1 AK, now the AK op.
Now the tension is building, but it feels like moves aren't being made.
Villadez just on the other side of this. Very little utility still to play with. There goes the last nade. Mezzi flashing in. It's 2 players to the left door. They pop open the smoke and they strike. Villadez, he gets his. And he also wounds Zywoo, convincing him to fall back in order to save the op. BetBoom pushed this game to the end of regulation.
Yeah. We'll go into the last round now. Zywoo, again, he was worth the purchase. Gets those 2 kills. Keeps the op. And it doesn't seem like they'll
or does he?
Maybe they won't find. They will find him. That op goes down. I don't know if they'll need one this round. But I mean, there's just no creativity here for Vitality. Their defaults look terrible. I was thinking a set play upstairs. Maybe that's it, just to get them through this. Because the map is dead silent for a minute, you start to wonder, are they playing a little bit too well to get punished by something that simple? It's the last round they won, that Tech 9 round. Not even a full buy.
Apex რავი ენტრიზე.
The only op in this final
17 სეკუნდა Apex-ა 7 რაუნდია ზედიზედ ენტრის ადროს და აბა ნახოთ.
There's been a lot of smoke usage outside, and more often than not, there's been pretty vacant space behind it. We've seen Magnajez kind of crawl around the smokes looking for that play, but Vitality have left it absent. Popped open, missed op shot.
Oh.
Sorte at least to confirm the numbers, given a second chance, he will also miss that one. And they're going to use that quick opportunity to just jump down into the secret stairs. Three players there. Apex lines up the smoke spam. It's a 5v4 advantage for Vitality.
You can make every right move in a row on a full comeback. You need to make no mistakes whatsoever.
Promise your chance. Tough go of it every time he's over towards the ramp. Utility trickles down in front of him. He sends a firebomb back. And that's just going to have Vitality silently crossing over to single instead.
Yeah, there's no vent control here for the CT side.
Apex keeping eyes outside is still gone uncontested. It's surely starting to feel like Vitality have a lot of players downstairs to deal with, so maybe they reconsider this at 30 seconds. Flamesy takes over vent control.
I can't believe how much they're wandering around.
Villadez remains up top. And as he looks over to the secret stairs, there's contact made versus Mezzi.
Could have dropped the bomb, didn't do it, 24 seconds.
Umich still from within these smokes. Vitality leaving this down to the final moments.
Where's the call?
2 players inside of main. You're going to get Flamesy up through vent. Dilladez in behind, locks it. Zywoo's got just one. Dilladez again, rock solid, but it's going to be cleared out. 7 seconds, bomb scooped up. You've got to sprint it over, and somebody better cover. The single door. Oh, it goes unwatched. He slides wide, but still they get it.
Has to be flawless now, 1-on-2.
11 kills so far in regulation. Unable to hold them back from ramp, but how about holding them out of the Lanxess? As he falls silent, repositioning our Vitality. Boomich and co work so hard to make this comeback happen. They know they can beat Vitality. And he gets shut down at the final moment. An entire career for Apex in the chase of an IEM Cologne, and in 2024 he secured his first. Now he returns back to the Lanxess as major champions, trying to stick the landing on a double whammy. Vitality, there are questions surrounding their quality of play, but today, a success story.
They got there one way or the other. They have a few days off to think and work, but they know they've got some work to do. BetBoom realized they narrowly missed a chance to push that to regulation. They had Vitality bleeding, but that strong lead and the strong CT sides were enough to carry them over the line.
Zywoo is here with me, obviously. Congratulations on making top 8 of this major. I have to ask the most obvious question. What are the feelings right now in Zywoo's head?
Feeling great. I mean, qualification to the playoff for the major has mean a lot, to be honest, like less pressure right now. So obviously, like, it was a lot of preparation, a lot of team things before. So obviously, feeling great for this qualification.
It was not without a sweat. Even this map got quite close, I would say, and in stage 3 some teams actually put in a big upset on you. I wanted to ask, is this because of Vitality's slipping standards or others are catching up? Be honest with me.
It's kind of both, to be honest. Obviously, like, we are facing a great team at this major, but also, like, at some point we are not playing the best CS. Like, we are making too many individual mistakes, like, we are not refragging, not playing together. So obviously, like, sometimes we are making rough game to ourselves. So obviously, like, we need to find out, like, the way we want to play and the way, like, we used to play before to find out, like, our play style again. And I think also in playoff we're gonna play different because we like to play on stage, so it's gonna be good.
And now you have also a couple of days of preparation for the quarterfinals. Can you leak a little bit what you're going to be doing? That hopefully play CS, right?
Maybe not me. I don't know. But maybe my team will. But obviously, like, prepare for playoff. Like, obviously have some rest and like reflect about what we can do about to improve our gameplay and individually, because we need to obviously improve for that if you want to win the major. So obviously that's gonna be the main goal.
We've seen all your GOAT confession video, so you know what I'm going to ask. If you win this major, you're going to surely put those GOAT conversations to bed, right?
It's not me to say that. It's the public, the analysts, or people like around me, but I will never say that.
I will somehow get it out of you one more time. And speaking of analysts, let's hear them. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do just that. ZywOo not always needing to even say words. You just know it. You feel his presence in the server, and I'll be damned if BetBoom didn't as well today.
You know what, ZywOo, he's earned a couple of days off with the way he's playing, and maybe he's right. Maybe his teammates does need to play a bit more Counter-Strike during the break just to get up to his level. But in all fairness, you know, I think he summarized it pretty well. Vitality haven't looked like the best version of Vitality during the group stage, but...
დაიწყო G2-ს თამაში იქით? აუ G2 მაგრად გვინდა აქტო. აი სანამ თამაში დაიწყება ამას უყურეთ.
Pius, aggressive short, takes the line.
I haven't seen Legacy fall foul to this at all. Matt has even flirted with some aggression off of a long door flash. It looks like maybe Sampius is going to get one here. Dumal synchronizing with his top mid player. And Sampius none the wiser. They are closing the gap on him as Lato starts his walk. You better be ready. Gun on, and he has provided. Opening kill onto Lato, and Art tries to react on long side. Gets caught by Mattis, so a two-man advantage for G2 to post an 8th here on the CT side. Everything shaping up nicely, gets really awkward for Legacy. You'd have to just pray for a crazy overstep or mistake at this stage, and it's not going to happen. Nissim picked off by Sampius. They do recover Molotov, forces out a smoke on sight. But Hunter tracks the head of Dumal.
ყველაფერი ჯდება რა. ნავი არ გაგვისხას ეხლა ბიჭო გავგიჟდეთ მოიცა რა მოხდება მაგ შემთხვევაში. ნავი რო წააგოს რა მოხდება.
Obviously the loser of NAVI versus Falcons is one of them. I'll give you the spoiler on the other results. Maybe you want to go back and watch them in the VODs, but it's going to be a tough day at the office. Tomorrow's the day of the real hard. Right? You've come so far, you've got so close, but one step away from the Lanxess, and that'll be that. Long corner smoke. They've also gone mid doors and Xbox. And starting 4 long. This is what I was talking about earlier in the piece. G2 at some point we're going to have to consider the fact that these long spawns have been the bane of their existence. A quick response from Legacy. They understand the strong defense and they rotate swiftly up short.
მოიგოს უეჭველი ნავი. უეჭველი მოსაგები აქ ნავის.
Hunter wary of the possibility that they could try and pop out mid to B or
და სამივე მე იქ ჩვენ თამაში უნდა დაждდეს წარმოიდგინე G2 უნდა მოიგოს ფუტმა უნდა მოიგოს და იმ უნდა მოიგოს აქვია საგასაწური გვეკნება ხო ეხვეწები რა დღეს ყველაფერი კარგად მიდის და ბოლო თამაშები არ ჩააჯვას რა G2 მოიგოს ნავი მოიგოს და სო დღევანდელი დღე იმენ გაწურული იქნება ბოლომდე
This is tough. One flash, a smoke, and a molly to execute into A.
That's been the story of this.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get in those force by wars early.
Yeah, and lose out. Sampius does catch a flash, but Hunter in combination with Sampius have, wow, done very well. So Sadzin need a whole lot more than that, though. Ducks under, Hunter tracks the heads. So clean with it, 4 alive, 9 rounds already in the bank for G2, and believe it or not, this is Legacy's pick. They got pulled into the mud, and G2 prevail. We'll be right back with the second half.
ეს ადრე დაიწყო, აბა 11-ზე იწყებაო თამაშიო. ზოგი უფრო ადრე იწყება. Salam. Nine-zim წააგო კი. თმებო ილია იგებს ანუ თქვენი აზრით დღეს ფაიტს? აცები კი ვასებად ზოგადად? არა ეჭვით არ მეპარება კაცო ამოტენის NAVI Falcons-ი დაიწყება ცოტა წაწუჩი. ჯიბები რა თემა რო უყური აქ რო ვიყავით ან მოყავი ვიღაც წერდა რომ მაგის მე ეკავდნენ სიცხარახი Ma tu ეგრე არის სიტუაცია რატო არ კიდია ვაფშე მომაც გაფიცებ აი ვიღაც აი უყურე შენ შეყვარებულს თუ ეძახი გოგოს და ვიღაც სხვა ტიპს წერს რა ნუ არიცი ხარ რა ქვია რას წარმოადგენს ის ტიპი მაგრამ არ თუ არ გეუნება ანუ რა ვიცი მაგრამ რა არაფერში გჭირდება ეგეთი გოგო ხო ვითხარი ანუ რატო უნდა დახარჯო ვიღაცაზე ეგეთ დრო ტყუილად ვერ ვამუღამებ მაგათ Focus on yourself king ადრეს მაგაზე დროის ხარჯვა მიდი მიხედე შენ თავს
We've got a flash in the face of Heavy. Got to be still.
Hey, bicho, hey!
He's not going to go pushing on that flashbang. Mattis makes it across as well. 3 coming in from the short side. Smoke now fades.
This is a good post plant setup.
Looks solid, but they've got some hard hitters on Legacy. It's all about that first frag. Start the house of cards tumbling over. Hunter's removed Lato as well. That's a solid connection. Oh, that's in though. That's better. Long range onto Sampires. Now gets Hectic on side. Hunter has to do it all and denied by Nissim. That is a necessity for Legacy to keep hope alive on their map pick.
That's such a tough shot there from Sadzin into pit there onto Sampires. And
this is
to stay alive for a split second longer, and that's their round. So knowing how close they were, but guess what? The force by war is going to kick off again. It's the second shot here. Bosh. Yeah. Didn't need to swing. But we'll give him that one. All right, well, their force on the T side will be...
ნორმალურად მიგაჩნია თუ არ მიგაჩნია რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს შენთვის რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს მაგას ადამიანს მაინც სათავე უნდა იყოს ეგრე შეურაცხყოფის სატუაციაში.
Now they didn't have anyone spotting lower, so there is a chance that Legacy could be in lower tunnels. They have to acknowledge that, and well, Hunter is by face check in the bush.
Look at him go.
Хорош, Максим. რამდენ ხანში დაიწყება მოიცადე ვნახოთ რომ მე გადავალთ იქით ტრიმზე ბარემ. შენ იყავი ძმა კარგად დაიკიდე ყველა და ყველაფერი კაცო მაგაზე არ იდარდო შენთვის ვინც არის გოგო ყოველთვის 39-8 წუთში ყოველთვის იქნება და ყოველთვის გაგიზიარებს ყველანაირ ინფორმაციას და თუ არ აინტერესებს გოგოს და კიდი ხარ მაინც ყოველთვის იპოვის მიზეს რომ არ იყოს შენთან რა მაგაზე არ იდარდო
so he's going to cheat over and see if he can assist with this. That means that Nissim and Lato can stay focused. If I know G2 have a good B-pop, so the Legacy. So can they hold on against this? Dumal will call the bluff on the smokes. A lurk smoke lands on B.
Hunter's not blind, he hears Dumal. Swings in for a clean shot.
He's gone there.
That's an upgrade. That's going to draw attention away from B. Lato looking the other way. Now they accelerate. Nissim does great work onto Mattis through the smoke. Pivots back. Sampai's committing with Nerd. Spotted over the top of the smoke. There's pressure from every angle. Good from Nissim for another. Can't find it. Oh, he can onto Nerd. Heavy got down. Is Sampai's in the cloud.
He can smoke doors and then pick up this M4.
Does so. Spam from Sadzin's Galil does tag him up. Is he really trying to play around this smoke?
No kid on these two.
If they wait out the full duration, it does get awkward. He knows he's just got to play his life, try and find that first frag without the immediate trade. Here they come into the site. Timing. Catches Sadzin mantling up. Pulls it into 1v1. Tech9's good.
Nice.
A necessary clutch. That's big. You got the pistol legacy, but very quickly brought back down to earth.
Yeah, beautiful work right there. And the key one is unfortunate death there for Duma, right? Goes down the middle. That's what changes the B setup. Lado is now drawn down to deal with the mid-to-B crisscross possibility. And I understand it's a 1v2 situation there, but Sampaias holds on, secures the round, and now one round away and you break Legacy, you essentially win the map.
Okay, let's see if there's going to be more twists and turns to this one. They started 3 long.
Art will be the type
of guy you
can't account for everything, right? So they're going to leave him up for the push. They're going to pack roll, make sure they're there to trade in case Legacy try and swarm.
Navi
da G2 scout on the ramp. It's a P250. He's open to do a lot of work with a smoke. And Art actually hasn't taken his timing or opportunity to push out. So lining up this A piece, it's just Sads in here. If he even gets a kill, that's a job well done in my books.
Yeah, and they're already ahead of his smoke as well, so good luck, have fun, Sadzin. A P250 in a dream, 50 HP as well as he does reposition around the CT smoke, so he's found some cover. And he's caught by Nerds. Perfect, just kept crawling. Sampaias got an MP9 to deal with on the short side, gets a heads up with the shoulder of Art.
Got support now from Hunter 2.
He's going to need it. There's not much time left.
No, they're in a save state, right? They're in a save. They're not going for this. They're seeing if they can do a little bit of damage right now on the way out the door and get some upgrades. So nothing's going to come their way.
Okay. Last second trying to take an AK away. And they do so. Sampaias loses his rifle, but Art trying on whole long range with the contribution.
That counts for very little. Demo and Art go down, so the fact that you do damage, sure, but what are you meant to do with this type of money situation? Just force buy out the game? Or you take the eco, and then that'll be 12 for G2, and, well, you've got to go on an 8-round run.
Neither of them sound particularly appealing.
So,
now we're talking. Now we're talking.
He's going to see if he can insert himself into the play. Art has a spawn for lower tunnels, so expect him to take that. He'll get what he's looking for. They are heading towards B. Is it a full-on rush? It is.
It is.
A full
dub. He's going to be screaming. Sadzin, Lato, be ready, because they're coming, and he's gunning with a Mag-10, running straight into Lato's 5-7. Very good output.
I like this from Heavy God, right? He hasn't fully committed with the team, so if he just stays in tunnels, he has the round 1.
Not unless a Mag-7 hit that instant headshot. Heavy God dips away. He's getting hunted by Art. Good work on the Kalash. Double. To secure round 12. Him. He's got something to say. Oh, Hunter stops it from getting awkward. It really could have gotten awkward there.
I like that from Heavy God, right? Putting as much distance in that small amount of time from himself with the Mag-7, just so Art no longer has the potency. Didn't just tuck in close on the left, didn't hang around and try and take the fight. But Legacy will strap together whatever they can for what is likely the last round of play. Adds it onto the Scout. Everybody else with the M4s. Kit on Nissim.
არავის ხელმოწერაში არ გავწვდი, იმიტომ რომ კიდია ეგრევე არავის არ ვაფანატებ ცხოვრებაში, ვინმეს ხელმოწერა მინდოდეს.
That's in 2 minds there. He was ahead of the U2, but respects it anyway. Double HG's lined up. Anywhere Nerds goes, an 8 comes his way.
1299 bro. Luka, რას გავცვლიდი რა ზაბა?
Bit of this utility. They're not going to cost them. We can see nobody close mid doors. G2 aren't to know that, but you're going to have to make some assumptions again as the short space. Heavy God still has bedroom control over towards long.
Hunter hidden out on the staircase. Art is playing forward off this second flash from Dumau. Could catch him. Doesn't get anything.
That's bad info.
You can see the attention immediately drawn to, okay, mid to B. What's the vulnerability?
They're going to breach through this.
Yeah, it looks like Hunter's going to be going straight on in. What's he drop? Does he want to drop? He's flashed himself. Getting a bit weird now. He's lost in the source. Pushes into Dumau's M4. Look at the damage inflicted already.
They're pulling the plug. They're trying to get back to B.
Ooh, and now they've lost Lato. It could happen.
15 seconds. There's not going to be time for this.
It's going to be right down to the wire, yeah. This kills anyone, and it's surely round. It's still round. It's still round. Yeah, okay. Heavy God just trying to take a couple more away, make the finances hurt.
It's a good couple of kills right there. The damage from Heavy God, and he's even going to put his life on the line for more. Ooh. Doesn't quite get it. So he doesn't get the loss bonus. He's still got 3.7. He can go straight into AK head armor. So they will be able to have a decent looking buy again, G2.
აი აქ მოიგებს შუთ წავედით იქით.
This is a wild veto to me because I didn't expect NAVI to veto Nuke. I thought they would veto Dust 2 and to get Nuke as a third because they would get to pick the side on the third map, being the team B, right? So then vetoing Nuke leaves Dust 2 open for Falcons, which they will love, and then the Mirage pick over Ancient. A bit surprising. Falcons picked Mirage a couple of times.
W.
And also at the very end from Falcons, going for Anubis over Ancient. Surprises in this veto. We'll have to see how it plays out.
I'm so excited to get diving into this one. The playoffs, they're time to find out who is heading to the Lanxess.
NAVI are able to get themselves through the Mongols. They're 2-1 now.
Okay, მე ვეღარ ხედავ მე.
He's in an awkward spot. That puts Wonderful in a tough position, but Wonderful's handling it, making it look easy. They're having to fight on 2 fronts, close to the kill on place. That's the bomb down. They sprays him down. 2 kills and 1 more waiting. Oh, it's got that too. Falcons get there, dragging their opponents through the mud. Eco's got players up above it. Triple from inside.
აქ ნავისურვ.
Two massive names ready to clash to try and claim a spot in these playoffs. It's NAVI taking on the Falcons. We've got a banger veto in this series. We're expecting some wildness here.
Diamond გაიმაზა კი, მაგრამ გოლდის აღება შეგიძლია.
This is NAVI with a strong performance and a bit and Wonderful heading in to this position. For the side of the Falcons, we've been looking at the duo of Nico and Monesi. And so a strong rifle presence, strong AWP presence, and a hell of a map to kick things off. It's Dust 2 to get this going.
Cologne having to be here. Big game, big stakes, big names.
არ ვიცი, მაო ის ბიჭი აქ კიდევ სტრიმზე თუ არა ვინც დაწერა ის რა ქვია.
From an organization that
თავის გაჭირვება,
has
მაგრამ
very trophy, been in the Lanxess
არ შეიძლება მე ეგეთი რაღაცები რაც დაწერეთ ახლა.
Squad that
ეხავს
has
ეგეთი რაღაცები.
under the Falcons banner.
Просто შენ იმას გირჩევ რომ შენ თავს მიხედო ძმა და ბევრი არის ფიქრო. ზოგადად ყველაფერს love of attraction გაგიგია შენ ალბათ. გაგიგება თუ არა და დაგუგლე ნახე ზოგადად ბუნებაში რა როგორ მუშაობს. შენ თავზე იყავი ფოკუსირებული, შენ თავს მიხედე, შენი თავის განვითარებაზე იყავი და ყველაფერი თავისით მოვა ცხოვრებაში.
Right, Nico feeling it right now on this USP, claims a second.
აი გიცოდე და დაიმახსოვრე რომ ეგრე არის მოწყობილი სამყარო.
This is the guy you want to tussle with though, been having a fantastic major and bit waiting with these dual Berettas. 2 kills to the good already. Job not done.
bit hiding out on the platform. They deal with him right away.
Hey, garbatqobse, NAVI ხოძე ბიჭო. აი მათი პიკია ნიჩო. ო რა მაპები გვაქვს იმენა ყვითელი მაპები გვაქვს იმენა ჩემ. დასთი მირაჟი. სალამი ჭედო.
And Alexi, not long for this world, trapped in between the Falcons. Nico backstab connects. And he starts this progression series.
Salami. Давай, треми დავალა იქო და არხი გამოვიწერთ.
Looking like a fearless Falcons coming into this.
აპინული არის Bytelabs-ის ასევე Instagram-ი გადადით წაfollow-ებს.
We've been seeing him individually step up massively here in Cologne so far. And Carrigan classic round all over the place, back and forth, changing the plan multiple times were the Falcons in this pistol. So starting things off strong. No reason to get stressed yet for NAVI. This is bound to be a messy game where these rounds can really make an impact. Force Buy comes in the second.
აგერ უყურეთ რა counter-ს გაერთეს აკაიფოთ მაგარი ბენგერი თამაში მინდის counter-საც თუ უყურეთ თან. ან დაწერე ჩატში რამე გაგვიზიარე შენ ის რაც გაქვს.
Falcons slow yet steady in middle.
რამე რითი შეგვეძლება დაგეხმარებით. Carrigan 15 kilo.
Pressure put on this B stack. NAVI in no position to move, even if they realize this is a doubtful prospect. Falcons are regrouping for a very late long hit. Decision to not throw that smoke, but it does come down on Cat. There's no one there yet. Carrigan's still lurking, and NAVI can't really stop this ensemble.
Carrigan, spoiler.
Utel on its way. Rotations starting to occur for NAVI, but it's these two players in and around the site that are going to have to stop this. Good pick up for Mikazi. They spot Wonderful, but can't deal with him right away. Kiyasuke will manage it, second time of asking. Player on that boost, brushed aside as well. And so a promising sign as Falcons able to brave this force out of NAVI.
Yeah, 4K from Nico on pistol, 3K from Kiyasuke, saving that round in the second. It's a reassuring start for the stars of Falcons.
I know Carrigan's been getting a lot of attention for his struggles in these games, but for me, honestly, the worry, I guess, coming into this would have been Kiyasuke. He hasn't had been pretty quiet for this guy. You know, when you add Carrigan into this Falcons lineup, you're not really adding him to bring more firepower. I think that almost goes without saying.
Yeah, a superstar in a different department. That is surprising. Kiyasuke's been very vocal about Carrigan coming into this team and the comfort that's provided for him and how he's felt better as a result. In the media. But maybe some troubles adjusting. It's still early days here, but this was a shock move made mid-season in order to set Falcons up to be a contender. Felt like they weren't making that leap. They had so many chances, so much time to take a trophy. This is meant to be the blockbuster move that gets them there. For the Falcons. Because you consider some of the other squads have looked shaky. Spirit yesterday took them everything to beat 9Z. Vitality even fell to that South American squad. NAVI, of course, coming in with great form from previous events.
ეხა მოიხოდება კიოსუკე. დაამუღამეთ, ფეროცა გვინდა, დაამუღამეთ კიოსუკე
Such a sharp U-turn after that EPL, man. They go on to lift the trophy there, and then you see them start to appear in more and more finals, usually falling at the hands of Vitality. But that's a win they were able to claw back out in Atlanta. They go on to lift the trophy.
Yeah, that's growth right there. I mean, NAVI got eliminated by Vitality 3 events in a row, be it in just a
ყველა პრაიმშია ძმებო, ჩვენ რო გვინდა რა, აი მე რო მინდა რომ NAVI მოიგოს, ყველა პრაიმშია ფალკონებიდან 1 ტაპი, 360 მონესი იქ რავი იმენა. ulti ჩართო იმან და კარიგანამ რაღაცა slip stream-ში დერეს გახსნილზე შედის ეტრიზე კაციშვილი ვერ კლავს აბარა აჰა მონესის კაუტი აბარ მიდი ძმებო მედი გულავეთ მე რომ ნავის მოგება მინდა და ბიტა იმას დორბლებს გადმოყრეს ეხა შუა თამაში და ალეკო რავი ალბათ სამკაცნახებას მოყროს
would not be the first time, but you got to get
ეხა ნახე ფალკონები იმენა პრაიმ ასტრალის და ვიტალიტი გახდებიან ნახე
3-0 clean start.
აჰა დერესი არა აქვს ნიჯერ კარიგანას ანუ კარგად არის ყველაფერი
Terrifying to imagine that one of these two teams will go to a game tomorrow in that dreaded 2-2 pool.
ყველა ვარიანტში ნავის მოგება გვინდა თორე აზრი აღარ აქვს რა ყველაფერი დაждდება დღეს G2-მაც მოიგოს და ნავი მოიგოს და ყველაფერი დაждდება დღეს და ხვალ იქნება გასაწური G2 Footy G2 Falcons არაფერი სამი თამაში ყვა გასაწურის მე მეტი არა
involved with this AWP early brings it out straight away but Monesi's got his for the side of the Falcons and so nothing offered to Wonderful
Stream და like 400 likes გავიდეთ მე
Falling back into a more passive A setup there's a bit of room right now out here towards the short side Falcons instead Throwing in a
Durante likes you are ვხედავ გაქრა ლაიქები
to be util that's going to keep Ema down here towards CT This means Wonderful going to get tested from the get-go on this all Knew what he signed up for the moment he fell back and gave up this short position
Smoke decreases the amount of shots he's going to get off in this round.
ანუ ეხა ვაფშე აღარ მევასებით რა აი მენა ვაფშე ვერ გიტანთ იმენა რა კარგი არი ბიჭო კარგი ხარ ვანძუშ გენაცვალე ბებერ აბა რა ვანძუშა გახდა ის რა ქვია
And that's enough 5v3, NAVI locked out. Their first rifle round just passes by in an instant.
Yeah, you can understand why Wonderful feels like he has to go in there, right? Seeing this smoke execute come down, if he pulls all the way back and goes back towards long side, he's still going to get flashed off that corner, and NAVI might never have a kill to beckon them in. Tries to commit, can't connect a single shot. And they just run at him in spawn side. Huge entry kill from Carrigan, who we do just see kind of jumping around corners, throwing his
აი აღარ გაგწევთ 400 ლაიქს ამიყვანეთ, მაგრამ აი ვანძუშა რომ მაგარი აბეშინ კი არის და ჩემთან რო არ
Right there is a massive opener to put Falcons back on the board in this buy round.
აი და როგორ მინდა ბიჭო იმის ნავის მოგება ჩემი და რას მიკეთებენ შეხედე. იქით G2 მოიგო?
NAVI got to wait a little bit longer. 3 guns. Hope a gamble goes their way. 2 of those rifles at the long side.
Kaçika 24 საათიანი მანი დაადეთ.
No one yet wanting to tackle Monesi in middle. Nice way to put one of your guns forward. Alexi goes on that boost. Falcons are playing a pretty tight game at the moment, not giving away any early kills.
აბა რატომ პრეფო ბიჭო? არ იცი რომ ბელადი არ უნდა გაპრეფო?
Constant threat of mid to be action. Yet to see a player come through those doors and commit.
აბა ნავიც მებო თუ რამეს გავიფართხალებთ რომ აბა ჩუჟო ისჭირდება ნავის გამარჯვება და აბა რამეს თუ ვიზავთ თუ შესაძლებელია რომ აი კაცი რომ მოკლა ალეკო აბა არიგანა თუ მოკლავს აბა
up on this boost potent position Carrigan goes out first Tesses assists him with the swing and with nothing found from Alexi's M4
მენთან არ არის დემოკრატია დემოკრატიის დიდავატი რა დემოკრატია
alone with the deagle Molly gonna burn him out into the open would love to take one with him Carrigan won't let that happen
You're in trouble.
Navi are trying to save. Makazi was hanging around, but decides to fight. Not worth taking. His first couple of rounds for Navi. They've been passengers thus far on Dust 2. This Falcons map pick, and it's off to a flying start.
Yeah, very impressive game. This is NAVI who are on a 4-loss streak on this map, and with some dominant losses at that, opener to Spirit in this stage, falling 13-1. They got absolutely blitzed on Dust 2. Got a single CT round in that map. And so Falcons study the tape, already bringing a nice tight game here on Dust. Love that Yanko called the veto, assuming that both these teams would be willing to float their perma, knowing that neither had the balls to pick it. Why take that risk? And so as a result, comfort maps banned out, Nuke and Inferno gone. But not looking like a messy
emotional game გამოჩნდება. სახელი წავიკითხეთ თქვენ ბანძებო თქვენ. იმენა level 2-ები ხართ იმენა, ჩემი ასაბუსტები ხართ ყველა იმენ.
Blade decides to get on the mic very, very early. He gave them one gun round to try and
figure it out. დღეს უნდა მოიგოს რა ხვალ, დღეს გვინდა ნავის მოგება. ხვალ აზრი აღარ ექნება ნავის მოგებას.
Saw that wonderful orb try its hand at an opener from the very first time he bought it out. Curious if we get a bit more of it. It ultimately gave the room to the Falcons they were hoping for out towards shore. So yeah, gifted a long spawn was wonderful. Tries to pick it. Falcons go to the other side of the map. So for now, he's out of the action. It's m0NESY taking a line with his AWP.
Realizing he's not getting anything in middle. Wonderful's not willing to take that fight, so m0NESY
looks
for a pick, and NAVI still refused to give it away. You said they were passengers in this game.
რა უდა ჩუჯი რამდენი წლის ხარ და მე მეკითხება რამდენჯერ გავარტყა მაქს გაარტყი რამდენჯერაც გინდა რა გიქნა თუ ექსურვილი გაქვს მაქს ვერსტაპენზე ლამაზი ვერაფერი იპოვე დედამიწაზე და მაქს გინდა რომ გაარტყა მინდი ძმა
Can NAVI make a difference now? Bit on a B bomb site.
ალექსას გადაჭიმა არ ჯობიო
as Falcons group in the tunnels.
ნიკოს გავჯიმავდი გადაეცი აბა ძმა პასუხი გაეცი ალექს არ ჯობიაო გადლობა დონაციებისთვის მე მოდი კაი დონაციებია
That reblock is annoying, to say the very least. Gonna try and couple it up with the lurk smoke to give yourself the room to go through here. Carrigan just making noise out towards middle, trying to draw attention away from the tunnels. Worried about the backstab, but he's not even thinking about it. Eyes front, looks at the tunnels and chews through this Falcons hit.
m0NESY a
bit confused. And that's what NAVI have been waiting for. One of these rifles to rock your world and put you on the board. A chance to fight back. Falcons have been suppressing them with util all half, but now Bit gets the chance. Backside, dodges the flash, perfect lineup, and it just falls into his lap.
Rock your body.
To start off this CT side, to get back in this game despite a slow start.
No to swings zaczesz pola geju. A ten ze ciały jare. Adri agarak, makpen წაშლა ადრი agarak, წაშლა ადრი agarak, ადრი agarak, ვაიმე. Mine's
Kaze considering, but not overstepping yet.
მაკამენა რა კაცია როგორ წაშალა ბიჭო სუნდათ ვარ ღმერთო როგორ წაშალა ტიპი რა კაცია საწაშალა აი მე რაც უგი ტიპია იმენა ორი ლეველი ასაბუსტია იმენა ძმა აბა რა მაკაზე
Karrigan in a 1v4 and Alexi makes it so NAVI keep them coming back to back and clean at that.
Хорошо, Максим.
Solid rifle round calls the pause for Zonic.
Alexis ვარ უფრო ნიკოსო. მე მგონი მართლა დაგერხათ. მე სტრიმი და ლაიქეთ არხი გამოიწერეთ და 400 ლაიქს ავდეთ ბარემ და არხიც გამოიწერეთ და აპინული კომენტარიაც არის მაგაზეც გადადით ნება.
Still making the aggressive
move. Follow Instagram-ზე Bytelabs-ი გათამაშებაში მიიღება.
Dedicated 4 strong on A, so even coming through that smoke at a perfect time to rip the round away from Falcons.
ეგრე ფიქრობ რომ რავი მოიგებს ამ მეიჟორს? მე ისე ვიტალიტი რომ მგონია რატომღაც მებო. მე მგონია რომ სპირიტი წააჩაუკებს პლეიოფში.
Honestly, it's a good spawn.
Mujik followerები უნდა გიყიდო Instagram-ზე, არ მინდა Instagram-ზე follower.
Provide a solution. Nothing being offered. As has been the case in a bunch of these rounds. Forcing Falcons to make the first move. They do get deep on the catwalk. You tell in, Falcons do want to try and make a play for the short control.
Bro. Აბა რა, ნავი ხოძე ბებრები, დავარ. Hey, Karrigan, რა საკეთებს? მაგრამ რა სპრეი დაიჭირა, კინაღამ გაიხსენა 2015 წელი.
Alexi in that clash. Still, you've hemorrhaged a lot of players here. Catch for Tessez. Now they set their sights on getting past. Can't afford to blindsides him out through long, and this is happening now. Falcons have room.
როგორ შეიძლება პრო პლეიერმა მეიჟორ ვინერმა ტიპმა ეგ არიცოდეს რომ ლონგინა ტიპი დაინახავს.
Running up a 2v4. Honestly gets out of the danger zone. Molly lands, but too late. RV creep closer. Modesty still needs to watch this ramp. Tessez can't really stop a wide swing. Bit coming in, but Modesty takes another headshot here for the Falcons. It's only Bit. Element of surprise is all he has, and that disappears in an instant. He can't connect it. Modesty and Tessez piece together a very difficult round in the 2v4. Banging shots out of Tessez. Catching
ვაიმე ბიჭო რასაც ცილოები იყვნენ ნეტს ვინც დაწერს ყველა გეია დაწერეს და კამანდა შლიდნენ გეგონება უკან წაიღებდნენ სიტყვას ვაიმე თქვენ საწყლებო თქვენ მადლობა აკო კიდე ერთხელ მე არ წამიშლიო დაჩიკა დაჩიმ დატოვა იყოსო მაი There's going
to be a good chunk of frustration at the end of this one for NAVI. They had the right idea, they had the stack in the right place, they win all those initial fights out towards short, and it still just gets away from you.
Nikats makats imazhe khar shen shegeshal arxi eg ikit არის makats. სხვაგან ხარ ტებ ფორმულაზე უნდა შესულიყავი ალბათ სხვაგან მოხდი შემოლაბაზო. ნიკას ოხიშვილო იქით გადაუხვიეთ makats ნუ იგინებით ყולל დაკეთ დაწყნა დამშვიდი წყალი დალიეთ გაგივლის ყველაფერი. არ ნერვიულო შენთან ვიცავარ. Просто მე არ მაგინავ ხო, თორე მაგარი წარეგინება ვიცი. გაგიპაზიერებ სადღაცას. აი, რა საკეთებს მაგას?
Side by side charging up the catwalk. NAVI never had a chance. Brutal. Absolutely brutal out of Falcons. The firepower. And it wins around in a second. One jiggle on Wonderful, that's all it took. And Kiyosuke takes his head off. Him and Nico side by side.
Wonderful.
Are just trying to survive. It won't be easy. Gonna have to fight for these guns. Karrigan, inspired by his team, with a clean kill, and Bit back to spawn, but he'll meet them there.
დავინახე იქით იმაში მეორე მონიტორში.
Falcons looking ferocious.
კარიგანა 10 კილი რამდენზე აქვს? 5 აქვს, 5-იც უნდაც მას. 5-იც უნდა და ხოძია.
A dangerous sign on a map like Dust 2.
Just more and more good stuff for Kiyosuke. I think that's such a huge boost to the confidence of the Falcons. Nico and Monacy have been the duo for this squad. This guy's been a little quiet, especially by the standards he's set for himself. So the idea he could give you his best skills as an HAE is a very enticing prospect.
არ ვიცი, ვიღაცა საგინებდა, მაგრამ არ ვიცი, ვის საგინებდა.
In a head-to-head.
გადაეკეტა, როგორ გადააუხდა მაგაზე.
Even on this very map. The new-looking Falcons.
არ მინდა, მე რა მინდა ნიკოსთან, მერტმან დამემფარო.
All in all, Astana went very well.
Plus, I think it's one of those things, you know, like with the timing of the change. I know usually when you kind of swap out an IGL, you think you want to give a team some time. When you make the change on the timing the Falcons did, you don't really have that to fall back on. You know, you did this with the goal of making an impression at this major. And that's how you have to interpret it. Wonderful. Finally gets to fire a shot off on this AWP, and it will connect. Buys himself a bit more time with that smoke as well. Tessa's going to try and close in to deal with him, but he's got riflers in the sight, meant to provide cover.
Ai, კიდე ძმაკაც შენ მაგაზე არის დარდო, ვისაც რა უნდა ის გააკეთოს. შენ რაზე დარდობ? კარგად იყავი, გამომშვიდობის. და ტესესა ნახე, პრაიმის არის, რა ქვია, კარიგანაა. ტესესა ნახე ხა, მე რომ მომიდა, მე რომ ნავის გატურვა მომიდა.
Don't get me wrong, he's been fantastic, but everyone's got limits. He's got two players either side of him. And here's that trade from Nico out for short.
This is a
monstrous 4K.
This is a შეხედე просто. ძმება ორი ლაიქი მივარდა 400-ზე
is swollen out of control in this series. 8-2 lead, chance to
Arigato, Chemorezo, play daschi მაგათ ერთი რა კარგად რა.
These entries are coming in, even though NAVI keep getting advantages. That was a 5v3 from NAVI off the rip. Wonderful hitting a shot, but that smoke down, put on top of the Molotov, is perfectly abused by Tessa.
ორივეს გასვლა გიქტერია, მაგრამ Falcon-მა რომ მოიგოს ერთმანეთს ხდება ჩვენი გუნდები, რა ვერ გაიგეთ. ვიქით რა ხდება G2-ში რა ანგარიში. Wonderful, რა ცუდი ხარტო, Wonderful, ძალიან ცუდი ხარტო.
If he did,
რა გჭირს დღეს მართლატო? მე რომ მინდა მაშინ დამოშტერდები ხოლმე.
Wonderful, given a chance to survive.
Liking this reaction right now from NAVI. Bit and Makazi are getting a little tired of being left out of these rounds over towards B. And so aggression in the mid-round, and Tess says is falling for it.
ეს ესა შეხედა კიოსუკას რა. ეს ესა შეხედა.
Stem the bleeding, keep this even.
They just want to jump though. They've taken one of the two B players out. They know the AWP was A. This is a perfect chance to just storm on that B bomb site. Ema feeling like he has to come through. There is no flash to do so. Waiting for any bit of info the Falcons give him.
Makazis ძალიან ჩაკიმული აქვს. Wow,
tense round here, and as he reloads, Nico takes
that space. არ გამაზულა, ნავი თუ არ მოიგო, გაიმაზება.
Is the bomb really going to go A?
They're splitting on this. Carrigan deals with Wonderful, and now Ema's pincered. Monacy coming through for the backstab. AWP might not be the gun for the job, but up close, no problem for Monacy.
See, I can't even blame NAVI for falling for this one. Monacy's going to hunt them down.
Oh, God,
it's the last thing you would expect. It is the last thing Falcons should do, commit into that A bomb site. They know this stack is on A. They know that there's a solo B player. NAVI know that Falcons know. That's why they're hedging their bets so hard that Falcons will not walk out Cat. It's not just Ema back in spawn. It's another player coming to join him. And Falcons just pounce out Catwalk dry. They know NAVI are going to play the numbers, and they use them against them. Unorthodox here on this T side and explosive. This is a dominant half and it is disappearing quickly.
Makazi, little wide on that AWP. Monacy with the spot, tried to make it fancy, ends up getting shot in the face. Big reclaiming this advantage, and now the full scramble out towards B. Again, you're left looking at Tessez. Ask him what more can he deliver. 11 and 4 has a lot of space out towards long.
And that missed molly from Nico, that's really thrown this round through a loop. They would have had the B site locked down with Carrigan with more util, but instead they have to mid-round. Tesses has won some ridiculous moments already in this game of Dust 2.
Two players holding him on the cross. This is not a comfortable nor easy fight for Tesses, and they just tap him down from afar. NAVI and their hunt for scraps at the end of this half might offer up one more round, but it really is not a lot to hold on to here for NAVI. It's still Falcons dominance where all is said and done. And it's not Nico, it's not m0NESY, it's not that duo we're looking at right now. Tesses sitting top in the charts for the Falcons on a dominant T side.
Ay, me txiltami kaia. Carrigan არის გოწი მენა, მაგრამ ეხლა მიდით ხოვთ რა. მე-9 მეიჟორია ბიტასთვის ბიჭო, what the fuck. მე-6 მეიჟორი wonderful-ას. მე-10 მეიჟორი. Ამტენი ხანია მეიჟორზია? მე მაგაზის პირველია, ხო? არა, რა პირველი თო. ვეკოთ, მეორე მეიჟორი. ამას წინაც ხო იქნება. გამავიდა. ნიკოზე წერება ეს არა არ მიდეს არაფერი კაცი. მე-9 არის ამისი. კარიგანას ექნება 1.25 ალბათ, 20 მეიჟორი ექნება. კარიგანას აქ 20 მეიჟორი ვოჭო. აკი, გავკაჩავდი კენ. მეორე მეიჟორია ამისი. Second, bicho. Chemica. Man, dachura counter. Me shoot mayonnaise. ეხლა ნახე სტიკერებით რამდენი იქნება ფული ნაშოვნი ეხლა ნახე 22 გაამრავლე $5.5 მილიონი აქვს ნაშოვნი მარტო სტიკერებით ეხლა ამას საპრიზოთი და ხელფასით
Most overlooked player in the Falcons is right now soaking up the spotlight. Tesses casting one hell of a shadow over NAVI in what has been a dominant run for the Falcons on their map pick. It's not really a weak link right now for the Falcons. Everyone's had their moments, everyone's had their rounds. NAVI getting outgunned and outmaneuvered. Been a frustrating game here for the NAVI squad.
We've had 2v4s, we've had 3v5s, we've had 4v5s out of Falcons. They've won every disadvantage they've needed to. And all while NAVI just keep getting caught off guard. NAVI tried to play tight in that CT side, but they just get snapped. Falcons look for a pistol that might just seal the deal. We've seen so many comebacks in this major so far from this score, and so you can never count it out. But Falcons looking to secure this simply, get a 5v4 and get out.
Honestly, going to be in position in CT with these dual Berettas. Flash out of Tesses.
Midit რა. არა, კარგი ხარ, მაკაზე. მოკალით რა, მოკალით. Nice. ვანძუშ მანდრაგინდა, ვანძუშ მანდრაგინდა, გაიქეცი ვანძუშ. სამივე სიტიშია, ვანძუშ, გაიქეცი, შენ ხარ full HP მარტო.
It looks like Emo wants to come and join him. He's playing for a very late backstab. Knows he can't give away this kill. Otherwise, it's low health for the remaining two.
Wanzush, Wanzush, Wanzush.
And they will remove him after that one. It's
low HP variant.
Attempting this 2v2.
He
is a shot away from certain death. Monacy beelines right for him. And so pistol round picked up. Falcons 1 dust 2 over and done with.
This is Falcons embodying flow state right now. They are just running at NAVI. They are feeling perfect. Everything is lining up. Great Julie shots from Monacy through the smoke up into the doorway. And Falcons clear out the one man who felt like he could have won that round and wonderful. Having the health, having the late backstab. Falcons do not let it find them. Excellent pistol round. NAVI with a force are certainly going to buy up. Team player. Arrogance held his own in this game. He's also called a great T-side. Must be noted here. Appearances of Carrigan when it comes to his individual performance, especially in these second halves. But it doesn't feel like there's going to be much of a second half left here on this map. As NAVI get eviscerated in lower, a 3v5 ensues.
აუ, კაროჩე, ყველაფერი ჩვენს წინააღმდეგა 11-3 როგორ აგებთ, ბიჭო? Falconებთან, ბიჭო, მონღოლებმა კინა მონღოლებმა ამას კინა გამოუგეს. შემეშალა. აზრი არა აქვს.
I think zooming out, thinking big picture for NAVI too, right? Talking about Atlanta, talking about their victory over Vitality there, the idea that they lifted this trophy. The fact that you've had your Dust 2 get a little bit exposed in these games at the Major and on the run-up to it, I think it's a worrying sign. All right, wonderful. It's a clean shot. Let's see if he's got any more.
Yeah, Carrigan doesn't need to take this fight. There's a bit of fear that they've crossed already, but Kiyasuke doing a little flank. Will it be like Max? Yes, indeed. Alexi holds on. Patience pays off here for NAVI. They still have a lurker in lower, but are you really going to start rotating at 30 seconds?
Was a 5v3, but here's the rotate.
This is crazy from Falcons. This is maybe a bit too much. They are very scared of this second smoke. NAVI have one more. It can go down in middle. Bit might just use the element of surprise with his position. He's called the B's clear.
Catching Tesses on the fullback. And now the alarm bells are ringing for the Falcons. 5v3. They've done more than enough in this round on the back of that lower push.
Oh,
now they just might give it all away. They charge the bomb plot. And Carrigan bails them out with that opening. Will he be able to respond? No! Can't long it out versus Monacy. Heimlich. Falcons were throwing that away.
They look like they have no respect for NAVI. They full rotate out of the bomb site with absolutely no reason to. They get caught in mid. No respect, no hesitation, and no cover on that bomb plot. Missed chances from the scout will cost you, NAVI. That was your opportunity. A 3v5 pull back into a favorable post plant. Monacy and Carrigan run you down.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Can't play scared here. And Falcons are not.
Wow, რაც უთ ფორმაშია ბიჭო ნავი
the usual pitfalls in a Falcons game haven't come through. They've dodged it every single time. You thought that 3v5 was happening. Only to snatch it back.
არ ვიცი ლინექსაზე არა ვარ სიმართლე რომ გითხრა.
Conservative start to this round, no crazy aggression from the Falcons, they're leaving it to NAVI.
This is not their story right now. This is Falcons looking to just slam them out of the running in Dust 2. Save it for Mirage, because it could be coming up right after this rifle round. Falcons looking to clash again. 4 players here.
Fades.
Facing
wonderful. Finished off with ease. And the 3 stars of the Falcons all chime in with a kill. Shot from the Monacy orb, sure, but he's given a chance to get out and now just go play around this bomb.
You will find it eventually. Maybe we're on with something here. Both shots connecting headshots. And 2 players for Makazi. He knows he has a player trapped at long. Nico locks in. 2 Galils, 1 shot, all required to win this round, and Nico looks to put it together. Makazi position revealed, but Nico's got the kill, and Falcons have got map point. A desperate surge here for NAVI to survive in Dust 2. Bearing no fruit. Falcons just throwing themselves round the corner, 4 players long side. NAVI just can't get a read on this game.
Oh, second nade to break that open. If Monacy had hung around, that would have been an opening. Instead, it's short control taken very, very quickly for NAVI. Maybe going to look to give the Falcons a taste of their own medicine. They threw in a bunch of these fast A plays in reg. Monacy gets here in time. Orb delivers. Oh, and there's a second.
Why, man?
Can he finish it?
Enough
as the Falcons close in for a dominant victory. They want to try and seal the deal on a playoff berth by the end of the day, and that is the game to get things going. 13-3, super one-sided, a masterclass on Dust 2.
Yeah, this is NAVI, a name synonymous with the Lanxess. We've seen them in it 8 times over the years, 10 playoff runs at Cologne, but NAVI now drawn into question come the end of Dust 2. This is Falcons running for the playoffs.
That is one for Falcons in the server tonight, and one that NAVI simply could not tame. The individuals truly firing up for Falcons, not necessarily the names that we would always expect, but that is what it takes to get the job done. Was that the kind of Falcons you were hoping to see, Yanko?
Hoping, maybe, expecting, definitely not. But yeah, it's just... I said it was a strange veto, you know, the way NAVI approached it, veto over something like that, so leaving it in the pool first and foremost. But honestly, this game wasn't even that much about the map itself. I mean, I don't remember, well, actually, maybe it was the opening game against Spirit, but seeing NAVI play that poorly and losing so many rounds with advantages that they're supposed to win and sort of throwing it away. I'm sure
вообще სხვა დონეზე იყო ეხა ტიპი ხო წარმოგიდგენია სიმპლასთან რომ თამაშობდა აი ნათვალე იმენა აი მეებთან რომ თამაშობ პატარა ბავშვი რო ხარ და დიდებში რო გათამაშებენ ეგრე იყო რა სიმპლასთან ერთად გაიზარდა პასტი რა ნავი ჯუნიორი და ნავი შო გადაიყვანეს და მაგა ჩაჯდა მართალია მადლობა დონაციებისთვის
and every single time that they had some information to work with they seemingly lost it and then they would just find themselves in some really poor like situations and
არხი გამოიწერდა და like extremist არ გამოწერდა და like
also you know how it is Peter like when you lose after you lose a 4v2 and then a 5v3 in 2 reset rounds like just as a player like you tell something is off, like something's going horribly wrong and then your confidence is sort of tanking, then you see the sort of plays that your opponents are making, like it's the complete opposite for them, tons of confidence. I mean that play from Tessus through the smoke around Carl was just brilliant, right? And that play doesn't happen if they're not so ahead at that time.
But it also showed on the body language, right? You could see that multiple of NAVI players where you're like, hey, you know, heads in their hands, where they were like sinking down their chairs. They know that they messed up some of those rounds, but they never really recovered from that one.
Even with Falcons making that first map quick, still plenty of stuff coming up for us. Of course, Mirage is the second map in this series. Not before we dive into another new skit in the break as well. But of course, we've got to break down this Dust 2. Let's dive into a couple of rounds you got for us, Yanko. Let's start off with round 8. What's this one?
Yeah, so Falcons up 5-0, lose 2 gun rounds in a row. This is their last buy, right? And I think here they're thinking, okay, they're just blocking this and not actually playing for short, so they force this short take even with the smoke being there. Well, they were wrong. There was 3 players from Navi waiting, so they lose out the fight. Kerrigan will get the 1 kill, and now it's a 2v4, and Tess is obviously understanding, all right, long is open, and here Alexi trying to go back. They maybe wanted to reset the setup and go back to long, but here Wonderful, completely oblivious that he can get shot at, so just dies really in a foolish way, and then that's a 2v4, you know, converted from Tessis and Monacy, where if Navi wins this, Falcons have to eco. Now they've lost 4 rounds in a row, and perhaps this game takes a different course.
In the 2v2 situation, the kill that Monacy actually gets off Catwall onto Makasa is actually the one that seems to be the most important, that one, because Makasa actually had a smoke, and since it was planning for Plateau and Tetris found himself in pit, if Makasa would have won that duel, then he would have smoked off the bomb, and then they would have lost that one, and that could have been their way back into the game by losing a 2v4 in that fashion. It's not really the way you want to go.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to go about it. You're totally right. It wasn't the only moment that Tetris had.
აი ესენი გავაჩუმოთ 11 წუთი რამენაირად. იქით ამერზე გადასვლა მეზარებამ კიდია იყოს, მოიგებს ალბათ. ჯითუ, მაგრამ რომ თვერ მოიგოს და რომ თვერ მოიგოს უკვე აზრი აღარ აქვს, ეს ნავი მომგები არ არის, მირაში მით უმეტეს. ესეთ 2-0 ამოტენის Falcon ისეთ ხოძზე არიან, რომ აქ დიდი აღარაფერი აღარ მოხდება. რავი, ჯორჯ, აზრი აღარ აქვს Falcon-ებმა თუ მოიგეს, დამთავრდება ჩვენთვის ყველაფერი მაინც. ესენი რო ლაპარაკობენ მეუსმენ, ბიჭო, რავი, არა, კიდია. თან დროს გადის ხოლმე ძირითადად ხალხი რა. რესტორანებზე თამაშს ვინც უყურებ და გადიან და იმაშვებიან, რავი, სიგარეტს ეწევიან, ან ჭამენ ან. ამათ არავინ არ უსმენს, რავი, ვიც არ ინტერესებს, просто თავის საქმეს აკეთებენ რა. ყველა სპორტში არის ესეთი ტიპები. იღადავით, ამათ კუშები აქვთ, ხელფასები, პროფლეიერებზე მეტი აქვთ ხელფასი, რო იცოდეთ ამათ. რა გინდა ძმაო, ერთი გოლი გაუტანეს კურაკაომ, კურაკაო ეძახი და ყოფ. სადაურე რა კონტინენტზია კურაკაო? რომელი მას ეკუთვნის? რომელი კონტინენტის კაცები გევასებათ ყველაზე მეტად? ანუ აი 1500 კაცი ცხოვრობს და 11 კაცი შეკრეს მაგათთან და მსოფლიოზე გავიდნენ? Nice try-საც რო აღარავინ წერს, კაიც დაო უკვე, ანუ მაგაზეც გაგიპრეფოთ, მაგრამ თქვენ ანუ გაიარეთ ის რა ქვია, ადაპტაცია ყველაფერთან, გაიარეთ ადაპტაცია და მე მოგხედავთ. თოფურიას გავსტრიმა, ოკეი? ამის 7 საათზე ავდგები მაგის გამო, რომ თოფურია გავსტრიმა. მაგ ხოძე ვარ იმენა. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ძმებო დონაციებისთვის შეგრები ხართ. ნავი ჩაქიმა. ისევ აღარ დააწერს არავინ არაფერს, მართალი ხარ. რამე ან ძალიან აი goat prefabs მოვიფიქრებ რაღაცებს რა. იცი როგორ prefabs მოვიფიქრებ? სხვა რო დაწერს კითხვას მაგაზე გაგპრეფავთ იმენა, აი სხვა დაწერს ჩატში რაღაცა კითხვას იკითხავს, კი ან არა რო არის პასუხი. და აი მაგაზე გაგპრეფავთ, ეგ იქნება high level-ი უკვე. ყველა ნიკა გამარჯვებულიც უნდა გამოიცნო, რომ დაიმონდი აიღო. ჩათვალე, რავი, დრაკონი უნდა მოკლა, რომელსაც თავები ამოზდის. ახ, ჯაბა მაეჭვებს მე. ალ დილის 12-ზე გვაქვს თამაში მილენიუმს. აბა ვნახოთ რა სიზავენ ბავშვები. აუ ესენი რა გახარებულებიან. რა კაცობა სადა გაქვთ ბიჭო? ხალს რომ მოაქვს იმ ხელა პარკი. გამოართით ამ ხელა მოტრუკები ხართ. ფუი დაგაჯვით თავზე თქვენ. კაცობა არ გაიშო თქვენ. არა არ ყუმარებ. ეს დაიძოვით ერთი წუთი ჩუმად იყავი რა მამ. უღრიალებ. მილენიუმის სახზე გაისტრიმებ. მე გავსტრიმავ კი. დილის 12-ზე ხვალ. აბა რა გაწერია ინსტაგრამზე მითხარი რომ დაგბლოკო? ბიჭო ყველაზე მაღალია რომ რა დაგიდია. კაცო არა ესენი იმენა ქალაჩუნები იქნებიან, ანუ ეჭვიც არ მეპარება იმენა რა. სახში რომ აი ცოლებს რომ მოიყვანენ და სახში რომ ვინმე შემოვარდეს, რამე ძარცვა რომ დაიწყოს, ცოლს გაუშვებენ პირველი მიდი ნახე რა ხდებაო, სიბნელის მეშინიაო. ეჭვიც არ მეპარება ბიჭო, ესენი იმენა, ისინი იქნებიან კუტუმიცინები იმენა. ატრაიდებენ ცოლსო, იმე შეაგდებენ ენტრიზე. მოწევა შეგიძლია ბრეიქებზე, ყველაფერი შეგიძლია.
Right? Emim is not actually in jail. Not according to newly uncovered classified information. 9th of April, Face Clan signed up to Harris County jail land in Texas. What? These fuckers will do anything for a couple of VRS points. By day, they find the inmates. By night, they're held in their cells. Wait, what? They sleep in the cells? Equal accommodation. What can I say? Competitive integrity. Right. Makes perfect sense. We paid the warden's buyout and got the all clear on our little stunt. In, out. This whole thing is gonna be a breeze. David, man. Man's been eating good in jail. You've got the connections. Respect. Respect.
სხვა მოიპარეს უეჭვენ. აუ, თურმე როგორ შერჩათ.
I always knew you would come back for me.
აუ, ცუდად. თურმე როგორ შერჩათ.
What the fuck are we doing? I told you, I like jail.
Known by the bouncers cause I party rough. Then I got approached by Dirt McGruff. He was huge and the girl said I called the buff.
იმათ უნდათ კარიგანას პოპარვა.
Carrigan in a Falcons jersey. Falcons are
თურმე როგორ ყავთ კარიგანა.
Was it all part of Blade's master plan?
არა და ხო ვიცახდი ფროზენა ფალკონებში თუ თურმე ამათაც ქონიათ გეგმა.
Mirage is up next. Navi's pick. It's their time for redemption. And it's Falcons coming off the back of an absolute stomp.
Yeah, even though the numbers on Mirage have been kind of hit or miss for this version of the Falcons, it's the fashion that they went on to close Dust 2 that's giving you some concern. NAVI looking a little disjointed, have to refocus in between these maps. Hit hard from the word go. Looking at this A play, Falcons have gone to clear top middle, so they will have faster intakes available here. Monesi
Anubisამდე მიიყვანეთ საქმე, Anubisi კარგი გაქვთ.
Makazi leads with an entry.
It's explosive, and once that nade hits the
smoke, takes
Makazi with him. Navi going to get that sight. They get the spawn. This is a lot of control. Can Falcons take it back? Tessa's high flash, and Falcons are coming in.
Two players here. Flash wrecks them both. It's a double kill lined up right there on a platter. Now just got to pick apart the rest. Bit tapped out. Falcons recover in the pistol.
It just feels like a different energy today from the Falcons, doesn't it? Right there. It's a big pistol round picked up by the Falcons at the dawn of Mirage. NAVI get the plant they forced last time. This is NAVI. Maybe a little bit shaky today. Could not close from any advantage back on Dust. Will Mirage be different?
I see what you're saying there, though, right? Falcons do have this kind of swagger about them right now. Playing as though, you know, NAVI are massive underdogs or something in this head-to-head.
გადაუარა ჯითუ მიმენა სახეზე, ხო? დანკაი. ო ნავი, ხო, არ გაგვიტეხო რა დღეს, ხო, რა იქნება, თო, მოიძალები რამე გთხოვთ.
Hero guns for Alexi and Makazi.
ნავი გავწუროთ დღეს და ხვალ გვექნება კიდე შანსი რომ პიკემი დაიწყეს. ძალიან პატარა, მაგრამ გვექნება.
One smoke left.
მაგრამ თქვენი სადაც პატარა გაქვთ.
One of the two guns already softened up. You get given this mid control by the Falcons for now. So NAVI have the space they were looking for. Just begs the question, what do they want to do with it? They really have the util to launch an offensive out from middle. So yeah, they go looking for that space right off the top, wanting a gunfight, wanting a head-to-head.
So shooting for it, it's zero shua are აზრი აღარ აქვს, so გამაგრე საიტები მოიგე რაუნდი, GG.
But it's led to a bit of a misread. Nico aggressing down
through lower. Reinforcements arriving at B. One over at the A side of the map. Honestly, just going to arrive in time to help out. But this A hit's coming. NAVI lob in their volley of util to try and get the ball rolling on this hit.
It's fine for Falcons to give away the plant. It's where NAVI going to struggle winning this round in a post-ball with no names.
ესესაც ხოძი, აჰა, კარიგანაც ხოძია. აჰა, მიდით ბებრებო, მიდით, აბარა. მე როცა მინდა გუშინ დელი თამაში გახსოვთ, ნესამათი?
Nowhere to go.
ამათი გუშინელი თამაში ვინმეს გახსოვთ ვაფშე კიოსუკეს ჰქონდა რა ვიცი მაო აი არ ვიცი როგორ მოიგეს ეგ თამაში ვაფშე არ ვიცი
3K a player got a half by, got to offer over some respect. Falcons are earning it right now. Perfect info play, even though Falcons read it wrong, they clear out the other side of the map, and look how quick they're all together in spawn. NAVI had just no way to escape that bomb site. There were still questions for me here on Mirage. Not just the fact that NAVI have had a bit of a streak of it, albeit against weak opposition, but also Falcons right now, since Carrigan joining, they had some real trouble. Not helped by some of Carrigan's weaker performances, but that was not what we got on Dust 2. Positive rated map, a lot of impact, and a well-cooled T-side. Started this map strong as well. So have things changed here for the Falcons? RV with a smoke and a flash. A hope and a dream on this B bomb site. Kiyasuke starting to claw back to B. They've got full mid info. Monacy's peaking top mid at this point.
Მაგაზე მამ მეიჯორზე კარჩე პლუს ფრაგი როდის დადო თვითონაც არ ახსოვს.
NAVI will be coming through.
ვერ არ ყოფილა პლუს ფრაგში. აბა შანსი აქვს ახლა რომ გამოისყიდოს თავის შეცდომები. ერთი ფლეში მანქანა. მანქანამდე ვერ მიაღწია. კარიგანა შეხედე, კარიგანა შეხედე. მონტეკილს მიკეთებ ყველა რაუნდში. კარიგანა 15 ქული იწურება ამ თან.
Carrigan's not delusional. He knows he is kind of the weakest link here. He's used his squad trying to home in on his half of the map. I do expect, that won't be the last attempt to get past Carrigan at B we see for NAVI in this game. That's already a promising sign there. Sure, it's only up against the Pistols, but there was some money put into that round. It was a whole group of players flocking through the apartments, and it's going to give NAVI a bit of pause before they next go for that B hit, looking for this mid control.
Falcons get unlucky. That nade doesn't break the top mid smoke. They would have multiple players on their screen. It is a brawl, a bash from Bit. He does in a double. That could have gone a lot worse for NAVI, so to sit in a man advantage is not a bad position. Bomb retrieve, NAVI get grouped. Falcons are here.
Carrigan getting into position, spawn side, but they're already out ramp. This isn't info he has. Still going to strike on a good timing. Carrigan, big damage. Now hands off to Kiyasuke. 1v2 and a CT re-wrap. Going to get here very, very quickly, running the whole way. IEM hears this. And he's going to delay this bomb plant. Forces you to go for something a little safer. Gives him that 1v1. Alexi had to
choose. Let's go. Aleko midik tro Aleko.
NAVI's captain keeps that round in check.
I do still like the way that Kiyasuke plays it, just charging them down. It's just so much confidence here on this start of the game for Falcons. Doesn't look like much of a reset from that second map. They just keep it coming. It was, I do think that round just comes down to the top mid smoke not getting naded open. I think if it gets broken properly, Falcons find multiple kills at the start of the round in middle. A very fine margin here for NAVI. Full blind on that flash. It goes a little bit wrong, but Monacy still survives. Re-molly, and Alexi is burning alive. He has to smoke it. He knows they're coming out connector. Falcons putting a lot of threat on middle. Lexi almost dies to utility. Take down the Grenadier of NAVI.
მადლობა, უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. შევეცდები რომ გავაკეთო ეგეთი რაღაცა. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის. Просто ამ სტრიმებზე რამდენად შესაძლებელია მაგას ვერ გეტყვი, იმიტომ რომ არ მაქვს მაგის სიუფლება, რომ რამე გამოვიტანო იმის გარეშე, ეკრანზე. კითხვის გარეშე და გავარკვე მაგას და მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
kept up his strong major performance, was the only guy for NAVI on Dust 2 hit.
აბა რა, ხოდზე ნავი, let's go boys. მიდი ხო, არ ჩამიგდოთ ფიქემში. ბოლო შანსი ხართ ჩემი, ნავის მოგება, ყველაფერი გავწურეთ დღეს, მონღოლები გავწურეთ. ფუტი გავწურეთ. რავი, ჯითუს ტურავთ. რაღა გავწურეთ, ვიტალიტი გავწურეთ, მიდი. ყველაფერი ისე ჯდება როგორც გვინდა.
He threw a con molly, he made a lot of noise, it made it pretty obvious, hey, this is an A attack, I'm coming in from the mid split, and then when they get out, they don't swing jungle, they don't even put a smoke down. Falcons are holding for the cross, nothing comes, they start looking back, they look connected, they check window, that's when NAVI swing. IEM was never there. They know their lurker. They can't feel safe in their positions. NAVI catch great timings on those swings. It's a big round here from NAVI.
დავაი საღოლალეკო, მიდი მოხოდე გუნდი.
Above water on this T side.
ეხა ზონი გაიტყვის, ნაის ილია, ნაის დამიან, ნაის მაქსიმ. თუსო, ამისი კოლები ეგა. ჯუჯა მიხსენი რა, ვიუ კარიგანაზე რატო იძახით. ბიჭო, თვითონ გააკეთა ეგ მიმი გაჩითა რა. ხალი გამომიტანე მეთქი, რის მითხარ. ეხა სტრიმს გადავახო და გაგიგებუნები ხალი გამომიტანე. ჩათ, ხო უთხარი ხალი გამომიტანე.
In this first half. Well, these CT rounds are worth a hell of a lot to the Falcons. Have a double orb purchased up. Kiyasuke gonna don one alongside Monacy. Still no orb for NAVI. Wonderful holding off before that gets bought out.
არა, ყველაზე მაგარი კამანდა მაკმენა იყო ყველაზე მაგარი კაცი რა. ნეტო რო დაწერა და რო წაშალა, გეკონებო ვერ დავინახეს.
A bit of aggression out towards this B side. This is where this double orb
This is კარიგანა. აუ, დაბლავებ თემა უკვე, ოპა. ეს არ გვაქვს. ზემოდან ერთი გადაუფლეშეთ ბებე.
This is not the man you were expecting, not the weapon either.
არ გაპიკო მაკა.
Oh, Jiggle forces that shot. It's huge info.
მეგონებათ რო ავეპია ბიზე მონესი.
You hear them run back.
და ზოგადად ძმებო, კიდევ ერთი მიზეზი, რატომაც მოდელებით არ თამაშობ. აუ, დააგვიბომბეს იმეჯი. კიდევ ერთი მიზეზი იმისა, რომ მოდელებით რატო არ თამაშობენ. არის ის, რომ მოდელით შეუძლიათ, ანუ სკინის მოდელით შეუძლიათ, რომ ტიპი დაიმახსოვრონ. და მაგიტო არ იყენებენ. და ჯობია, რომ ყოველთვის ერთნაირი მოდელები ქონდეთ ტიპებს. აუ, არ არსებობს კარიგანა შეხედეთ.
And the short play is dealt with by Nico just all across the board.
Falcons have each wonderful. ესეთები მოგიგია მილიონი ბებერ. ავეპე გიგდიათ ამ ფეხებში. ავეპე აიღეთ, ხო, კაი შანსი გექნებოდა უფრო ავეპეთი თო.
Don't know how close the Falcons are. Don't know numbers. There's a lot of uncertainties for Wonderful to try and work with. Edging his way forward, gets the spot on Tessez. It's backing up into the open.
ავეპე აიღო, უფრო კაი შანსი ეკნებოდა რა.
Surprise. So B site holds its own with a bit of help from Nico.
Yeah, surprised to see not see Wonderful take that open the post part. Felt like a perfect opportunity for
this მადლობა დონაციისთვის bro, ჯიგარი ხარ.
Player who's had a fantastic 2026. Took his first
ხა მაგათლარიანი დონაციის გამო მოდელი წაგერთმევა შენ მე მეგონა მეც დამიდონატებდი მაგით ამოგერთი მოდელი თავის დროზე. აი, კარგად იყავ.
To renewed form and to multiple trophies this season.
Remember, 450 likes ავიდეთ ბარემ რა. დარხი გამოიწერეთ.
Wonderful has his orb now. Kiyasuke puts his down. And Karrigan again for the second time starts alone on this B bomb site, entirely evading as Falcons look to fight middle.
Просто მაშინ ეს არ გეწერა და ვერ ვიხსენებ რა გეწერა.
Finally the nades connect to him. And we even saw just with that over the shoulder shot Nico checking out his
ეხლა არ არის ზერო გავარდნაზე ყუმარი.
It's because Falcons put a lot
ხვალ იქნება ყველა თამაში გავარდნაზე. დღეს არა.
To punish IEM and they know they're working. This is a dangerous peak. Nico won't commit. They let NAVI make the next play.
Okay. ვიცი არ მახსენდება უოჭველი მე მახსოვდება ფოტო მაინც რა გეყენა იქ თუ გახსოვს
You've got a lot of bodies out towards middle. Bomb alone in the apartments with Beer. Just worked his way into this corner and timing wonderful there to bail them out at least.
ეგრევე რაპის რეაქცია რა თქმა უნდა.
Kill changes things because you've still got
მაკაზე კარიგანა მოკალი რამენაირადო. აი რამენაირად კარიგანა მოკალი ძმებობთ ხო თორმაკაცმა.
Two players ready to come out of the corner.
ამან კაცი არ მოკლას ეხა არ გამაჟიჟოთ ბიჭო.
Big damage won't cut it. Needed a kill really. Wonderful. Oh, that's a punishing miss. Tessa is
no აი შეუდრეკელია просто.
Game of foot here flash to send Kiyosuke in. Nades brutal softens up Alexi. Now they've just got to clear him. There's Makazi trying to help.
კარგია, ესე უნდა გაეპიკა ნაინზის გუშინ და მოიგებდნენ თო.
And so Navi's game plan of abusing B, this time able to misdirect the Falcons, get them rotating away. Everything works out.
Yeah, just saw Carrigan kind of shrug it off there. He knows he was fighting the urge to push up on short and take that engagement.
აი ესე გაეპიკა გუშინ ნაინზის და მოვიგებდით ყველაფერს.
They trap him in that position. And only damage, it's not enough. Navi are able to convert. This solo B presence finally getting punished. Because it's one thing to have your weaker player on the B side, but when you leave him alone as well, it's going to get even harder. Despite that, Carrigan's 8-3 right now. But this round, nothing done, and Navi do convert that 5v3 that was getting out of hand. They're taking a spawn on ramp. Monacy getting mental. And with that, Nico walks alongside.
Windows მოკი აცილეს? თუ სად არის Windows? აგვიან გაიხსნა.
Flashing this could go very pear-shaped. Nico's initiating. Ema looking to wait it out. Monacy, will he get dragged into this orb?
მიხვდი ახლა რა უბეიტებს. იმე რა.
It's exactly the reaction they were hoping for. Just bait that peek out of Ema. Give him a fight that's so tantalizing he can't resist.
Monacy
answers back with an equalizer, but they're out on A. Monacy gets there just in time.
ორგანიზაცია რო შეიქმნა კარიგანა იყო.
This is a big problem now. This is Monacy with hot hands feeling good. Knows to be the difference maker. Monacy is on for the ace.
Monacy რეებს აკეთებს ბიჭო. როგორ მინდა რომ ამან მეიჯორი მოიგოს უბრალოდ დღეს წააგეთ რა
Monacy's going back to B.
NAVI
It's wonderful, a 1v1 for the site control. A low HP Kiyosuke hides back in the spawn. He needs this element of surprise. The only way Wonderful finds Kiyosuke here is if he goes for the check, if he goes for the clear. If you assume you've got room, you're dead to spawn. And so Wonderful, one chance to make this happen, walks right into the crosshair. What a round from that Monacy AWP.
Yeah, just a thing of beauty to watch. It's the hot hands, it's the flow state, it's everything we saw back on Dust 2 for Falcons, where it feels like nothing can go wrong.
ნახე რა იმესად როგორ მოკვდა просто აქ. აქ დანაშაულია რა.
And he goes on to trap every single player. Feels like they're already dead before they peek him. Nicelia indeed. Broken money now for NAVI.
Navi keep getting Falcons in this vulnerable position where they could reset them, but they're struggling to capitalize. All these breakthrough rounds that would have turned the tide, offered up a streak, just haven't come through. And they're not really in a position where they can chase their losses.
იმე ქერავს კი იმეს მე მგონი მეიჯორის მერე მე ვიცი რაც უწევს უოჭველი ცვლილებები იქნება ნავიში აი უოჭველი ასად მოელოდეთ მაგაში 1000%-იანი ცვლილება იქნება ნავიში რა ვიღაცა გააჯობს უოჭველი რა ან ალეკო გააჯობს ან იმე გააჯობს ან ვანძუშა გააჯობს ან ვიღაცა რა უოჭველი
And a very active CT side down to swing and fight around this mid control. In rounds where they don't, they'll pressure the extremities, take away ramp space. Right now, it's just a farm session for Kiyosuke out towards mid.
მე როცა მინდა რომ მოიგო, მაშინ დორბლები ყარე და როცა მინდა რომ წააგო, მოიგებ. ალეკო არა, ახოძე, არა, ახოძეა მეიჯორის მერე, აი რაც ააყოლეს, რა გახსოვთ ის პერიოდი. მეიჯორი რომ მოიგეს, მაგის მერე ხო რამოდენიმე ტურნირი მოიგეს, 4-5 ტურნირი JS-თან ერთად, მაგის მერე უკან წავიდა ნავი ძალიან.
As he noticed something they could exploit the
momentum რაც ქონდა დაჭერილი ეგ იყო რა.
Very active fights out towards middle.
არა, დაანება თავი counter-ს მე მგონი.
Have been willing to meet them there.
ან შეიძლება რომელიმე გუნდში გაიჩითოს ხა.
And it's clear they've game planned a little around trying to use Ema in this lower tunnels position.
Yeah, 1-9. Nightmare starts.
He's been getting nade stacked. He was the guy who honestly Nico double push into those lower tunnels. And it makes a lot of sense because with Ema out of the picture, you're losing someone who can force these gunfights, who can
downfall round-ად ერთი წაგებაგინა და ეგრევე მენტალურად გერხება. Downfall იწყება confidence-ი რო გივარდება ეგრევე რა. თავდაჭერებულება გჭირდება ყველა ვარიანტში. ამათმა მეიჯორ რომ მოიგეს იმ ხელათა დოჯირებულო და დაიჭირეს რომ მაგის მერე იგებდნენ ტურნირებს. მერე ერთი ტურნირი წააგეს. მიხვდნენ რომ ვა, ესე იგი შეიძლება წავაგოთ და ადამიანის ფსიქოლოგია და ტვინი ეგრე მუშაობს იმენ.
Waiting for Falcons to
reach. რაღაცა ზოგადად რაღაც ახალი როცა არის, აი რომ დოპამინს რითიც იღებ რა. თავიდან შეიძლება იღებდე ამ დოპამინს გამარჯვებებით რა, მიიღო და ეს ორგანიზმიც რო გაჯილდოვებს იმით რომ აი რო იგებ, გაჯილდოვებს დოპამინით. და მე რო ხდება უკვე ეს ყველაფერი ჩვეულებრივი ამბავი 7 ტურნირი 8 ტურნირს რომ მოიგებ უკვე და წლის გუნდი გახდები და რაღაცა მე უკვე აღარ არის, გაიგე ეგეთი სიამონება აღარ ხდება. ამიტომ მაგის კონტროლიც უნდა ისწავლო და რავი, რაღაც კავშირი, ბევრი ფსიქოლოგია მარტო ის არ არის, რომ კაუნტერი ჩავთო და ვითამაშო რამ დონეში რა. просто ვიტალიტი ძალიან მაღალ დონეზე ყავს აყვანილი და კიოსუკე რა კარგი ხარ, გენაცვალე ბებერ, მიდი ეგეც მოკალი.
One back for Ema. Tag down range off the wonderful orb. NAVI have been able to break through. A double kill doesn't matter as they still get their entries. And so down to a retake now. Carrigan stuck on Ema. And he will close on that all-important kill. Stops the first man in.
შენს თავთან უნდა დაждდე და იმენა გქონდეს ერთი საათიანი ფიქრები და რაღაცები უნდა გაანალიზო რა.
It's a reluctant save out of the Falcons. You saw them down to give that 3v3.
რაღაცაში გამოგვადგა იმე რა. აღარ გავფიქოთ იმე დავიტოვოთ კიოსუკეს 15-4-ზე აქ მონტესტა გუშინ ქონდა 4-15-ზე პირიქით ქონდა. მაგარია ძალიან.
And Falcons can't find a way back.
არა, კარიგანი 10 კილს ვერ დადებს, გაიჭედა მაგ 8
კილს. Slowly but surely chipping away at this
first. 20 ლაიქით მივარტყათ მე პოდკასტს 40-ზე ავიდეთ.
It's huge entries from Ema. Kyosuke was looking like he had a hell of a multi-kill lined up there on balcony as they come through that smoke. But NAVI, who broke the timing, jumping on this default player as the smoke blooms in Palace. So it's close, but NAVI still need another round in this half.
Ema faking a mid-take, while the rest of NAVI look to go quickly into an A play. Molly forces Tessa to commit to a real awkward fight. Double entry for Kazi. And he just guns it all the way towards This is a very rough round for the Falcons.
5-6 რაუნდი, 6-6 იქნება იდეალური. კაისიტი საიდია გნავის, ჩემენას რა უთხარი, ეხლა მე მგონი დავთავს ესენი და რაუნდს ვერ მოიგებენ ისეთი.
Again, Falcons make the read, right? They've got the setup to start the round. Two players balcony high-low, but NAVI just completely catch them off guard by going for an instant execute. Perfect molly from onto Tessez. And NAVI barely a scratch, saving themselves right down the tail end of their T side, looking for an even half. Certainly not bad on Mirage. And this begs a question from Falcons.
Magis did that simple მინდა რომ კიდევ ერთხელ ნახო ნავიში.
Correct stacks and both times have just been locked out of this.
მაგის შესაძლებლობა ნაკლებად.
What do you do now?
მაგრამ შეიძლება რაღაც ასწავლი კამბექიც გააკეთოს რა. Просто Ванзуша
not willing to go out quietly in this series. Felt like there was a chance they could have got.
Electronica სადმე გაიჩიტო საუბარი.
I think something that's been nice about this too
is вообще საერთში იყურება იმენა ალბათ მინუს ლეველებშია ფეისიძე იმენა 1200 ის არის MMR არის იმაზე რა ქვია. პრემიერში.
But it was kind of as there's a minute left they go they re-clear mid and then they have something to react to. And with these pace changes at NAVI
Electronica დილით რო გაყოლოსავს ხოლმე ღამით ამთავრებს რა ნავში უნდა გაიჩიტო.
Read from the top of the round with the pace that you've been getting out of them. There's not been this kind of second timing for Falcons to play on. To
go რა ახარა ნუ MMR თუ ელო.
Some type of double play in the mid round.
Will NAVI keep that up?
Wonder what the adjustment's going to be on the back of that pause.
Heavy mid smokes. Falcons dodging the nade stack again.
არიგანასტიკას არ დაამატებდნენ, იმიტომ რომ კიქსანა იყო გუნდში დარეგისტრირებული.
Carrigan alone.
ნახე რა.
This B bomb site might be inevitable as NAVI crack it open.
Again, just playing with pace. Playing on that very first timing. Alexi cutting down the rotates. And now clutching at straws in a 2v4.
Nice one,
goes right into that wonderful orb.
Monica, daseve, bolo round.
Modesty might have had a sick 4K earlier. Surely doesn't have this one in him. First shot lands market side. But now they've got him boxed in and he's working, fighting against this clock. Every second that passes, it gets more and more.
Why,
Modesty, crazy second.
Why,
Betrayed right away for NAVI. They piece together.
რანაირად აქ ბიჭო ესეთი რეაქცია ამას ბიჭო ეს ვინატო არა საუკეთესო ავებია რა მწვიდია იმენა რანაირად ბიჭო პროსტო რანაირად ეს მოვა Давай, Ванзуш, NAVI, let's go, boys. მე ბოსანამ შესანება არის აპინული არის Bytelabs-ის ინსტაგრამი გამოიწერეთ დიდი თხოვნა იქნება რომ ჩემი ცხოველებიც იყოთ გათამაშებაში სამომავლოდ მიდი 4 წამის, let's go. Itu მოიგო ხო იქ? Victory troll იმენა ჯიქუნ გადაუვარა მშვენიერი გთხოვ ნავი არ გამიტროლო
playoffs on the line. NAVI refused to roll over and die here in this qualification series. Last 3 rounds of the T side keep NAVI in contention up against the Falcons, and on their map pick they look for their first pistol to get back in this game.
Yeah, had the realization very late in the day at round 10 how they could break the Falcons defense, and it's given them enough to make something of Mirage after all. And Wonderful, not want to miss this opportunity, nails that opening. He's got
Bitusha. Nice Bitush.
Brutal, tearing through the Falcons.
Nice Bitush.
Just remain in dynamic.
Არა, nice, აბარა. დავაი, მირაჟი ჩვენია და ანუბისი ჩვენია, უეჭველი. მიდი ბიჭო, რა იციან მაგათმა თამაში ტო.
He was 3 kills deep with the P250, but too many targets as NAVI flood the site. Banging shots from Bid on the Julies. And that is their first pistol in this best of 3. Couldn't have come at a better time. Will the second half of this series belong to NAVI?
ეს არ უნდა გაიტროლოს, მაზი მაგ დასასმელი ერთი წუთი მოვა.
Very much a chance.
And this is also where Falcons have had a lot of their struggles.
All smiles here, though. Cracking jokes on the ramp. But yeah, you're right. T-sides have been full of troubles.
Hear those pistols shooting and look at the mini-map. All of NAVI want these ecos. And so no bomb plant, nothing to be found here. Just Nico and his Deeg, and not for long.
ხო, ბუასილის მაზი არის და ეხლა უნდა ვიდგე, ვერ დავждები ცოტა ხანი.
Right, building a bit of a lead now on NAVI. And after Wonderful really struggling back on Dust 2, returning to the form he's held at this major, right in there behind Bit on the scoreboard. I think there's a lot to feel happy about right now for NAVI. This is 5 in a row. Rifles finally back out for the Falcons.
დერმატოლოგმა დამინიშნა რაღაცის მაზის სახეზე.
Attempt to go about that lower tunnel's control, and Makazi didn't like it. Spam connecting.
Pushing Spiritman წააგო.
Still NAVI.
მოიგო.
Fighting for this.
სამივე მაპი ოვერტაიმს, best of 3 ხო იყო და სამივე მაპი ოვერტაიმში მოსჩა.
Just going to slink back. Get a little bit nervous with it being so
სასწაული
quiet.
თამაში იყო. 1000 კაცი ვიყავით სტრიმზე გუშინ.
And they've used really all their defensive util here. It's Falcons looking curiously out towards B. That might be making you nervous because Alexi's on this side of the map all alone. No util to slow this down. Nothing to take the pace out of the round. It's just him with an SMG. Makazi rotating over. Will be close by in the market, but if Alexi dies with nothing done, this might have to be a save. So you need something from the captain. There's the first.
Nice boys. Არა ალეკო მან დარმოყდა
He barrels out through the market. Trying to put up a stand because his teammates
არა
are a
ტო,
long way away.
კარგი რა სადარია ნახე როტაცია, სადაა? იმენა ყვითელი ავტობუსით მოდიან ძმები ჩემი.
On plant now and a decision to make. He got 3 players primed and ready to go for this retake. You're going to look for an incision. Grouping up market side, they swing on out, and as Kiyosuke went looking for that trade, he realizes the cover is there. Him and Monesi trade the contact, leaves it to Bit, and he gets pincered, sandwiched from both sides. That was not an easy 2-on-3, but they handle it really nice.
Is it any other mochoda that Diana challenge man? How can it get the mirror that challenge problem?
Mattering even more now because that molly actually didn't spread. There was room back behind the site. He could have lost it a few more seconds and waited for his team, but he felt the pressure to swing. He felt like that molly was a guarantee. It was not. And so m0NESY and Kiyosuke clutch out around on that B-bomb site. With T-side rounds, the Falcons really need. And in the 7 games the Falcons have played on Mirage since Carrigan joined, they've only managed a 7-round half once.
Now it's major, Robert Moigos.
Since that point, it's been 6 or less. And so Falcons need to give us their best game yet.
Against
the best team they've faced. With everything on the line. Good entry.
One guy already is. This is on track to be Kiyosuke's best game at the Major thus far. 18-7. Top of the board for the Falcons.
Sneaky, sneaky.
What are they up to? Because that bomb's back over towards B. Waiting with m0NESY and Tesses. Nico.
Ბიტას არა და რა ტურნირი აქვს იმენა. შეხედე ბიჭო რა ტურნირი აქვს ბიტას იმენა რა და ის გადმოდის. Nice. ეგეც რა ბარემ რა. Nice. 3-1 ლოუა თქვენია ეს რაუნდი გთხოვთ. No troll boys. კარგი ხარ, აუ რა ტურნირი აქვს ბიჭო ბიტას ჩემი იმენა არ მჯერა ტიპი დაფრინავს ეს ტურნირი.
And no worries about that m0NESY clutch.
ძალიან მაგრა თამაშობს, ძალიან. ასწაულ ფორმაშია ბიტა იმენა რა.
That was Falcons on the fake as well. They don't even get around the corner. Ugly despite a very important entry. Bit makes it look easy and finds that third off the catch up. Falcons cannot celebrate too soon. These T-side troubles might come right back to haunt them. That round would have broken NAVI's money. It would have put Falcons in the lead.
მაგაზე ჯერ კიდე ახალია და მისცემენ შანსს, მაგრამ იმეს უეჭველი გაუშვებენ თუ ვერ მოიხოდა.
Pistols and double digits for NAVI on their map pick and play punctuates this round with a timeout.
Გავიდეთ რა 500 ლაიქს ებარემ არ დაგეზარო და არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი და ლინკიც არის პინული Bytelabs-ის გადადეთ წააბლოვეთ Instagram-ს.
Because they know they have Falcons right where they want them.
აი მე მაგარი დავიღალე. გუშინ 12 საათი, გუშინ 13 საათო 14 საათიანი სტრიმი გამოვიდა გუშინ. ეხა კიდე ერთი 9-იანი გამოვა, 8-იანი, 8-ნახევრელი. ეს თუ მოგვა ანუბიში უეჭველი მოუგებენ, მეც მაგაზრზე ვარ. ეს თუ მოგო რა 10-7-ია და რავი, ერთი ბაი რაუნდი რა.
Still some quiet players for NAVI, but still time to wake up. Falcons
have
a couple of deagles.
Pushing გავსტრიმე ყველაზე მეტი.
Doing a lot in this CT side, winning the 2 most important rounds in that 3K buy and the pistol with the Julies. It's back and spawn on this one. Bomber's Palace. Carrigan is searching. Wonderful breaks.
მართლა გაინტერესებს ამდენი ხანი გავსტრიმე, ანუ 2 დიან.
NAVI get into this round.
No issues up against the pistols. That's always just reassuring, isn't it? Considering they were up for getting broken in that last rifle round, now you get to put a bit of a cushion on this lead. And NAVI know this map is kind of won in this next round if they're able to take it when the guns come back out for the Falcons. You got them right where you want them, as you say. Just get through this one, make it concise, make it clean. Finish with 5 alive. And already you feel like you're onto a winner. Kiyosuke getting sandwiched here with love, a chance to strike with this deagle. But they've not made it a fair fight. 2 players latched onto this position. Deagle delivers one. Loses the bomb short side.
This round doesn't need to die. So
starts to close in on Wonderful. Waiting back in the market, he'll collect the freebie. Still, that's great damage in at the close. That's a 2v5 with 3 kills. Found before time expires for the Falcons.
It still feels like it's going to be a very difficult game for the Falcons to win it out on Mirage now on this T side. NAVI just 3 rounds away from taking us the distance to Anubis in this series, and Wonderful is warming up. 4-0 on the opening duels, Bit holding very strong in a couple of rounds, and Falcons have been very reliant on Kyosuke and m0NESY. So let's see what this first buy, or second buy for Falcons in the half, has in store. Got broken very early in this half. They've got to make this one work. Bit finds Kyosuke in middle. They try and set him up. He goes down. Wonderful. Holding strong. Nice. There's a trade, but this is a 2v5 we're talking about. NAVI are not here to throw this away.
m0NESY's got all the attention. NAVI are moving in to get rid of him. If he falls, Carrigan ain't winning this round.
Nice.
They're just going to ice him out while he's alone. Double swung. Nowhere left to hide for m0NESY.
ეს 8 კილზე როდის იყო? Half-ი რომ მორჩა, ხო?
Kyosuke sent to his doom into a triple mid-stack. Round just becomes unraveled. No entries won for the Falcons. A convincing case.
რა მაგარია, კარიგანა რომ აი რა მაგარია გუნდში რა, იმენა იმედი რო არ გაქვს აი PGL-ს რო ქაჩავს რა. So თუ დარჩა ერთ-ერთზე თუ დარჩა სიცი რო დააგებს რა. ანუ 4-5-ზე თამაშობ რა თამაშს.
Felt like Falcons were just going to swim into the Lanxess. But NAVI, with great mental, are now taking a convincing victory here on their map. Not letting it be any more bumps on this journey. Falcons just have pistols looking to pop on this B site. Nico looking for Deagle in middle. But nothing getting offered up. And so Falcons give time to Nico, searching in middle. Oh, Wonderful, missed that. A brief window, perhaps, for Nico. Bit, oh, he just stumbles into this angle. Nico's holding on. Bottom con smoke, and Bit doesn't know Nico already got here. There is an opportunity, but Bit just swings in, denies it. Good check. And with that, hope will die, as all Falcons have are 2 flashes.
That's going to with the cover. Abara, Makaze. Modi, tak bicho Miraji, Chvenia, Navisia, Navis.
m0NESY throwing into another unwinnable clutch. Has that 1 kill short, but NAVI beeline for him as they make a break for a close on Mirage. It's been left down to this.
So Zonica, nice Damian, nice Ilya, nice Maxim.
He knows just how tall of a task this is. This second half has belonged almost entirely to NAVI. Just 1 round since moving to the T side for the Falcons.
Astralში რა coach იყო და რა არანაირი coach
იყო. Not winning the opening fights. They're not clawing
back. იმენა go-to coach-ობიდან ჩამოვიდა იმენ pro coach-ობამდე იმენა.
To how this started
back on Blade და იმენა ეს ხოძე.
Shades of last year's Cologne for the Falcons. Remember when Kyosuke came through with an incredible dust against Furia in that elimination game. Was the only guy performing. Everyone else went absolutely cold. Falcons fell short of playoffs there. Now sure, there is still room to lose this series, but that is not the goal for the Falcons. However, it might have to be decided on Anubis. Sonic's timeout over. Falcons' time to shine. And NAVI with wind in their sails, 4 straight rounds on this CT side. This is good timing. Window just got
broken.
So no info at the moment for NAVI that everyone is here. But no one open for the taking. No one susceptible to this contact play. How deep will Falcons get before Navi realize that's a perfect timing?
Great catch, Kiyasuke double, surely that's enough.
Why?
Puts up one of his own. Will they check Makazi? No, he's been overlooked. That's a
ნახე
free kill.
2-2-ზე უცებ რა არის
This could
ზალაც
still
City
spiral, this
side-ის
could
რა.
still get away from the Falcons. It's Kiyasuke and Nico left in this. They've got to combine their powers, but right now
City
they're
side-ის
split up.
ზალა რა.
Alexi with the reroute background spawn side. You got 45 seconds
უცებ ორი entry გაქვს, მე მესამე კაცს ყავ და უცებ 2-2-ზე
a
ხარ.
guessing game as to where Alexi is.
Hunting for ghosts. They're looking on B. There's nobody home.
არ გინდა ინფო არ მისე ალეკო. Bombi გაქვთ თუ
Now
დაგდებ.
with Makazi taking a deep ramp position, Alexi ready to play out from spawn. Navi have assembled a crossfire.
დაგინახა,
Within
nice
that one
მაკა.
kill from Makazi, Nico left in a
აბა რა, ბიტო, აბა რა, წავედით მესამე მაპში, აბა რა.
Seal the deal on Mirage. Navi bouncing back at an alarming rate. Might have started slow, but they shake that off in time for Mirage. Finishing with their top performers, looking lights out. Falcons get to dig deep and now attempt to bounce back of their own because playoffs are hanging in the balance and this series goes the distance.
Ყველა რჩება stage 3.
One hell of an admirable recovery from the side of Navi, and as Harry just alluded to, a third map to decide who is going through to the Langsess. It felt like they had that completely locked down on the CT side of things, Peter, and just as you alluded to, you just have to forget the dire straits that was Dust 2 and refocus on what was a incredibly locked down game plan for Navi on their second map.
They truly looked way better, I think, and that was in every aspect of the game. And I just can't emphasize enough how much it actually means to see the Navi playing this well onto Mirage, and it just speaks to me that they just, as individuals, but also as a team, they're just so much more comfortable playing this map, you know, because they can play the XVX situation so much better. They can play around each other, and they just know so much more what to be doing whenever they're put in a pressure situation. But the game plan also just looked very solid. I think Blade, he had cooked up some very good things, and just looking a bit of the team comms as well from the side of the Falcons, they were aware of that there was something different being thrown at them, but they couldn't really find the answer. And you know, the disconnect that we saw on Dust 2 was slightly different on this one. It was a lot more about them understanding the rotations, but also just putting themselves in favorable situations throughout the game.
Yeah, like we said, there's nothing Navi can't do on Mirage, right? Like their playbook is endless, and they can make whichever adjustments they deem necessary. You know, Falcons were up 6-3 from that point on. It was 10-1 for the side of Navi. I think those last 3 rounds in the first half that they were able to rack up were hugely important, because those 6 rounds, they were all 6 gun rounds. Falcons had a good economy, they were saving guns, but Navi just found ways to win rounds.
Yeah, truly a bread and butter map for the side of Navi. Now let's go back to a little bit earlier than you're alluding to, Yanko, because Dupree, you picked out round number 5 for us. T-side round from Navi, what are we looking at here?
It's a very classic Navi default round, but this round is super important to try and avoid the reset here, since they won the round prior to this one. And it is just a classic, you know, the top mid smoke, the window smoke with the Molotov, and Alexi, he actually gets a brawl here with Monesi, and he gets a little bit lucky not getting killed, whether it's Monesi whiffing or anything, but at least gives a lot of info, and he turns his attention back to the A side by gathering up the squad here. And I don't really like the setup that Falcon has going here. It feels like they're trying to, you know, have a little bit of a brawl for mid, because they know Navi love these, you know, these splits. As of now, it just this Molotov that Alexi is going to be throwing here, that's kind of the key to me, because both of the rotations happening for B happens in jungle, and then you just isolate 2 players with 1 Molotov. I would have loved to see that Falcons would have rotated maybe a little bit faster towards CT, so they would spread out their defense a little bit more, and also just Nico gets shot in the back. I think he thinks Tessus has his back, but yes, he doesn't.
Yeah, and I think it's also okay if you want it to be a mid-centric setup. At some point, you need to clear mid, you know, or do something. Yes. You can't just be stuck like that the entire time. And there are a couple of different situations where either they're just the setup doesn't seem the best, or the one player is sort of out of position and maybe tries to do too much on his own, right? Which have been issues that have played Falcons for a while.
As you alluded to as well, when we come into the tail end of that first half, it's where kind of Navi really start to find that comfort, right?
Yeah, they switch it up, right? Like with just doing something a bit more unorthodox here. They're going to group up towards A, and Bit sees the trajectory of the smoke, knows where Tessus is, catches him, and Kiyasuke finds 2 great kills, and Apps is smoked. Why is he peeking into this fight? He has 2 teammates in jungle. Just stay in sandwich, right? Like, just hold Apps from there, and your teammates can hold someone jumping on top of Tetris, right? Like, Monesi can start searching with Tiop, like, they can help you. There's a lot of things that Yeah, he
კარგად
had
აწყობდა თამათ რა.
He had a really good game, I think, but it's still some of these details where it's, you know, you want to see progress. Right? It's been a year now that he's been on the team, and sometimes the bloodlust can really cost the Falcons.
He got a little bit stressed in that position. I think that's probably why he decided to peek. So he would probably rather peek than finding himself stuck in there getting Molotov or just someone you're timing the peek.
Rame ვიცი მე რამის 4 საათზე.
And I guess that's what it is, right? But you know,
მანამდე რამე არ არის.
I know, right? So it's always for each player peek. Never a thought crosses their mind. I mean, not never. I'm just saying it's like it's never, oh, maybe I can wait and my teammates will come and help me, or maybe I'll just buy time for my teammates to rotate in. No, it's always like, I don't want to die in a stupid way. Doesn't matter how you die if your team wins the round, right? So it's about changing the way you think, sometimes a little bit to have the bigger picture in mind. Yeah, NAVI was just a better team. It's not like that this one round cost him the game or anything like that, but those issues are going to keep creeping up for the Falcons.
No, it's a telltale, right? It's something that happens a little bit too often if you're a fan on the side of Falcons, but if you're a NAVI fan, you're having a good time right now, Peter.
Yeah, like Peter's been the best performer for NAVI throughout the major, so it's good to see that he continues doing so, right? He's the anchor of the team, but he gets so much done. Like he switches it up all the time. Like he's either lurking in Palace or he lurks on Ram. He just gets like, so much stuff done. Even like the round here where he sees the objective of the smoke and goes out. The pistol round, he's also being a nuisance. Even then when he actually falls back and play connected, this round was really important for him as well. He's just such a solid player. Like, he gets so much stuff done for the team, and it's nice to see that he just continues to perform because he's very much needed to continue to see NAVI do good at this major. And it's just such a joy to see that he's playing some of the tough positions, but he just gets a lot of good timings, even having 100 ADR through it is with 4 multi-kills. That's big in a game where they needed to bounce back to find that disconnect that they couldn't connect for Dust 2.
And 4 multi-kills doesn't sound like a lot, but it felt like it came in the 4 of the most important rounds. You know, first gun round in the first half, second pistol, reset round in the second half, right? So every time his team needed it, he stepped up to the task. And yeah, a different conversation I feel like Blade can have now with his players.
What do you suspect he's saying? He's quite gesticulating there, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's a lot. I don't know if NAVI expected Anubis, right? The Falcons haven't played it with this lineup. I don't know if teams cracking each other have any, you know, sort of feelings about it, but I think NAVI is in a situation where they know if they just focus on themselves, it doesn't matter what the Falcons bring. You know, if they play their own game and if they play it on a good enough level, like they'll come out victorious on the
other side of the server. That is indeed Monassi. Of course, it didn't amount to a victory for Falcons, but I just love watching this guy play. I can't get enough for it. I was saying to Dupree, can we kind of maybe put style points in the conversation? Because I feel like then it would be undisputed, right? I just love seeing him enter the server, and yeah, as much as it didn't amount to a W, still super impactful.
I think without the Monassi would have been an even bigger defeat. You know, he had that massive 4K on A where he just knocked. What's so good about him is that obviously he's very flashy. He's good with both the AWP, but also with rifles. But you know, he gets so much stuff done for the team, and I love this new approach. I don't know if he's like the like Kerrigan or Sonic, but he don't want him to go for these fights because he's good enough to do it. And sometimes he can have an off game, but most of the time he hits these shots where people are trying to jiggle him, but he still manages to hit it. He's a massive clutch player as well, so he's very important. It's just good to see that he's turned out for the major in exact form that we hope for.
Yeah, he is lights out. The entertainment factor is through the roof when Monassi is on the server, and as we saw, even on the first map, which yes, Falcons won in a dominant way, it is like the players coming through with some of these rounds and getting them out of bad situations, right? So we'll see on Anubis. It's a huge unnknown.
ბარიატრის ვიდეო დადო ბიჭო. მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ბარიატრის ვიდეო დადო ძმობას გაფიცეთ?
That good or bad for Falcons? Good, because they'll be forced to do it. Okay. And play a bit more together, but we'll see. I mean, this is the map that NAVI has been picking time and time again against Vitality, and they've had some success against them on, so they won't feel any worse on this map.
They get to start on T side of things, they being NAVI as well. What do you expect seeing them hot out the gate?
I think for me, it is a clash of styles. You know, NAVI with their strong T sides against Falcons, who almost have to be winning games on CT sides, right? Like, yes, I know they won 9 rounds on T side, does too, and I know Anubis is more of a T-sided map, but I just don't think they've had enough time to really gel with Carrigan and get used to his play style or calling style, and their playbook is deep enough, right? So it has to be things like having a decent CT side, winning both pistols, you know, or some of the hero rounds coming through like we saw from Tessis on Dust 2.
Yeah, I just excited to see what Falcons will bring to the table, because there's not a whole lot of data to have. They've only played one it's still a map that to me is relatively unknown when I look at the Falcons, because, you know, they might turn out to be really good, and I think that could be a really important card to have in your hands turning out for playoffs, because there is as I mentioned coming into the game, there's a lot of teams that's really good at playing overpass, and since they're not playing it, they might be forced to either pick it or play Anubis. So this could be a good test for them, and I think it's rightfully so a good time to get it.
Can you both give me a prediction then, heading into this? I'm very excited we get a third map. Who's going away with a spot in the Lanxess?
I think NAVI, they're the better team on Anubis.
Yeah, I think NAVI's also going to run away with it.
Well, let's see if Falcons can indeed be bouncing back into this one. Not the greatest showing, to say the least, on NAVI's map pick of Mirage, but that does leave us knocking on the doorstep of Anubis. This map will decide who goes through to the playoffs at the Incel Extreme Masters Cologne Major.
ნიკა ნიკოლაი ავდალო დაბადებული 1711 წელს. აბა შენ საქართველოში არ ცხოვრობ, ხო, როგორც ვიცი? ხელახელები მიჩნდა კამერაში. ახლა კი. შენ თქვი მივდივარ ხო? აუ, ამ გემით გაისეირნებდა კაცი.
Can you hold main? I can try. Hold main, let me pick on you. I try to molly main, okay? One trash. Trash, stack. Trash. Burning. Trash will build. I'm all kitchen. Build, shading, pick up.
კარიგანა რეებს აკეთებს დაამუღამეთ. გეხვეტები უკან გადაახვიეთ ვიდეო და კარიგანას მოძრაობები დაამუღამე, როცა მოკლავენ მაგის მერე.
Hold ups. That con. One more that con. Nice. He flash from maps. Don't see con. Don't see ramp. One more caps. Nice. One more caps. BF one speed. Low speed minus 50, guys.
Who is this? I'm gunshot.
Minus 50. I have no armor. Kitchen. I have no armor coming. Nice.
You've had a few IGLs. You got a new one now. He's the GOAT. What's he brought to you?
Yeah, I feel very comfortable in his system. I like how we play the rounds. I like how we think during the round, that everyone is vocal and active. Everyone can give ideas and whatever he sees. So our communication is very important in our system. So we have to be always on point.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering also, we've seen, in these two events, Kyosuke playing, much better in some of these playoff games than it has been before. What is it? What do you feel like is the reason for that?
I just think he has a man to follow now and trade. I think Finn gives him a lot of space and a lot of directions in the rounds, and I think he's just feeling more comfortable, like going in and just trading, because before it was a bit of mixed roles when Damian was on the team, but I think now it's very, very clear that Finn is the guy up front. You just follow him and you get the trade. And I think with this now he got the confidence, so now it's going to be much easier for him to also be the front guy when he needs to be. So I was really happy to see him performing the way he did in Astana and also in the CAC.
And I have to ask you, Finn, you know, over the course of your career, and especially in FaZe, like you've been a fan favorite everywhere you go. Obviously, with the Falcons organization, there's a lot of people out there hate watching. Just, I've never seen an anniversary of a round that's been lost. You know, being talked about.
რაკუში იქნებოდა, ბიჭო. ხუთის მოგება, მონღოლების მოგება, ვიტალიტის მოგება, ნავის მოგება. ჯიორის მოგება, ხუთი თამაში. ხუთი თამაში დამეწერა მოგებები. რაკუში ექნებოდა ნეტა.
Very high expectations of ourselves, and for the team we were, there was always disappointment.
And,
I don't think it's much more different. Of course, there's a lot of more things on social media with Falcons, but it's funny when you go into the arena, it's just like everybody's kind of a Falcons fan suddenly. They just don't have the jersey on, which I think is showcasing what's being built. There's a lot of fans of the players, and I think when you have a Falcons jersey on the fans, you probably have things to explain and stuff like that. But in my opinion, we are here to win trophies. We're all on the same page, and I think it's no different.
კუშები როგორ არის, ანუ 10 ლარში 10 ლარს მოვიდებდი 10 კუში თუა? ძმებო, ეგრე იქნება?
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Well, playoffs on the line, and NAVI with one hell of a bounce back sees this series go the distance. To witness the first flight of the Falcons with this new look roster on Anubis, our decider.
Yeah, it was a good map for them before Carrigan joined, right? 4 wins in a row. Not many played across the year, but they still win there and got wins over Spirit.
ევოლუცია განიცადეს იმენა საღოლ ძმებო ორ ტიმში იმენა საღოლ პროები გახსნაო იმენა რა
for the Falcons. We'll see if that continues now with Carrigan here.
ახლები უნდა შემოვისყიდო ისევ
For Carrigan himself back in FaZe, only playing this map 4 times this year. So NAVI having put in more time on Anubis.
თქვენ უფრო კაი ანტიჩეტი გაქვთ ვიდრე ვალვეს და FaZe-ით ძმებო რო იცოდე.
FaZe and Falcons combined.
რომელ გუნდს წურავ?
Got the reps,
ყვითლები რო არიან.
got the momentum. But there's a lot of questions around how the Falcons are going to look on this map. And that is one hell of a way to start. Nico and Monesi. That duo, that pesky duo, getting stuck in out towards mid.
30 shots here, and they want to go back for more. Falcons feeling hungry. Set up together. Flash could be potent. Nico for blind. Monesi shoots him in the back, and he finds 4 in this pistol. Standing tall, shrugs it off as Falcons just walk all over NAVI.
შეუძლებელია უბრალოდ რომ კარიგანესთან ნობისი წააგო თალეკო. შეუძლებელია გაფორსეთ.
5 pistols in the bag for Falcons in this series.
აუ, რა ისროლაში.
Biggest hype man here.
Hype mania, I mean. As zero iqanes titushi da. It's okay, guys. Chill. All you need to do is shoot and kill. Okay? Let's go now.
Reality hit hard on Mirage. And Anubis is always difficult to predict.
Tension broken here with a nice shutdown. No worries. Kiyasuke and Carrigan stopping that B play. These guns are coming through. Curious what kind of tone we see set in these rifle rounds for the Falcons. You see some CT squads look to be really aggressive from the get-go, try and set a precedent early of taking away this water control. Some preferring to just play it by the book, by the numbers, lean a bit more into stacks and mid-round aggression, but we are going to get something early here. Flash is primed and ready over towards B main.
Couple
going high here from Monacy. It's going to send Ema back. Falcons take the space. Just a lot of resources used in this position. Blocking NAVI on an early move. But NAVI weren't in the business of getting anything done. They were really just waiting out this opening move from the Falcons. And so they're fine to recommit back to B main. Walk it slow. Two smokes remain for Falcons. Monacy hovers, hesitating between the two bomb sites. Quick to react to either, committed to neither. NAVI keep you guessing.
Mid's a great place to end up. Falcons made the decision to leave that part of the map empty. So nice for NAVI just to have this in their back pocket. Like we could have a fight down here. Kisuke teetering around that peak, but instead it's just a boost up into the window. Space given. It's the A play that gets spotted.
Nice beat,
the catch. Sees Nico in this position as well. Kisuke trying to help him from the other side. But this A play is coming in. They will finally flush out there. Still, Falcons very far removed from this round.
Yeah, Molly is a problem, but NAVI get off the bomb plant before Nico's hits there.
Holding for the
repush. Makazi flashing wonderful in, looks perfect. Nico dodges it, going far too deep. As Nico collects a kill, they come in from heaven at the same time. Falcons speeding up.
Yeah, starting to feel claustrophobic here for NAVI. Ema throwing into a clutch, needs this kill, and he can't wrangle it in. That's Falcons out of position, but denying any type of a foothold for NAVI to play around. That Nico kill is massive.
Give and take in this round, even though it felt like Falcons kind of butchered it by stepping on that before he's flushed out by connector. Still, Falcons know what the reaction is. NAVI jump that A site, they find an empty site, they get a bomb plant, but it's so uncomfortable in the post. They don't have heaven control, they don't have main control. So frustrating round to lose, because even though NAVI make the right reaction,
trying to
utilize a lot of nade stacks across these last two maps, none of them have connected. It's Monacy's orb starting A for a change. The thing about CT Anubis is you got to be dynamic, you got to keep changing it up. Can't be predictable. So Falcons try something else and it works wonderfully.
No predicting that. Little timing push for Tesses with Monacy covering on that orb. And this hero gun round off to a rough start for NAVI. That AK lost in the water. Wonderful gonna go fishing, grabs it. Won't be able to fare against that Monacy orb.
GG.
With very confident reads on the CT side. We've seen 2 rounds now. They just literally walk out of A main. Not even strafing, just shifting into the fight. Seem to know what NAVI are up to. Pre-Molly down on B as they look to reclear this position. It's been absent, vacant for a while. The Falcons are here, and they're here in a big pack. 3 players ready awaiting. That's a nice entry from Ema, but are you ready for everybody in this bomb site? Nico keeps the pressure on, and there is no getting out of here, Navi. Tesses ended your round before it began. And Falcons go 4-0 up on a very difficult half.
I think if you're the Falcons too, you know that this is one area of your map pool that just hasn't been tested. And so if there ever was a time for it to try and get figured out, it was going to be at the Major. Able to dodge playing it across Astana, CAC, and you know it was only a matter of time, so they had to have put some work in.
Yeah, no one likes this map. Very few at least. least played of this stage by a margin of 2. Or multiple rather, but it's bound to come through in some of these playoff series where teams are looking for any edge they can get. Punishing Vitality on it, we've seen frequent. NAVI know very well.
I think that the thing that's just always scary is, you know, dealing with the unknown quantities. Because the thing you said about, you know, this being a good map for that old Falcons squad, you know, it's not like these players are suddenly going to feel massively less confident on the map. Sure, that the captain's changed. Some of the ideas you're going to have will be different and where you pull them in. But that net comfortability is there. This is NAVI wanting to have not sprung a trap. Sure, other squads already in those playoffs will thank them for being the team to volunteer this info about Falcons on Anubis. Off to a good start. So how are NAVI going to try and break through? You got the Monacy Orb. Again, just keeping it dynamic as to where this pops up. Last seen it out towards A main. This time on a line through those mid doors. And a dry face from Alexi baits them in into this double setup. Now Monacy does get a little bloodlusty there. Tries to play it forward, goes looking for more, and gives away a kill to the wonderful AWP.
We're seeing we know NAVI are very reliant on their read of the game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing with Blade and the prep and the staff behind NAVI, but you know, you wonder if that will be difficult on a map like this where Falcons just keep changing their setups every single CT side. Nico now back in this A side. That was Alexi not calling for the flash. Wonderful had it out. Alexi said no. He dry walked it into the orb, into a double setup. Falcons find an immediate double kill on middle, but somehow NAVI are back in this round.
Yeah, Tessez didn't manage the trade, and so now things can get awkward. Will catch bit second time around. Tag down range from the orb, and only a dink for Tessez. So this one handed off to Kiyosuke and Carrigan in a retake. What was feeling like a comfortable round now called in a question.
Oh, he hit the timing.
No, he hasn't. 1-4, missed opportunity. Could have saved Dima's life. Will make up for it with a late trade, and now is to see this clutch through. Kiyosuke's already slipped the net. Scales up into heaven. Blade looking on. Nervous now, but footsteps heard, and Wonderful's got that to play with. Kiyosuke's chasing ghosts all the way in a spawn. Doesn't realize where Wonderful's gotten to until that Molotov comes out, and that's enough to win it.
What a confusing round for Wonderful. He absolutely misses the craziest timings. He misses Carrigan slipping out heaven, killing his teammate, and then he misses Kiyosuke walking through the entire site and getting up into heaven. He pieces it together. Kiyosuke goes running for nothing, and he can't find him. So Wonderful's Molotov wins the round, and that is NAVI from a 3v5. They lost 2 kills in middle at the dawn of the round. Nico and Monacy shut that down, and still NAVI clutch it out. That is not the round I would have banked on NAVI winning, but it comes early enough in this half. Falcons just rushing mid, but
he's hit some blinders. Even that tag through heaven in the last round was crazy. Now an opening onto Carrigan. Mid-aggression, Alexi looking to quell it. They don't know about Nico.
Now on
this island for as long as he can. Monacy thought about flashing to help him out. Nico says no.
Could he hold it?
Doesn't want this telegraph.
He needs a multi-kill here.
That's the bomb away from NAVI, and Nico just goes on patrol, looking further afield. Gonna keep trying to strike from new positions, new angles, get as much value as he can from being in Navi's backline. But this Wonderful orb has been lights out on that angle. Gonna deal with Nico.
Huge smoke. So much uncertainty in this round for the Falcons, not knowing where to hedge their bets. And as they walk into this A side, it has already set up shop. You might clear positions, but do you check back sight? Bit wait. Falcons is quiet. May they walk away? They start to hear the steps, but Bit is here to punish.
Oh, there's the spot. He just saw the Monacy Orb.
Still,
the info is there. Bit now dead out in the open. They're going to try and retreat, but there isn't time for this. Makazi's got to battle forward, and he's effectively in a 1v2. Wonderful's not a part of this. Makazi's got to do it alone. Off that bomb, there's the catch. Kiyasuke can stop this. Charging in. Makazi with
man.
How on earth did NAVI win that round? It goes so wrong from such a strong position. Bit blunder, and Makazi with that swing out. I thought he had no chance to get those kills. Falcons give him that opportunity. They go for the fights. NAVI win them out. Makazi staying very cool in a very stressful round. That is two bangers back to back.
It's just one of the most uncomfortable spots you can be in. You've committed to the A play with Bit having all that space, and then every single bad timing, every single rough peak happens to NAVI, and Makazi still able to pull it off in spite of that. It's maybe the most stressful 4v2 you've been in, and he absolutely nails his side of the bargain.
This is such a tense game already. We are just 6 rounds deep. Now Falcons money on the line. Monacy Orb, Kiyasuke rifle, and a bit of aggression from Nico, stifled by that nade. He's still going to send it, and the second timing recovers that very well. This is Nico on 20 health after the HE in middle, and he's forced to 5v4. Tessas goes patrolling too, but pushing up here. Will he just leave with the AK? It's a perfect chance to. Once more, he'll get it. 5v3, what could go wrong?
In both of these last 2 rounds, Falcons have held the advantage. NAVI have been the guys to snatch it back. This is the tail end of your money, and so if you let this one get away from you, NAVI are tying this game up at an alarming rate. Tess has made a great play pushing forward to grab this rifle, but his job in this round is far from over. Ema and Alexi waiting around this corner. Got Nico here alongside him, low on HP. That swing, Tess has had to hit this.
Oh, that pressure for Carrigan draws him back, but Nico still gets caught. Idea was there. 4v2. And 30 seconds to decide if you really want to risk your AWP and your AK on this round. A lost round.
Molotov default-ზე ან heaven-ზე და ეგა. ორი molotov გაქვთ. ერთი molotov default-ზე.
Yeah, both teams running the risk of getting broken at the end of this one. That molly is big. Tessas has to swing ahead of it.
ეს მოგვკვდება. ბიჭო, მოკალი ვინმე ტო, ეს ვინ არის ვანდუშა იმენა.
1v2. Bomb plant will be found here. He's got that to play with. Fast flank herd main, he goes looking for the Monacy, but already on the angle. Monacy waits for that kill to come to him. It's another round you expected Falcons to pick up. That's a light buy, but they pull through.
I can't believe Nico gets away with this backstab, right? The fact that no one is there to help out Bit.
He gets blinded.
Just sell him down the river.
Now
Tessas goes on with an incredible multi-kill in A main. Falcons have been extremely aggressive in this CT side on second timings, catching NAVI off guard while they set up, dropping the bomb, throwing some very chaotic rounds NAVI's way. They know it's coming. They still have been yet to stop it.
And honestly, you know, it felt like a big risk sending Nico through that mid window without extinguishing the molly, without considering the timing of the nade. But I almost wonder if that's why they're just overlooking it entirely. So often you drop that smoke, right, and run through. Otherwise, you're taking 80 damage, and that's exactly what happened to Nico on that push.
It's so crazy, it might just work.
All right, now a test at this B bomb site, but 3 players here for the Falcons. They've got numbers in the right place. Mid again left open, being a bit of a fixture of some of these rounds. Instant kill onto the 2 defenders. It's Nico playing Joker, the 3rd man that they weren't expecting. Mowed out for Nico. Eventually overwhelmed. And in spite of it being a multi-kill, you almost wish you got even more. Because this is not an easy round now for Tesses and Monesi coming into a lost B bomb site. Smoke's in their way. And as they fade, you are desperate for someone to provide an opening. Alexi swings out ahead of this retake. Knocks Monesi off his perch. No way back into this for the Falcons. That's a low econ round right back out of NAVI.
And every time Falcons get NAVI in a breakable position, they somehow persevere and break back. That was a force in for NAVI. That was quite a risky investment. And an explosive B hit gets them back on the board. Look at what it's done to Falcons. We have 1 M4 and 4 pistols in this next round. NAVI put everything on the line. And it works out just perfectly.
Amis mere ari Babilina.
Bit of a pace change here for NAVI. It's what got them over the line of Mirage come the end.
Oh, ერთ-ერთი ჯერ არავინ არ აგებს არიგებს.
Carrigan in trouble, alone on this B bomb site.
Oh, he heard those B players starting to pull back. And the mid defense, the mid stack isn't budging. Falcons don't fall for the NAVI trick here. They've got very fast rotations available. Might even be able to help Tesses before NAVI get into A. NAVI still feel like they're making up their mind in this one.
Falcons are flying blind.
Really don't
know where they hedge their bets. That pick comes out in middle.
Aggressing
Nico as Falcons tried to find that flank timing. Now it's NAVI surrounding this B bomb site. Still Carrigan sits alone, but not for long. This is NAVI rolling out the red carpet. They were regrouping to go back for that A hit, so calling it off. Perfect remedy here in this round. Falcons saving what little they have. And NAVI eyeing up a very nice T-side after all. A slow start to this third map. But now recovered.
Seeing how much harder it is as well to go for this mid-round aggression now that the wonderful
Orb has made an appearance.
Next up is just the saved guns for the Falcons. Nico around it, so maybe a gamble needed in this upcoming round. This is the lead about to get away from them. Pending a big moment from the hero weapon. Will be in the hands of Kiyosuke.
ამათმა ბევრი იციან კაუნტერის შესახებ და მეტი ცოდნა. მომეწონა რა, არ მინახავს. ნახავ highlight.
Lost control over this game yet.
ბოლო თამაშია დღეს.
And if last time it was a gamble in the wrong place, this time Kiyosuke might try and force fights out of this rifle.
A main aggression has just been so profitable for Falcons, but look at how NAVI know that. They've got 3 players eyes on this position, made ready for the orb contact. Wonderful on the line. It couldn't be a better setup from NAVI to stop this aggression. So Falcons wait patiently. 3 players. So much doubt, so much uncertainty, and so much utility flooded in for NAVI. In middle is going to draw Falcons back out of position. The give and take of Anubis, leaving Falcons constantly uncertain.
პატარაობიდან დაიწყეს დონკას ნახევარი ცხოვრება კაუნტერი აქვს ნათამაშები. მაგის ასაკში რო ვიყავი მე დავიწყე მაშინ კაუნტერის თამაში.
Sure they're clearing out mid right now, but they'll uncover it's clear. How mobile do they get with the pistols? Because Kiyosuke ain't moving. He's got Monesi here alongside him and an A play looming for NAVI. Wonderful. Hoping to lead the way on this orb. looking for that opener. He will strike. Presence of two up close, but they only get out with the one, and there's the shutdown. Collapse of the Falcons. NAVI tying up this game.
Oh, what a game out of Wonderful at this point. He has showed up every single time NAVI have needed him since getting this AWP and constantly dragged back from disadvantaged rounds. Even won that early clutch out against Kiyosuke that started off this streak for NAVI. And sure, you can look at Falcons, you can say 5-round CT Anubis, their half is done, it's good. They don't need to worry. The job is completed already.
That's feel great seeing Wonderful as well put in kind of more positions to succeed, right? More integral fights, being the guy to go and roam and look for these shoulders. Feels like it's working out for NAVI.
Yeah, definitely not just here to set up stars. But rather be the guy in the limelight, and NAVI need him. Performing now, but this round might come at the cost of 2 if you lose it, Falcons. Wonderful again, and risky fight for Kiyosuke through the smoke, but no punish. Wonderful's getting whittled down. Shot by shot through these smokes. NAVI have been extremely quiet on these T sides, and they'll do it again. Just one flash to the
oh, Nico burning.
Don't
Gonna be hard pressed to get out with anything. It's Monesi's help, hoping to bail them out in middle. Kept it even. Kiyosuke getting curious. Might just walk right in a bit. This is the fight he's hoping for. Ready for that. There's the punish. Double pushing through dark, and that's given open runway into the B site. Nico gonna try and plug this hole. It's over. First man on the scene, only man on the scene. Tess says out of this round, out of the picture. It's Nico or it's nothing, and that nade gets rid of him. Tess is really down to give this one a go. Plays it through that smoke, and Makazi looking on, waiting for that exact move.
Yeah, you can see the desperation now showing for Falcons. They can't save forever. They've eventually got to compete for some of these rounds, and NAVI just do not let them in. Lock and key. Perfect position from Bit to punish the re-aggro. It's the first time Falcons have tried that kind of push out through water this early in the round, and Bit is so ready for it. Even had Ema there to trade out if things went bad, and they didn't.
Been a long time since we last saw any type of B aggression. I know they walk desperately through the connector there, but they start with triple B this time, leaving that option open. NAVI may be feeling the same, send Ema to harass this side of the map.
And I love this harass because you know how bad the money is for Falcons. There's not going to be an AWP on this B side. There's likely no M4s either, so you can just take straight up gunfights. Falcons smoke it off, but no one from Falcons is willing to make that mistake. And so NAVI, opening move, nothing from it, but they've got plenty of time and plenty of resources. Tess now with no support on this A site, leaning very far back, ready to drop this Molotov, but on that jiggle, it's got to go out. Smoke first. Gets a second chance. Alexi knows it's not a fight worth taking, just his presence is enough to put fear in Falcons, and they just feel like they have to go into the water. It's a crazy kill for Carrigan to trade out.
იმ თამაში კარიგანამ ვეღარ მოკლა ხო მეტი მირაჟზე.
Move right now. It feels like Bit's just faking. B is very weak. Bit can't die for nothing.
Knows it's SMGs around the corner, just trying to waste as much time as he can. Now you're left looking at Monesi, who's called for a rotation. Carrigan moves back in to join him. Needs something here from the hold. One and done for Monesi. Another one of these even odds retakes. Falcons have struggled with them. It's Nico, it's Tesses. Fast push out towards the connector.
Great post one position, and Alexi has a nade. Tessa smoke on bottom. Falcons need to get a move on, and they need to force his fight out of NAVI. They can't wait forever. Ima is so far away. He cannot really play this bomb from this position. But that's why it might work. Tessa is discounting, or no, Ima just gets the shot off, and Nico trying to chase him down, cannot find a thing to work with. Alexi over peak, Ima on the wrong side of the site, but it doesn't matter if he hits the shot. NAVI recover that post spot and recover the half. 5 rounds straight at the end of their T side. Is it just Mirage all over again?
Opa, არჩიეთ, რომელი გინდა, თავაძმებო, რამდენი ყრია შეხეთ. არა აქვს ჩემი ნომერი ბიკო. პირგაღებული აღარ შეფუთვა უნდა მე. რა Falcons მოიგას ეს ბანი დაადეთ 24 საათიანი. ვინმართ ნავისკენს მე ნავის მოგება გქონდა. ხვალ უბალეში კებს Falcons. მარტივი თამაში ექნება ხვალ. აუ ხვალ ბეთბუმი ის არის რა, პატარა ბავშვები და იმედი არ გატროლავენ რა, ერთი მაგ თამაშის ის მაგ რა ყველაზე მეტად რა. აი მოგოლებ თუ ეღარ მოუგეს და რა ვიცი მაო. არა ბილეთს ავწევ. აუ ბენგერები დღეს უკეთეს ბენგერები აქვს იესოს. არა რა იქოს. ხელებს იფობენ მაგ.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
It's a push for the playoffs. Falcons' first time on Anubis with this roster, and while it started strong, NAVI went up for one hell of a resurgence, 7-5 leads secured after a 5-round streak to close out on their T side.
4 out of 5 pistols.
ისეთი რაუნდი ძალიან ცუდი რაუნდი წააგეს რა.
They really need this fifth.
8 რაუნდი იქნებოდა ზედი მენა.
To start off this T side campaign.
ძალიან ცუდი რაუნდი წააგეს ის. დავაი რა ბიტუშ მოიხოდე რა.
And a bit of a paradox almost because T-sided map, but
T-sided ilია რომელზეც ხუბობს
for the Falcons.
4-ზე იწყება და ilია რომელზეც ხუბობს.
Suke, big damage, can't convert, but gets out, and the advantage rests with NAVI. Wonderful, waiting for a reaction on his end of the map. And Tessez might be about to give it to him. Gonna go searching out towards B, right into these dual Berettas. Hear them fire off. Tessez knows he's lucky to still be alive. Not backing away from the challenge, though. Not shying away from searching for an opener here. And now Tessez gonna get it.
Has literally kept the round alive. All the nades on Karrigan and Monacy. Are they going to throw a fake exec first? We have two decoys. Something that we have seen before, but it looks like they just want to walk in and make this happen. Oh, that hurts.
That's both your A players softened up. Both your guys in this bomb site low. Bit hits a blinder on that Tessez flank.
Oh.
Planted, Monacy can't cover, and as they jump in,
nice, Picho.
NAVI swarm as soon as that bomb goes down. And out of all the times for this pistol track record to turn sour for the Falcons, this is maybe the worst. Losing out on that one there, going to give NAVI a hot start to this second half.
Yeah, no bomb plant to even force a buy, to even justify in this second round. It'd be crazy to see Tech9 Armors when you're this down in the hole. NAVI just throw themselves at Falcons and find that pistol. The missed smoke doesn't even matter. Just more shakiness on display. Falcons T-side's really struggling. And let's look to history, right? Even though it's the first time with Karrigan in this lineup, we've seen good T-sides from Falcons on Anubis, where you're meant to get them. Against Spirit, where they won back in Rio, it was an 8-round half for Falcons. They got 7 against Furia. This is a game where they're going to have to rely upon them. And will that difficulty rear its head here in this all-important matchup for the major playoffs? Next round will set the tone. Simply done here by NAVI. Wonderful, keeping cool. As they put on 9 rounds on this CT side.
Dude, I mean, if you're NAVI, you're so happy with what you've got out of Wonderful across this series. You know, he has been in great form at this major, him and Bit, both of them. But a really, really rough start to the entire thing. And then just able to bounce back so concisely. Now sitting up towards top of the board here on Anubis. Absolutely loving this series-wide recovery from Europa. Guns back out for the Falcons and a heavy lean out towards that B site. Nico left to his own devices here, playing to contain any type of aggression out towards A.
That beats a smoke. Deep molly and
all this push though has left Alexi alone on this side of the map. So sure, they get all the control they wanted, but they lose the B site. Good reaction to pounce upon this for the Falcons. Gonna net them a bomb plant, a post plant too. Reaction. Chase right away. Karrigan was not ready for Wonderful. Taps from afar. Tessez doesn't buy time. Nico might never get the chance to play. They're so focused on dealing with him. Tessez slips the net entirely unaccounted for. So we say Wonderful's been on one hell of a game. But this is a tricky clutch.
Oh no.
Players on either side of him, and Wonderful decides not to play. Backing out of there, conceding in this clutch. Falcons first rifle hits hard.
Yeah, just could not find a kit. That was deathly winnable. Nico locked off by his own molly. Tess's low health nadeable. No ways for Wonderful to do it, but he just couldn't get on that bomb. He could not win the round. Better to save your gun. That flash for Karrigan is so important. Alexi, as you said, he's close up alone on this B bomb site, but he has an MP9. He can shred them coming out of B main. Karrigan full blinds him. Falcons find that crucial entry on the empty site. First step in the right direction.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ყველა დონაციების ფიქრები ხართ გაიხარით.
There's all this paranoia over the bomb sites. None of these opening moves. Falcons showing them they're able to react very, very quickly around this info. It's kind of scared them out of doing it. So it's a bit more restricted here. 3-man hold on B, 2-man hold in A, and a boost just to try and give you any type of an edge. You always feel desperate to make a play for info here on Anubis, and that's what's happening now. Tess says, lies in wait, will get cleared. Here's one more player. Makazi gives chase, able to hunt that kill down. Now the split comes in. Cut down by the IEM util.
Nice. Taken out of this for the Falcons as they get forward on this take of the connector. Ize gadadit to rotatsiya sad არის ize rator chedi.
Is he up for the job? Dead straight away, and that's a rough whiff. 20 seconds left now, and anything else just comes from desperation. Gonna need clean entries here to pull this one off. Monasteer leads the charge, can't and rotations on the way over. That's a safe round for NAVI.
A massive step up for Makazi in these last couple, showing up when NAVI needed. Really rely on that round. He needed to find that entry in that 3v4 to win this one for Falcons. They were fully blocked off in connector. They had no way in. It had to be the B main player, and Carrigan just can't kill. You are not going to clutch out late round situations whiffing shots like that. And so NAVI holds strong. 10-6, they shrug off that and we really are feeling those shades of mirage.
კარგი ხარ ბიტუშ.
Control lost, but Emo and Wonderful both considering this position. Smoke falls very wide, allowing them to cross temple. Emo getting run at here, but it's mostly glocks. Letting anything happen here.
ეს რომელი ამას ვაგდებთ, აუცილებლად ვაგდებთ ამას. ამას აუცილებლად ვაგდებთ გუნდიდან.
Look at Wonderful raging on the camera here.
აუცილებლად ორივე შენს და ბიტაც აუცილებლად ამ რაუნდს თუ აგებთ იმენა გუნდიდან ვარდებით ორივე. კიდევ კარგი იმე, კიდევ კაი.
And Tessas might have offered some Deagle heroics here, but this is the dying lights of his round now. Coming through this smoke into the crossfire. Tess says a dead man.
Getting stressful for NAVI. I don't feel like it needs to be. A nice 4K round out of the Emo. We've had all the riflers stand tall in this second half after Wonderful got them there in the first. 11-6. Everybody relax. Everybody take a breather. And Zonic calls a timeout, but I think Blade would have either way. Because NAVI are just 2 rounds away from the major playoffs. And Falcons are falling flat on their face come this second half.
And if you want this to not be a super one-sided affair, they need to win this round because NAVI have been in full control. 1 round for the Falcons in the last 10 rounds of play.
Same thing happened last map. 10-1 in those last 11 rounds. Strong starts, slow finishes. The Falcons' second half lets them down. NAVI are so close. They can feel it. Falcons running low on utility.
ეჟემონიკას აღარ მეწოდება.
არა,
მეწოდება, მაგრამ რა ვქნათ, ნავის თამაშის მოგება მიჩვენია. და ხვალ მოიგოს Falcon-მა უეჭველი, ხვალ გასაწური გვეყოლება Falcon-ი. ხვალ ფუტები, ჯიორი და Falcon-ები უნდა გავწროთ. სამივე თუ დაჯდა რა ვიცი, ისეთ იმაში ვსვავთ, რა ქვია. ისეთ ფიქემს ვსვავთ, რა ვიცი, ჩემი იმენა, დაიმონდი რო არა ვიღოთ, გავგიჟდები.
On retrieval, 45 seconds. One full kit left of utility on Kiyasuke.
And
an aggressive stance out here in main. I mean, this round is won or lost based on the success of these main fights. Two guys nearby for NAVI. Bit full blind, big damage done. Ima can't last long, only gets out with one. And NAVI start to move on round. They hear a player out towards middle. They know that Carrigan's taken space away. That Monacy Orb strikes, dealing with Mikazi. You'd like to think on numbers alone, this is now a safe round. NAVI not feeling pressure to play for this one, back on out.
Yeah, they've got room to play with here in this game. They don't need to throw away this opportunity and this money. Keep the full buys coming. You lose it to that main fight. A bit of stress here, as it could have all just been avoided with a couple more kills in that A-hold, but good double flash for Falcons. Makes Bit turn right into the second. And with no multi-kills, come no more rounds for NAVI. Falcons find a 7th, breaking that quiet streak.
Trying to hop on this early, because the last thing you want is for Falcons to kind of find their rhythm on this T side. Knows that easy route to the playoffs is still right here. You want that last one just to be a little bump in the road, a fortunate call where they just so happened to hit you right where they were most vulnerable. You don't want this game to go the distance, not with the lead that NAVI have had.
Major's really laying down the law in that timeout. He really had a point to get across here to NAVI, and not happy with that main hold. One of the coaches with a very high timeout to round win conversion rate.
Maybe also just feeling like they gave up a little too much space in that last round, right? Like mid was free for the Falcons. They had players coming through there. It became a very restricted sight hold for NAVI, one where you kind of just had to be in the right place and you were relying on multi-kills.
This time Wonderful is in the right place. He can assist on mid. He can also set up Bit in A main. Couple more options open. Better tag on this side of the map.
And we're charged that out
in on his line. Falcons trying to blow him to bits, but nobody in the camera. Same idea for the Falcons. Get that mid control first. Util's nice, but nobody home. Still going to give Falcons the room. Tessus and Carrigan getting very close.
It gives you that security to start walking out towards middle. You've really made this look and feel like the A play, but now you get blocked at the 50-second mark. And that's going to make them change their minds. They leave that A side of the map entirely, walking this bomb back towards B. Flashing a lower, it's all decided on this next fight. Tag for Monacy, someone's going to bail it out, and there's that trade for Kiyasuke. Alexi now feeling a lot of pressure as they're holding it on B, and a breakthrough for the Falcons, as they now chain together back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, got to give it to Carrigan there. That's a really well-called round. They really make it look like that A play again. The same pressure, flashes on main, the same util in middle, just to force NAVI back, and then boom, 180 back to connector into that B hit. Falcons explosive execute, catches NAVI by surprise. And a perfect time to pull that round out after the one they just won on that A-bomb site. Falcons keep themselves in this game.
Now with an eco to follow, this is starting to tighten up in a big way. Almost hope this is where you let Wonderful off the leash a little bit, right? Try and force some fights on his AWP, because he's held on to it a couple of times now. Just found himself out of the action. So maybe this is where he says, I'm going to start giving them the chance to avoid me. In rounds like this, you need a hero to emerge, and one of the ways you can do that is just by forcing these opening fights. So what kind of look do we get for NAVI? No aggressive line for Wonderful. A bit just committed to that A-hold. Falcons were nervy about some early aggression. You've got Nico floating around the rugs, making sure no one can push out A. Two-man hold out towards the B main push. And Wonderful is now going for that peak. Got to flick down on this because Tessez holding for it. Missed shot. He closes in. That's the wrong man. You know that Wonderful's still here, but it's just this one orb. You're surrounding it on all sides. There's nowhere left for Wonderful to hide. So they go right in to that AWP. They give NAVI their wish. Falcons still get through with the round win. I say that. Bomb was out towards the T stairs. Nico taking a safe path to rotate, but it's Carrigan who's got to cover. This bomb is now trapped, cut off from the rest of the pack. He's a bit aware of this. Nico's been sneaking. Will he be able to put 2 and 2 together on that? Wondering why was someone holding. Nico gets by with a bit of help from the rest of the Falcons. Util comes down. Bomb dodges this threat.
Such integral assistance from Kiyosuke has got Nico in this site and put the bomb down, and now NAVI have a tough decision to make. They know positionally this is not their round. They've got to buy regardless coming up, but odds against them. Either way, NAVI walk out of this one. Falcons will find a third on this T side in a row. We are going the distance. It felt like Falcons were ready to roll over in this series. NAVI showing up on Anubis. But Falcons have dug deep. Love the round opener as well, getting Kiyosuke into con very quickly. m0NESY covering him, letting the young rifler trust in his mechanics to fight the window. Strong early map control for Falcons. What will the next call be? NAVI have used their final timeout. There are no more left in regulation. Both teams burning all 3. Zonic's last chance to talk as well. Blade recapping the game plan, because while this felt like a quick, easy finish for NAVI, no reason to get stressed. Some very clutch rounds down the stretch for Falcons have made this all too close for comfort.
თუ ამგვალებთ მაო შენ, მადლობა დონაციისთვის, უღრმესი მადლობა დღესაც გუშინეთ, რავი, ჯიგარი ხარ bro. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველას მებო დონაციებისთვის, შიგრები ხარ, თითოეული ლარისთვის. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
Again adopting this triple B lean for NAVI. Tessez using the lurk smoke to try and keep him there. Suke even scaling up down towards dark, and I mean a lot of these rounds have ended out towards the B site for the Falcons, so trying to keep NAVI paranoid. Comes in and with a flash that hands Kiyosuke control over dark. Nice way to set a tone. Falcons now a man down. Kiyosuke dead on the push out through the connector. Tessez trying to bail them out. Wonderful getting that flip the script on this round. Bomb rotating in late, so you got to save a smoke for the cross. Luckily enough, m0NESY's bringing his own. Nico and Tessez, they just can't relinquish even a meter of ground here. Smoke goes down. Bit thought about playing through it, but no util for that, so you just got to group and hit, go together. First man spotted, it's Ema. Little labored for Nico, but boy does he make up for it in 10
Pusheni რა მაკაზე იმენა რა გამყიდველია მართლა საზამთროსი რა იმენა საზამთროა ბავშვი იმენა ჩემ ძნერიანი ტკეპლა უნდა უყავლო შეძე რა
3 massive kills from him on the entry.
I just can't believe he walks the smoke. He does it alone. His teammate's coming out connector. He just charges through that B main smoke. Absolutely fearless play from Tesses with all the pressure on. Gets himself a double.
Smoke-ში შემოსული კაცი ვერ მოხდა. Smoke-ში შემოსული კაცი. Shift-ი შემოვიდა, ტიპი ვერ მოხდა.
Falcons playing like they have nothing to lose with everything on the line. And Tesses, big game, big play.
Absolutely love that. You know, one of the conversations earlier from the desk was how, you know, when he made that smoke push play back on Dust 2, that's the comfortability of a massive lead. But there's no lead here for the Falcons. That was a round that was getting away from them, a round that could have decided whether they lock in playoffs today. And Tesses makes the baller move.
მოტრემი და ლაიქი დარხი გამოიწერეთ თხოვნა იქნება ასევე Bytelabs Instagram-ი არის აპრინული და მანდაც გადადით და მადლობა ყურებებისთვის.
This was 11-6. Now looking to relinquish the lead.
აი ეს რაუნდ თუ გამოადეს თუ არა GG.
NAVI playing with just a hero M4 and an SMG and resilience that we rarely saw from this Falcons roster pre-Carrigan. Showcased it in Astana in that insane overtime game against Furia, time after time, bringing it back from the brink of defeat. And here it just felt like a foregone conclusion come the end of Anubis. But more twists, more turns in this tale. Falcons are catching up. Got to be careful, man. This 5-7 is lethal.
We've had some ridiculous multi-kills from this pocket rocket. The big currently rocks out towards this A bomb site. He's entirely alone. Again, Falcons hit the right bomb site. Big damage. Much needed trade for Carrigan there to stop that from getting too weird. With only pistols, NAVI, they know they've got a buy coming up in the next. They just might give this one a look in. Smoke in the way. Gonna slow the roll of this retake. It looks like they're fanning out to go and save.
If that smoke doesn't come down, Falcons, the last bit of util in this round. NAVI are charging through that with a couple of flashes, and Kiyasuke already wounded. It's going to be very scary. But has to save his guy. NAVI, do they want to go search for AKs at the end of it all? Looking for anything they can get. Falcons exiting together in CT. Wonderful the chance to make a bit more money for that orb later on, but Kiyasuke denies. And that is 11 apiece. Falcons still here, whether you want it or not. 5 rounds in a row on this T side.
And in this whole streak, you know, they've walked into the stack, I want to say once. Other than that, they've been dodging these NAVI stacks. They condition them to worry about that B bomb site a hell of a lot, with just a relentless slog of B hits. Now breaking away into A plays. At this point, NAVI, they've fully kind of lost the read. They've lost the initiative on this game. Falcons in the driver's seat. They've got momentum behind them, a 5-round streak on this comeback. After all this paranoia at B, finally the A play into a solo hold. Look where Falcons set up again. It's going back to basics, back to what was working, back to these B entries, out of Tesses.
Brutal. Just banged out. Falcons keep it simple in 23, and they just smash this B bomb site. NAVI forced to save. Emo just lost out of position in this CT side, has not been able to bring great form into these last few rounds. Wonderful avoided. NAVI nowhere to be seen.
You just want to sink into your chair right now. You want to be here. You can't believe you've given this up. This was your chance to lock in the playoffs tonight. And you had everything to play with, everything to play for. Massive lead. Turn to ash. And now you've got to get out with these saves. If you fall, you've got nothing going forward. Wonderful. They're closing in from all sides. Refuses to give it up. And finally, Nico pries it from his cold, dead hands. Falcons onto match and series point.
This is a disaster for NAVI and this is Falcons on a heater. 6 rounds in this T-side in a row. A team that has struggled massively with the offensive half. Felt like they were disappearing come the end of this series. Digging deep yet again. Against a legendary organization with 2 Cologne trophies in their cabinet.
არიგანა მოკა იპოვე სადმე 9 კილი აქ 3 მაპია 9 კილზია.
Is it ever as easy as this? 6 rounds in a row. Can Falcons finish what they started?
So much has had to go right for the Falcons, right? You were getting some weak performances here, some struggling players looking a little uncomfortable, but they've just come into their own across the board, man. Tessez sitting up top of the charts with some ludicrously impactful rounds at this B-bomb site. Nico coming alive. Monesi starting to find his form. With his best series yet at the major. And this is all the while Carrigan has kept them at arm's reach, staying away from these stacks every step of the way. Opening for Kiyosuke, but this is nothing more than a ruse. This is one man trying to put the squeeze on that B-side. Rest of the Falcons split, ready to end this on the A-play. Wonderful and bit. It's NAVI's 2 top performers. Brothers in arms on this push. They've got to be the guys to stop this. Wonderful. There's the opening. For the first time in a very long time, NAVI have an advantage, a 4v3.
Oh, this feels desperate. They're trying to make a ruckus, so Tessez gets the timing, but he only has 20 seconds to make this move, and it all feels too obvious. Alexi's looking over his shoulder. There are too many angles to consider. Ima is in the right position for once as Tessez comes in on this flank.
Ima gets his. Tessez now known about, doesn't have the time to close on this. NAVI, they're watching on as Alexi wastes these final few seconds. Overtime secured.
Oh, this is a game that deserves it without a doubt. 2 stumpy maps leads to an overtime on Anubis. A game NAVI could and should have closed a long time ago. But they get a chance to now in bonus play. Falcons. Captain gets them there. Much needed multi-kill in that B site keeps NAVI alive. We know what overtime's like. A little bit more aggression, more risks taken.
Nice.
And Makazi goes straight out connector in this first round.
Instant B hit. They try and pick up the pace. This time, bit more of a hold for Ima, and with Makazi close by, he'll help him out.
Same double for Tessez.
Nico, it's Monesi. The big duo of the Falcons left in this one. So Monesi going to open. Nades rain in, but they don't finish the job. First, you see the flash. And now you're waiting for that thunder. Nico close by. Wonderful. Doesn't go. Doesn't elect to play. Is he really writing this one off, or is this just a reposition? Surely you're not throwing in the towel. Reroute all the way around spawn side. And a tricky 1v2 laid out in front of NAVI's top performer. Monesi has eyes on this CT. Walk up, and he doesn't miss. Nico not even required. Monesi gets it done on his own.
5 rounds without a kill for Monesi, but he breaks in this first of overtime. Another disadvantage hit out of the Falcons. Finds success. 3 on 5 when the trades come in. Tessez sets him up. Monesi knocks him down with a strike in this round. Back to the water. Honestly covering Kiyosuke again. This 1-2 punch up connector. Triple B for NAVI. It's been abused. Threatening mid-utility. As Carrigan gets in the mist. Last time Ema came through the smoke, he cleared it entirely. This time he waits him out. Carrigan's already low. Just a couple of shots in the head for Ema. As NAVI go investigating, they clear mid entirely, putting bodies back on this A site. No better time for it.
They're coming through that, Nico. First man in, first to fall. Trade back for Tesses, who has just been electric. That's going to enable a plant. That's going to put the time pressure back on NAVI, but they're here very, very quickly. And they're chomping at the bit to begin this retake. One swing, Tesses, mow down. Oh, hey! What form are we getting out of Tesses? What is this from this guy? Nearly 30 kills deep as overtime rages on.
Unbelievable impact in this game for Tesses, and that is back-to-back double man advantages for NAVI. 5v3s, the Falcons swiftly trade back in their favor, and this post-plant is a thing of beauty. They just line up for Tesses.
Tesses hasn't been shy in talking about the adjustments since Carrigan joined. The kind of weird spot he's in with having to both be the safe pair of hands and a risk taker, but he is nailing that right now. Nico with this trade, the water aggression stemmed by the Falcons. It's lost you two big names, Monesi, Kiyosuke sitting out in this final round of the overtime. Tesses just playing his timing, walks right by bit, turn around on that 5-7 and Tesses is gone. So he won't be here to bail out the Falcons. It's going to be this long-awaited reunion of Carrigan and Nico. Many moons spent wondering what could have happened if this duo elected to stay together all those years ago.
It's time to find out.
Util here in an empty B bomb site. That is going to get your mind racing. There's a spot for bit. That's both kills on the water. And Nico is the right man to find out his pair. Closing in main side. Rotate out towards CT for Wonderful. Carrigan doesn't have a lot of time to get very comfortable here. First kill secured, but it's Bit's backstab that at least puts something on the board for NAVI.
Yeah, confident approach for Bit.
He was not shy away from that clutch. Just walks right off the Absolutely enough. Given the TR, gave us back in regulation a while ago now, but a very successful round when you move past those pistols. Big pickup for NAVI to stay afloat in this all-important series. No one wants to be in that final day of play to make it to the playoffs.
Blade's been absolutely dying for the chance to jump in and say his piece. He's waited till NAVI move over to the T side.
What like it's me what 540-ზე ავიდეთ. ჯვარ შეიძლება მაგ 35 წლის კაცია უკვე. მართლა წნევამ რა უწიოს.
Falcons back on CT were very aggressive in regulation. We saw a lot of opening moves, second timing pushes, walks out water, pushes out con. Nico dropping through the window. They were not afraid to get stuck in. By the end of that half, NAVI had them stuck in their bomb sites. They had Falcons tamed. Well, Falcons bring that same aggression that they started in this third map with.
მეგობრებო, სანამ ტექნიკური პაუზა არის, უცებ აპინული კომენტარი რაც არის Bytelabs-ის Instagram-ია, გადადით დააფოლოვეთ.
Almost wouldn't hate the idea of seeing them take it to a greater extreme while they have this one
extra
round to play
with.
Because, you know, they were actually good at getting the openers on that streak of rounds that they lost. It was a number of these 5v3s getting squeaked through for NAVI. It was as they tried to fall back and play their bomb sites that problems would emerge.
არა, გუშინ იყავი, ხო. არ
This makes you wonder what would happen if they just kept on pushing. Back in after the tech pause. And NAVI on the more comfortable half. Well, that one round delivered to them by Bytelabs.
მაგრამ აიმზე არ მაგაზე არ არის რამდენი წელისა 40 წლის შეიძლება იყოს და სახე გაგაძროს ტიპმა რა აიმში, მაგრამ ეს რაც 2014 წლიდან კაუნტებს თამაშობ. ეს ტიპი არასდროს არისო და კარგად, არასდროს. სულ ესეთი ცუდი იყო რა, მაგრამ სხვა რაღაცაშია კაი რა.
Falcons were bombastic and explosive on their T-half.
NAVI
a lot more considered. It's about the slow grind, wasting the util, misdirecting your opponent. And now with a foothold taken down here towards the connector, eyes set on a potential B split.
Yeah, no ifs, ands or buts. This one's happening here for NAVI. No matter what gets thrown their way.
Opa,
Nico back into Tesses, so that leaves the other three of Falcons holding on this site. Hits his shot with ease. Trying to take a repeat, trying to take another advantage because they've got NAVI blocked off.
You want to leave right now. You've just learned about this Monacy AWP in the worst way possible. You lose bit. Your star rifler brushed aside by the LWP.
I don't think you can leave. I think you have to recommit. You've got two players stuck in the mud, committed to this B site.
მაკაზე საზამთროს გამყიდველი მამაშენ თუ იყოს მადლობა. კარგი ხარ იმე შენ გენაცვალე ძმაო. კარგან გიჟი ბებერი.
For the time being, he's so focused on dealing with the connector.
კარგი ხარ ვანძუ. სიტიზე როგორ გადავქროსოთ მე ვაიგენ სმოუკი სიტიზე ძმებო სიტიზე სმოუკი ხარ როგორ გადავქროსოთ. ან გადაუგდეთ ბომბიტო. აი ეგრე კარგი ხარ სობომბი გადაუგდო. ვანძუ შაი. ბრავო ვანძუ. დევკა ჰამაში სადვარი. არ ყოფილა შენი ძმაო ბეთები და დაანებე თავი. ახედავ რაც არ ვიცი არ ვაკეთებ არ ბეთაო. მადლობა ვანდერფულასო გადაგვარჩინა. მადლობა დონაციისთვის შემდეგკა.
NAVI trade out 14-14.
This is on fire.
Timeout for Falcons.
How ვნახა მაგ ვიდეოს, მაგრამ მე აუცილებლად ვნახავ სტრიმის მე.
High pressure on that B site.
მადლობა დონაციისთვის ან.
And so Zonic timeout.
დავაი, ტისაიდი ჩვენ ერთმანეთს ვიცავა რა. კიდე ერთ ოვერტაიმს ვეღარ ავიტან ახლა მალეკენით. Sure, გამახსენე კი. This is on fire.
It's our last map of the night. Cologne, are you ready to send a team into the playoffs? Then let's do it.
Oof.
Patience is the name of the game. NAVI walk through the water.
There is this double setup in mid. This is an area that Falcons have largely neglected, so it begs the question, what's the idea with Nico and Monacy? Maybe the chance at a fast flank, because they're seeing a lot of util getting lobbed Tesses' way. He gets completely blocked out by this smoke. You're one man inside of the site, can't do a thing to stop this. NAVI moving in. Sees the shadow. Knows Alexi's right there and up for the taking.
Arm needs to go down. NAVI put it in.
Tesses can't win his fight now. You need Nico to deliver. Guys, get past Alexi. That at least offers something for this flank. You'd love Carrigan to just get one here. Makazi low. IEM in position to swing and trade this, so going to be hard pressed to get out with anything more than just this one. Carrigan does secure his kill. IEM offers up that trade, and now wonderful strikes on the LWP. There's the reply. IEM is feeling pressure now. Boxed in on both sides, but top of the board. Can't get out of this one. Falcons.
Oh, it's
seconds
close.
on this
That's coming
defense.
on
Down to the wire. Real close. And they just about get it.
No kid, no problem. Monacy with less than a second to spare.
რა დავაშავე ორი დღეა სტრიმი ვერ დავამთავრე ბიჭო თავის დროზე თო.
Playoff point. It is now in their hands. Right there for the taking. A very difficult retake. An integral check.
ისინი იყვნენ ბიჭო 12-5-დან წააგეს პირიდან ესენი ავიჩენ.
And Monacy some sharp shots late in this game to put Falcons in advantage again.
ეხოცებთ ეს რაუნდი გამოაძერთ რამენაირად.
It's their second try to close this out. Monacy knows he has one right here. Only the tag onto Bits, softening him up.
დამპალია ეს ბავშვი.
In a way, you feel like Bits round basically ends on that fight. 2 HP and relegated to the sidelines. He'll swap off, taking the AWP from Wonderful.
Oh, damn, that hurts for Wonderful, man. It makes sense here for Navi, but Wonderful has just been so reliable on the AWP. He has been going toe-to-toe with Monacy all map. He's been besting him in head-to-head as well. Now it is bid on that weapon, but he has had a pretty poor map by his standards with the rifle. Navi have to shake this whole thing up. They have the lead.
იასნე მონეს როგორ არ უნდა გევასებოდეს და ჩემ ფავორიტი მოთამაშეა.
I've seen two faces from the Falcons, one that play within their bomb sites, the other that play out towards mid.
დაგვეხა ბრატ შუაზე 8 კაცია საჩედი.
Here at the best of times, Nico and Tesses in with openings. Monacy's AWP hasn't moved a muscle. Hanging around, the flashes are good, but Monacy still offering up resistance.
მოიცადე დაწყნები.
Left down to this 2v2 mid open. They hear rotates getting scrambled.
უნდა შეხვიდე. არავინ არ არის ეიზე ბიჭო შედი всё.
Carrigan tries to block the A play, but Wonderful doesn't buy it.
არიგანაა შენ თავს მიცავარ. მაგასთან დუელი რო წააგო იმენა კუტუმიცი მიხარ ჩეულებრივ მაგასთან თუ დუელი წააგე.
It goes first. AWP sent in, back turned. Wonderful had to trade that. So down to this clutch, 1v1 to decide if play continues or if Falcons lock in playoffs right now. It's their freshest face, their rookie player, Kiyosuke, faring off against the battle-hardened Wonderful for the clutch and overtime. Run it back.
Vamos! Vamos!
Who would have thought handing this guy the AK was a mistake? It's back to a triple kill for Wonderful with the rifle. It does not hold him back. Navi demand another. They won't let you into the Lanxess that easy, Falcons. Kiyosuke had the chance to get his team there, to get himself there for the first time. But legends don't die easy. Navi keep hustling.
Hard to not feel like Navi now feel like they have a big degree of freedom. They're on the better half. They've clawed it into another OT. This is your chance to make Falcons feel the pressure.
ამდე უნდა ითამაშო, просто მე მაგას ვერ ხვდები. ორი დღეა იმენა არ დამასვენეს ტიპებმა კარგი. ხვალ მაგ 12 საათზე გასასწრინი მილენიუმის თამაში და მე ყოფა 8 საათი ძიმე მაგრამ
playing a block, but this can sometimes feel risky. Depends the pace you get out of Navi as they round this corner. Makazi ain't
კარგი ხარ აბარატ ეს სიმენა shoulder
a site now right for the taking. Carrigan and Nico try to scramble.
კარიგანა არის ბიჭო, კარიგანა.
Spam gets a little bit crazy for Carrigan, but he's delivered
some damage.
Rotates arrive. Bomb at the back of the pack.
მოვიდა კლანი მოვიდა უკვე სვაზი აღარ არის.
You see Kiyosuke arrive and you're getting nervous. Have you missed the timing? You've missed this window. Alexi, does he have a clutch in him? Bomb across at the fountain, so he's got to commit, and crossing into this Monacy AWP feels like a death sentence. Falcons with the first in this second overtime.
It just feels like whoever gets these opening kills in the round is destined to lose, and both teams have once a massive disadvantage. It was Navi to win a 3v5 just to get back into this second OT. They get the entry on A, but still Falcons hold strong. Rifles just throwing themselves at that A hit. Navi gonna have to get a bit fakey here now on this T side. as Falcons do not take that push for granted. Shaky round from Tesses despite a fantastic series, but his team bail him out. And 2 overtimes deep, how much can your prep really save you? Fragging or not, Carrigan is the master of the late overtime games. He's been here many times before. We've seen that extend to Falcons. I mentioned that Furia match against Astana. They know how to long out a match.
I mean, that's why, in spite of these 0.7 ratings, this guy is being in the most finals in CS2 at majors.
Playoff-ში გადის პროსტო მოგებული, წაგებული არაფერი, წაგებული თუ ხვალაც თუ წააგებს, მერე ვარდება. სამი თამაში არ უნდა წააგო.
Roller coaster that FaZe Clan was.
სამ თამაში თუ მოიგე playoff-ში გადიხარ, სამ თამაში თუ წააგებ, ვარდება.
This is a guy who knows how to cool under pressure. Carrigan with a watchful eye over middle. Doesn't have to commit to a fight here, would just love the early warning. Because his players in A are committed, they are deep. That smoke cuts off vision. That's a bit of a problem for Carrigan. His whole responsibility here was to tell him if anyone's crossing. And so for now, the gap opens out towards A. Tesser's going to strike through the back line on his aggression. Head in hands, losing bit to a backstab like this is a big blow. Now NAVI are stuck in middle with no clear end destination.
Getting a very emotive play today. In an integral position, committed to his death, but he falls off before the fight. NAVI chasing 15 seconds, surviving is everything. Can Modesty hit the one fatal shot? There it is. That might be enough. Repeat denied. Kiyosuke in the side. Wonderful hit, a banger. How is he still alive?
All right, that's the bomb down. Wonderful carved a path. It's him and Ima, the two top performers here for NAVI. They lose Ima right away. Wonderful, still going. And one shot left in this AWP. Just rattles past. How is he
iced out by Nico. Cool in this clutch and shuts it down for NAVI. Back-to-back rounds for Falcons. Wonderful was doing the impossible. But he got team flashed out by Ima. He still follows up. It is not enough. And this Falcon is resilient. They gotta keep it up.
Oh, Nico can't stop it. Modesty now, expiring from that flash. Finally dealt with, finally cleaned up, but it came at quite the cost. That could have been a clean sheet of entries for NAVI out towards middle. Instead, even odds, 3-on-3, and your T side is split up. But given a bit of room to try and play. And in a game that is skewed massively towards these T sides, the prospect of a flawless CT half, that is a massive red flag.
30 კილი აქვს იმას ჩემი, იმას 29, იმას 27, იმას 26. იმე და ვანდერფულად თამაშობენ მარტო, ეს მაკაზეც მაგარი მჯმელი გამოდი გაიმენა. თემპლიდან მოვა ეხა კარიგანა დაეხმარება, გადაკეტე თემპლი არა მითელი. ეხლა აღარ. კონექტორში. აი, თხოვთ ეს რაუნდი მაინც მოიწ. ავე რატო გაცანდება? ისინი მაინც დაასმოუჭა.
Smoke is going to block Tess. It's also
აუ, კარიგანა, იმენა კაბრიოლეტი ჩემოხტა იმაში, ჩემი. რა მოვიდა ძმა? აი, სმოუკი აქვს, იმათ სმოუკი არა აქვს, კიტი აქვს. ორი ფლეში, მოლოტოვი, რაღაცა შეგვიძლია. როგორ გადმოფრინდა Assassin's Creed-ით?
They don't want to win this with brawn, they want to win it with smarts. Molly ready to come in and stop that defuse. And now there just simply isn't time for Tesses to win this. Decided by the util. NAVI, 16th round locked in. They get something done on this T side.
Or just a feeling of relief.
Anu კარიგან აი ესე შემოვიდა.
Get one round, not advantageous for NAVI at all. Very different game in overtime, yes, but
აუ რა საყვარელი კაცია, სპრეის რო იჭერს ხოლმე წარბები ფეკ დამოგავებული რა.
They're the ones who have had the opportunities in this series. They've had the playoff points.
არ მთავრდება ეს თამაში წრებო 1-23
30 kills first.
ვიტ შენც რო ავეპი აიღო დადგე ეიზე. იმენა турბულენტურ ზონაში იყო იმენაში. თუ არ დესამ დააბა იმენა. აგრანერიულობს თავის იმენა პერფორმანსით ძალიან. ანკლადე ხალეკოც არის გლიჯავს თაყვას, მაგრამ ალეკოზე სამჯერ დიდია მე მგონი. რა ვიცი, მაგრამ ზოგადად ეგრე გრძელდება ხოლმე, მაგრამ რა ხდება ჩე? მე ხარ გამაგიჟე. ალო. ეხლა არა. No. არა გეხვეწები. კარგი. მათ არ გვინდა ხმა. გვაყურებინეთ, არ გვინდა. GG.
He has saved Falcons time after time in this series, and once again he delivers them the match point. Double entry. And around that NAVI cannot consider.
But
due to position, impossibility here for NAVI. Falcons foaming at the mouth at the prospect of another chance to make it through this game. 11-6 down come this deciding map. And Falcons with a third opportunity.
ყველაფერი გავწურე დღეს და ყველაზე მარტივი თამაში რაც მეგონა ნავის რო იქნებოდა იმან გამიფუჭარა.
And so sure NAVI, they've been able to catch up, they've been able to close the distance. Every one of these chances Falcons have had. But this time they've got to do it twice over on the harder half. This is a mammoth task ahead of NAVI.
Guys, listen, it's do or die for them.
It's do or die, bratan. Давай, do or die for them. Now we do or die.
He knows the pressure they're under. He knows what they're feeling.
Off this peak. From the opposing side, Montesini tries to fight connector, but nobody's here. They flash out A-Main. He's been brutalized, rushed by Ima in the water.
საიდან მოკლა კიოს უკემ კაცი და კარიგანა საიდან კლავ კეფაში წააჭირა დერეს გახსნილ მაჩე. შუაზე სლიპსტრიმში შემოვიდა. რანაირად არის შუაზე ეგრე სწრაფად არავინ გახარ?
Not just winning out gunfights, but taking away important parts of the map. Gets flipped on its head.
Robi სამთავრებე და გემბლი ნახე, გემბლი უმენა ალეკო მე ხა დავაი ეგაო გემბლო მაგარი აიდეა.
On these B holes, when you're in the position that he is, you've got to both be the safe pair of hands and the fire starter. That demands perfection, and he has delivered on that in this map.
რა გემბლია ძმაო, რისთან რასთან დაკავშირებით აკეთეთ მაგ გემს? GG ჩემი იმენა ნავი. გო ფალკონთან და ამათმა მეიჯორი კი არა ჩემი იმენა ვაფშე დასაშლელები არიან ძმაო რა ესეთი აი ესე ცუდ ფალკონს კაროჩ ესე ცუდ ფორმაში გვარიან ამათ უენგებ რა ის ხავნა მოიყო
3 players all together in the spawn.
მიდი გარაშეს მადმაში
fighting ahead of this smoke. He wants to finish the job. Starts off with the first. Kiyasuke lines him up, and this is him looking for the Lanxus for the first time in his career. Falcons, first time in the Cologne playoffs, and wonderful, what a game he's had, but even he can't stop this. Carrigan waits, wonderful connects, but Falcons go all the way. Carrigan joins this roster, and they go the distance here in Cologne. Major top 8 locked in.
ხვალ მაინც გაასხავდა რომელიმე და სწულად უნდა მენერვიულა მე ფალკონების ვერ გასვლაზე პლეიოფში. მაგრამ ეს ნავი ვერ მოიგებს ამ მეიჯორს, შანსი არა. Isevani vitality and spirit.
Nico, Monesi, Kiyasuke, none of these multi-million-dollar pickups. It was the humble Tesses that put the hurt on NAVI.
A heroic renaissance for Tesses indeed. Right when
Falcons needed it, they shut down tomorrow
if they want to get their dreams at the Lanxess again.
A stunning comeback from the Falcons, and they earned the ultimate rewards tonight. We've seen Falcons choke their fair share of leads, but they flipped the script on Anubis after being 11-6 down to secure playoffs in Cologne. A monumental haulback on that T side, and finally Yanko, they deliver the finishing blow in double OT. That was one hell of a map to earn a place in the top 8.
I think for all the Falcons fans out there or people who just follow their games for a long time, you've seen them lose this game countless times before, right? Like when the game gets close, when they're behind, you lose a couple of silly rounds, and that's just it. They fizzle out. But ever since Carrigan joined, the game against Furia in Astana, the game against G2 here in the first round, and now, you know, the cherry on top, this game against NAVI, down 11-6, so T-side Anubis to win 6 rounds in a row, secure overtime, beat them in double overtime, you know, the second best team in the world, who's been on the rise for the last few months. That's why he was brought in, and that's why he delivered.
Such an important win for Falcons. That's no biggie. I mean, it takes some coolness to